Good afternoon and welcome to Spa for the 2025 Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa, utilising the Porsche 963 and Porsche 911 GT3. Can have a lot of fun over the course of 6 hours, all of course in aid of Operation Motorsport, veteran recovery through motorsport. A good afternoon to everybody and welcome to RaceSpotTV. Hope you'll enjoy the show here this afternoon as we welcome you to this broadcast. Myself, Ian O'Leary, and Jeremy Scott will be taking you through the first 2 hours of this race, and qualifying has just indeed been completed. The race beginning in just over 10 minutes time. Of course, before we get to all of that, some thanks first of all to offer up to those who are making this broadcast possible here this afternoon, the Chesapeake Region PCA and Redwood Region PCA, for hosting and sponsoring this event. Of course, the link at the bottom of your screen there showing how you can donate and help us along here this afternoon. And please, if you are able to, and please do visit the link. It's either on your screen there or indeed down in our video description on YouTube. You can help donate to Operation Motorsport here for this 6-hour race this afternoon. Welcome along, Jeremy. Good to have you alongside me. Very pleased to be here indeed. It's going to be a nice long 6-hour race here from Spa with GTP Pro-Am and GT3 Pro-Am as well. I'm very much looking forward to this.
I am too, Ewan, because there's nothing better than endurance racing in Belgium, especially Spa-Francorchamps. As you see on your screen, the two cars that we're going to use, the 963 GTP, the Pro and the Am, also the 911 GT3R 992 Pro and Am as well. It'll be a 6-hour race with a rolling start. Fast repair will be enabled, and there is a fixed repair setup. Also, the team driver range, you can have 1, you can have 8. It's up to you, really, and it's going to be interesting to see how many drivers get in, and qualifying, as we said, already took place 15 minutes, so drivers getting ready for this start of the 6 hours around Spa.
We've already seen a couple of teams actually enter with 4 drivers. I've seen 4 teams with 4 drivers, so that seems to be our limit here today. And everyone will get a go over the course of the 6 hours. As you say, we are here at Spa, and there is no better circuit really in some people's opinion. I think it's certainly up there in terms of endurance racing, multi-class racing as well here around around this, or for this event rather. It is GTP and GT3, as I mentioned, and these two classes of cars just go so well together, especially around this circuit as well. Some nice flowing long corners for the GTPs to enjoy, the higher downforce cars to enjoy. Well, there's one of them through Pool, we were just seeing it. There's another one, Blanchimont. Hopefully less of that as well, as they have a little bit of a crash in the warm-up session just before this race. But these two classes of car really do mix very well, and for most of these teams, it's going to be a continuation of the team racing series that we've seen in the Porsche Club of America here this season. They will be very experienced, as I suspect most of these drivers will be, very experienced with the way that these two classes of car interact.
Well, of course, the last PCA endurance race, we had one of the co-drivers say it was his first time in the 963. So for some, it will be their first time, but most of them are very familiar with these cars, this platform that they race in. And as you see here, here's what's interesting. Normally, you see the F1 pits being used. Well, this weekend, we're going to use the original pits down Gradillion Straight. And it's going to be interesting to see how that works out, because you're going to have cars on full bore on the racetrack, and then some which are going to be just coming up to speed once they get past that runoff. Of course, right there, that's another issue. You're going to have cars going through all that area at full speed, and some are going to lose it, and some are going to make contact with the wall, and hopefully not somebody who's coming out of the pits.
Yeah, exactly. It is going to be a race of survival in some sense as well. But as you mentioned, they do have fast repairs to utilise, and that will hopefully keep everybody in the race to the end, hoping for the most part that all of our teams that are starting here and entered, at least on this sheet, is 33 teams entered into this race here this afternoon. Hopefully they will all get to the finish here tonight as well. Just to show you the breakdown of that, 15 GT3s overall, 10 Pros and 5 AMs. Then in the 963 class, 18 of GTPs, so 7 Pros and 11 AMs. So a few more prototypes than there are GTs this time around. It's a contrast to what you see in the team racing series, where it is the opposite way around. But this is not part of the team racing series, of course. We're back for that, by the way, in 2 weeks' time in the finale of that championship season, exactly 2 weeks today. that will be. But this is completely separate. It's the 2025 Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa, all in aid of Operation Motorsport, of course, which who help veterans recover through motorsport, giving them that sense of team purpose and identity again as well after service. It's a fantastic cause, and as I mentioned, if you can donate, then please do. There's a QR code if you prefer that at the top right of the screen, or indeed an old-fashioned link in the YouTube description as well, if you are able to give here this afternoon in this race and this broadcast throughout. We'll be here with you on RaceSpotTV throughout all 6 hours of this race, from lights to flag here, and the lights out will be just over 5 minutes away at this point. And we'll be with you every step of the way to bring you the coverage here on RaceSpotTV. As you mentioned, there's a view of the old pit lane just exiting out onto the Kemmel Straight there. Here's that final chicane, which is used for the start of pit lane, as you can see there with the GT3 just pulling in. Very narrow pit entry actually around this circuit indeed. Because it is non-championship, and just because it is a bit of fun as well, I get the feeling we're going to see some very relaxed teams out there, and hopefully some good racing as a result. Normally when teams are sort of taking it seriously in a championship, you're thinking about fuel loads, you're thinking about strategies, you're thinking about how can you get to the end quickest. Because it's a bit of fun, I think we're going to see some maybe more racing than you otherwise would, especially early on in an endurance race when everybody's trying to win. Here, everybody's just trying to have a bit of fun and hopefully side-by-side racing right from the very start.
You know, we think about that from the outside, but I guarantee you the second that these drivers get behind the wheel, when it's their turn to drive the sim, that's going to be thrown all out the window. They're going to want to win, because if I know drivers as well as I do, they want to win right away. But you still got to think about some sort of strategy. Obviously, you don't want to leave yourself out on the track for too long and end up emptying yourself, because that tow back to the pit is going to be very, very long. But yeah, nonetheless, I don't think we're going to see as much of seriousness as we normally do with our normal endurance races. With this being a special endurance race, I think that, yeah, things are just going to be a little bit more relaxed, and that was actually kind of interesting seeing that paint scheme change on us here during this warm-up session.
We'll just get that all sorted in time for the race, and that will all be fine, as these drivers are just warming up again, getting used to having other drivers around them all over again here before the start of this race, where there certainly is going to be a lot of drivers around them at the very beginning of this race. Getting off to a good start is going to be so important as well. The conditions, though, are very, very pleasant for racing. We have got the sun out, the clouds are staying away, and 31 degrees Celsius down on the circuit. For those of you in Fahrenheit land, that's around mid to high 80s, I think, Fahrenheit, maybe a bit more. So not too warm out there on the circuit, but not too cold either. It's just after the middle of the day on today's date. Which is very similar with the real life time, actually, over in Eastern time anyway. So it's the middle of the day. Shouldn't be seeing much darkness or indeed any rain driving here today. So nice, comfortable conditions for these teams and drivers to start off this race, especially with 31 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, and 41% humidity, nice dry air, so that's working in these teams' favor. As just under 5 minutes left in this warm-up session, as we're watching these cars kind of shake down, get themselves ready for the race here shortly. And again, it will be a rolling start, but thankfully it looks like it's going to be a nice dry setting right now. Our fastest time looks to be a 2:03.2. So yeah, this is going to be a very fun, very fast race. Here, 6 hours going to fly by like that.
It certainly is. Good afternoon to everybody who's watching along as well at home for this one. Jason Taylor, Jason Leach already messaging us in YouTube chat. Jason Leach wishing us and everyone who's racing primarily a good drive and a good race. Hopefully it is going to be a good race across the board. I'm sure it is for all of these teams. Just a little bit extended as well, 6 hours compared to the normal 4 that we get in endurance racing in the PCA. So for an extra couple of hours tagged on to the end as well, which is going to be a lot of fun towards the finish. And no breaks throughout, no full course yellows, safety cars, none of that. It's pure racing from start to finish here this afternoon. That's exactly what we like to see as well for one of these races. Final moments of warm-up will just tick by. Boris Reminick currently with the fastest lap time in this warm-up session. Not that it is the highest of importance, but it's good to show that they've got that race, or indeed that session off to a good start, and they're in a good position ready for this race, which will be coming up in a few moments' time. If you can top this session and start towards the front, you're going to have a better chance of winning, of course. You'd imagine that track position relatively important just to stay out of that trouble that may well transpire in the early moments of this race.
Maybe it's me, but when I take a look at warm-up sessions, I don't necessarily take too much stock in it because you're trying different things, you know, trying to see, okay, what's this setup going to do? What's this driver going to do? So you're not necessarily going for the fastest lap. I mean, yeah, that's great and all to be the fastest in your warm-up session, but it's just a quick little, let's shake down, make sure the car's good, nothing's leaking, nothing's going wrong. You know, just that little session just before the race. But yeah, I mean, when you are the fastest, don't get me wrong, you feel better going into the race, but again, not too much stock in warm-up. It's just there to get literally everybody warmed up.
Yeah, and actually, Brad Dalton, his colleague at RaceSpotTV, often describes it as a cool-down session rather than a warm-up session, really, because after all, we've just had qualifying. You're getting all sweaty trying to do one-lap pace quick as possible, which is very difficult. And then you sort of need that little bit of a break, really, before the race. So maybe it depends what kind of driver you are, really, as to whether you're going to use that session at all for practice or whether you're just going to use it for warming down, as I say, and just preparing yourself for the race as well. A number of drivers already chatting away in the discussion channel here of this of the Discord about keeping things clean through Eau Rouge for the first time. That is going to be the main target here to begin with. Let's just have a clean first lap and then they can push on from there. Hopefully everybody's going to have that endurance racing mentality when we begin here.
So I was doing the real job on Friday. I was actually watching the 98 Belgian Grand Prix right from the start, you know, because somebody had it to where if they had the current graphics for classic races. So, you know, that's something you want to avoid. But I think with us having dry conditions, we're not going to have to worry about that too much with, you know, driver slip sliding away. It's just, you know, getting around that, the GTPs getting around the GT3 traffic as we see here. That's another reason, another good reason for the warm-up. Kind of get yourself mentally in the game to have to worry about slower traffic when you have to deal with them in, you know, probably like 5 or 6 laps.
It's going to be a lot of traffic here today. There are less GT3s than there are 963s. However, it's still going to be a key factor over the course of the race. There's going to be plenty of those lapped traffic instances. Good afternoon to well, maybe drivers, but viewers tuning in here this afternoon. Aaron Sunday cheering on Stallions team as always. Adrian cheering on the Solpet Precision Racing team. We've got a couple of teams in this race today. Fabrizio Rivera is going to start number 161 by looks of things, unless he's just doing warm-up for the hell of it right now. Robbie Prescott is going to do 919. Blake Reynolds is going to start 160. So a number of different cars for Solpec. Their other one is 991. That's Dominic Olivier who's going to start that one. So they've got 4 in the field. They make up quite a percentage of the field to Solpec Precision Racing as they join us here in the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa this afternoon, which will be getting underway before too long here in this race, and we'll go through the starting grid when we have a chance a little bit later on as we get towards the race. And indeed, we might well have a chance in the next couple of moments because that warm-up session has now just drawn to a close, and when we get it we will show you that starting grid ready for the beginning of this race. You can see the session just transforming there, and then we will get a look at the conditions as well as to what this is going to look like to begin with. But let's go through the starting grid first of all, starting with the 963 Pro class. Scott Rankin should be on pole here, just 27 thousandths quicker than Bartosz Reminik in that qualifying session, with Thomas Briggs and Blake Reynolds sharing row 2. Zach Hebert and Fabrizio Rivera are going to share row 3. A little bit further behind, we are going to see 7th place for James Hoof. That's the SC Team Red. They are one of our Team Racing Series teams, of course. Billy Smith for 2nd will be on the pole for 963 AM, ahead of Elias Roman. It's Christopher Stevenson ahead of Jason Lockwood on row 2. He's just over a second off of pole, by the way. Jameson Leckenby and Steve Komatz are 5th and 6th. Chip Witt is in next ahead of Mehmet Karachai. Then it's Charlie Boyer and Rob Neville, with Nolan Yuk is slightly erroneously found himself into our 963 order, so we'll get that sorted. Peter Segurni is going to be there towards the back end of the field in 963 AM. As I say, Nolan Duke won't be there. Don't worry, we'll get that sorted. Gabriel Arbonneau has taken the pole in GT3 Pro. Ahead of Shane McNeely. Too Fast, One Furious. They've taken on a slightly different team name as to normal. Then it is Daniel Miller, who's starting from third, ahead of Chris Pies, Gregory Maismer, and Jochen Bakker are on row 3. Just outside of a second off pole, Tyler Beeman, ahead of John Salada, with Tyler Manning and Adrian Kukalas rounding out the 10 GT3 Pros. And then we've got a screen of GT3 AMs, Tyler Reid, Tyler Masters, Marcus Souza, and Matthew Barrett rounding out the field. As I mentioned, Nolan Duke will be joining them as well once we put him into the right standings. So then, it's time for the 2025 race. The Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa set to get underway. At the front of the field, these 963 Pro drivers getting themselves ready as they come down the front straight for the first time. They'll go past the start-finish line on this normal Grand Prix circuit start line, and then they will take the turn 1 and take that position in towards Eau Rouge for the actual green flag of this race. You can see the GT3s doing the same just in the background. We'll get a split screen for you of this start as they go through La Source for the first time. And the green flag is about to be waved on the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa here this afternoon. Field now in control of the leading driver. Just waiting for that green flag, and we'll be going. And there we go. Green flag waves, and the 6 hours of Spa for Operation Motorsport is now underway. And the driver's already just trying to take things carefully. One of the Solpec cars going quite slowly up over the top of the hill there, I've got to say, and there's a real stack up from 4th place on backwards. Look at this for the lead, almost 3 wide, going in towards Lecombe for the first time. It is 3 wide, is it? In towards Lecombe for the first time. Goodness me! Really big squeeze into the corner. Oh, and they're all off nearly. Almost all of them off the circuit down there at the first chicane for the first time. Big slide as well from second position, and that will be a drop back into the pack. But what a start that was. 3 wide down the Kemmel straight for the first time.
Yeah, of course, got side by side for the GT3 third place right now as they come off the Kemmel straight. Your leaders 1 and 2 right now in GT3, nose to tail, and they're kind of breaking away for the field as everybody else kind of racing for position. Now the rest of the GT3 field is in place, but looks like we got a spinner there.
Elias Roman is the one for Otmar Reserve. Has gone around out of no-name corner. And that will drop them to the back end of the field as the green flag waves here from Spa. That is the only driver, I think, to have spun around, although Elias Roman is going to drop down to the back end of the GT3 field as well, unfortunately, for Otmo Reserve. So not an ideal start for them, but it was always going to happen to somebody. Unfortunately, it nearly happened to Thomas Briggs. He spun up the rear tyres through Lecombe, but he got away with it. It's Scott Rankin who leads ahead of Bautas Reminick. The top 2 have taken those top 2 positions at the end of the first lap here.
Yeah, Briggs with a good little bit of gap between him and Hebert behind him. Let's take a look at this replay with Roman as they go through no name, and it just looks like, yeah, it just gets caught out and looks like possible contact as well from a couple of drivers behind him.
That's cold tyres, unfortunately, for Otmo Reserve. Just spinning around and getting off to an unideal start to this race, unfortunately for them. Out of the first corner comes Scott Rankin again, and they will complete the first lap in the lead here. Will Scott Rankin? Well, he was, but the Paddock Enduro squad, Sim Racer Academy, just up in front, Francis Reminick, as we make our way up over the top at Radion for the first time. And the 2 leaders will draft off of one another down the Kemmel straight again, just distancing Thomas Briggs here in the background. You can see Zach Hebert overtaking Blake Reynolds, and that is Echelon up to 4th ahead of Solpec, who are currently in 5th and 6th. I must admit they got off to a pretty sluggish start at Eau Rouge, but they've got both of their cars inside the top 6 at least.
Yeah, so we've got that battle going on. Further back, the GT3 Pro battle between Albano and McNeely is really heating up as well. But we're watching this battle right now for position in the 963. That is the battle for 5th place. You see Hebert trying to hold off Blake Reynolds as Thomas Briggs opens up a 1-second gap there. But very tight racing early on in this 6-hour race. And like we mentioned, it's going to be one of those races, Ewan, where, you know what, we don't need to worry about strategy. Let's just go out and have some fun. And we're already seeing it through the first couple of laps.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we want to see. We want to see side-by-side racing throughout the field, and that's what we're going to get as well. In GT3, Shea McNeely has gotten off to the good start, and there is Shea out front ahead of Gabriel Albano and Chris Pies in third position. That's 1, 2 and 3 in GT3 Pro. Then Gregory Meismer is in the fourth position for one of our Operation Motorsport teams, indeed. Operation Motorsport USA, number 220 for Greg. And he will continue to try and hold on from Ramhorn Racing, who you can see here just in behind. That is Daniel Miller trying to take that position away. Already some pressure being put onto the Operation Motorsport team at the end of lap number 2.
Yeah, Meismer trying to do all he can to hold off Miller. Again, this is battle for fourth. I'm already starting to see a little bit of blinking. No harm, no foul, though. As we look back at the 963 battle for position, and nice and tight between the Olympus Esports and the Paddock Enduro squad. That's the battle for first in 963. No surprise that Olympus is up near the front of that class. It's Christopher Stephenson and Sean Lockwood right there, the 21 and the 31, as we see them work their way around Bradillion and onto the Kemmel Straight. Too far away to make anything happen, but a little bit of pop out there just to show in the mirror, say, hey, I'm sitting here.
Just noted, by the way, Scott Rankin dropping from second place on this lap down to sixth position, so he was a bit slower than normal that time round. He's not that far in front of these guys. There's Zach Hebert and Blake Reynolds. They're battling for third as a result of that. It was a battle for fourth earlier. They're now battling for third as a result of Rankin going around, and or at least dropping back, I should say. Don't know if it was a spin or not, but you can see in the background there now in this race as they work their way through lap number 3. It's been a good start from Balzas Riminek. Nearly 2 seconds in front of Thomas Briggs now. And we'll look to just begin this race with, as he means to go on, shall we say, in this one. Just over 5 minutes gone, and he's got nearly 2 seconds already. That is an impressive margin to pull, but we've seen already Zach Hebert's looking good here in the mid-pack, and he's already made a place up to third.
Yeah, it's always kind of helpful when you don't have to fight too much for that position when something happens to the competitor ahead of you. Of course, that's never good as well. But everybody's starting to sort themselves out with just a little bit over 5 minutes into this 6-hour race. As looking down our little tower there, looks like just some gaps there that aren't too bad. Again, what you're seeing there on the left-hand side, that's the overall gap to position. This is the battle for 6 in 963 AM between Charlie Boyer in the 93 and Billy Smith II in the 917. We saw Smith coming slow there off the start. Looks like he's able to get on to the back of the 963 class. Let's see what happens here in La Source. He's going to look to the inside, but yeah, not too far away ahead of them. You got the battle for fourth in 963 and between Luckeby and Witt as well. So already a couple of great battles here as we start this race off.
They certainly are. We are only just underway, of course, but the top 7 all 963 pros as things stand. Got a couple of the 963 AMs strewn across the back end of the field at the moment, but Billy Smith II, unfortunately not off to the start that he would have wanted, was up towards the front in the qualifying session. Now he's looking for a position on Kynarm Racing. That's a move for Smith down the inside of Charlie Boyer. Don't forget, we see them regularly in our team racing championship. They're actually championship leaders, Kynarm Racing. They've just been overtaken there, though, by Billy Smith II, looking to regain some of those places lost off the start.
Yeah, it's still plenty of time to get moving. We're just getting word that the 908 Otmo Reserve of Peter McDade has a drop connection, so we'll see if they can get back out onto the course. But yeah, this battle for 6th in 963 AM, nice and tight for the 917 and the 93. Again, Billy Smith over Charlie Boyer as things are slicing and dicing early on. We also see the 917 of Smith trying to catch up to the 79 Schadenfreude of Chip Witt. So back in the AM class, still plenty of time to make something happen. But my forces right now, we see the GT3R AM class, Tanner Masters in the pits.
Yeah, a couple of our Opmo cars down on pit lane already in this race. Peter McDade is actually the driver trying to rescue 908, I think, actually. We saw Elias Roman in the car earlier, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not getting mixed up in different Opmo machines. I don't think I am. So I think Peter McDade is actually trying to rescue that car down on pit lane at the moment. That's going to take some time. Adrian Kukulas is back out on the circuit again after Solpek spent 47 seconds in the box. Tanner Masters spent just 4 seconds in the lane. But Operation Motorsport Enduro are back onto the road again as we go back up the field in GT3. Chris Pye is currently in second place, but Shea McNeely is off to the impressive start here, dropping the entire field so far.
Yeah, and early on we saw Shea trying to hold off Pies and Albato there at the start. But yeah, once again, it seems like the pro class is really getting off to a big lead here early on as Pies making his way up one from starting in third place, and that wonderful the black and gold number 453, as also Pies is going to have to deal with Meismer here shortly, because Meismer really reeling in the 13 and really this battle for second place.
Yeah, exactly. After a bit of a gap opening early, it's now right back again. Albano with not only focus forwards here on trying to get past Chris Pies, but also having to look over his shoulder a little bit here at what's coming up behind him now as well. They work their way now down in towards turn number 1 again. A little bit wider there from Pies. And Albano is going to just close in a little bit as a result, but it's going to be difficult from this distance back, even with the slipstream, to make anything work. Same for Meismer as well, but that's a good sign. If you're able to spot a gap in front of you and in the first 10 minutes close down on it like that, then that is a good sign for the rest of the race, I feel.
Yeah, and of course, you also want to give yourself a little bit of less of a challenge for the second driver when they come in, because, you know, depending on where everybody pits as well, that's where you're going to want to have to make sure that you keep up front throughout the race. But, you know, anything can happen in these endurance races, especially here at Spa, as we all know. But nonetheless, great showing from all the drivers so far. This is the 991 that we are watching. It's the Solpek race, Precision Racing of Dominic Oliveira, trying to hold off Marco Souza. Of course, that is not a battle for position. That is a battle for overall, because the 991 is in the GT3 Pro class, signified by the blue on the door number plates, and the 3 of Souza is in the GT3 AM class. Of course, that is also signified by the green number plates.
Yeah, we'll keep across both of the classes, of course, as we go along, but also the overall battles as well, because they will be just as interesting to take a look at here in these races. It's often actually where the battles, especially through the middle part of the race, actually come up to. Even though they're in different classes, they will still battle away. So at the end of another lap for the leaders, how close are we to traffic for the first time? Because the most heads-up point in the race is not too far away here. When the GTPs, these 963 Porsches, come up to the back of the GT3 class for the very first time, that's when you know we're really in a proper race for the first time, and it is not too far away. You see Baujas Riminek further up the road there, and here's the battle for third place. The first of the battles really in line. Just watch for the bottom of your screen and some GT3s that are going to start to be popping up soon. This is going to get serious very soon.
Yeah, that didn't take very long. It's what, 5-7 laps for that to happen. But yeah, that's going to happen pretty darn quick as this battle for third. That's going to be impeded with Hebert and Reynolds right there, as they both kind of drop just a wheel, not too much of an issue. And that's one thing that I like about this version of Spa. There's more gravel runoff, so there's more consequences if you decide to try and play the track limits game here. We know that that is such a big thing, and now if you drop a wheel off in certain areas, you're going to end up in the gravel, and sometimes that gravel is just really inviting down into the old bus stop as we get down towards the Grand Prix straight. We see that Hebert doing all he can to keep Reynolds behind him, and so far so good, as Reynolds going to look to the outside. Not going to be a good place to pass in the source, but Hebert far enough ahead to kind of shut that door.
To your point about incidents, by the way, 50 points is the limit before you start getting drive-throughs in this race, and I feel at Spa that might be a bit of a challenge for some of the teams here this afternoon, because that is not very many for this circuit. Even in our new version of Spa, as you say, it is updated with the wall further away at Eau Rouge and various other changes as well, bringing the gravel closer to the circuit. Here comes Blake Reynolds in the meantime, on the outside line of Zach Hebert. Traffic not too far away, but you want to make the moves before then, ideally, and the Solpek car couldn't get through. That was straight line speed for Echelon, like, well, Blake Reynolds can only dream of. There might be a bit of a setup difference between the two, but you'd think, but normally, but of course this is a fixed setup race. So how on earth Blake Reynolds there was not able to get past, even despite the slipstream, I can't really answer at the moment.
Well, here's what's interesting, too, is the fact you take a look at who's in fifth place. That's a Solpec teammate in the 161 of Fabrizio Rivera. So it's going to be interesting to see if the teammates work together to try and dispatch of Zach Hebert.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I'm just surprised, really, that after such momentum, Reynolds just went nowhere then on the straight, but there you go. Through Piff Paff now, the traffic has begun. This is where the real race begins, and Hebert immediately having to go for a cutback line here for the outside. Reynolds wasn't quite sure whether the Porsche was going to stay to the right there or come back to the racing line again. In the end, they both filter through on the outside line. As we go on board with Blake Reynolds, this is going to be a great shot over the course of the next lap when traffic really starts to rear its head here, and we really start to see the race begin. As I say, I always say this at the start of endurance races, first run through traffic, the real race really does begin.
Yeah, the big thing is if you're a slower traffic or slower class, you got to be predictable, and you think that Blake Reynolds would know that and kind of go with Hebert there, but nonetheless, looks like that really hasn't affected either of those two as they work their way down into La Source. And I've got to say, that's just an interesting move by Reynolds to kind of wait, and then move around the GT3 traffic. So we'll see how that works the rest of the race. But Hebert able to get back on the gas a little bit later going through Eau Rouge.
Here comes Eau Rouge itself, and the big slipstream again for Reynolds. Last time he pulled to the outside and then got nowhere. Let's have a little look again this time round. Nope. And then a bit of an earlier lift off, so maybe a fuel game going on there. As you said earlier, everyone will go into this race thinking they just want to go and have fun, but you're probably right. Once they're actually started now, they probably all want to win.
Yeah, so we see the battle for first at 963 and between Stevenson and Lockwood. This has been a good battle throughout the race. And of course, this time it's a little bit further away than we've seen most of the race up ahead of them. You've got the GT3 Pro drivers of Rankin and Huth as well. So Rankin trying to make his way up through the field, but they're going to have to deal with that same GT3 AM lap traffic that we saw a lap or so ago for the battle for third place in 963 Pro. So I would expect that to be a little bit of a hamper as probably in the next couple of corners for this battle for first. Now, so there it is, right there. Got a couple of cars ahead of them that are going to be probably in the way, but will this affect the battle for 963M? I doubt it, Ewan, because look at the gap now. It's kind of growing to about a half second.
Yeah. It's still the early part of the race, and as a result, everybody is very close together. Indeed, the biggest margins between any two drivers, about 5 seconds at the moment, apart from those, of course, who've had problems. Looks like Steve Comat's, unfortunately for Team BRN, also already with a couple of problems today. Blue Plus Played Racing as well. Further down, that's a bit of a book there through the Blanchimont corner, and the Paddock Enduro squad come back down the inside. That's pretty close on the way in towards the bus stop chicane. Stevenson under pressure from Lockwood out of the other side of the corner. They're pretty much side by side for the lead of this class over the start finish line.
Yeah, great stuff here as they come across the line. Who's going to get that position? Oh, a spin! A spin by Stevenson. Lockwood gets ahead. What happened there? I think it was kind of a case of just locking up the brakes just a little too soon. We'll get a replay of that, but what a surprising turn of events for the earlier leader, Christopher Stevenson. That makes Lockwood's job just a little bit easier as we go back to the battle for third and 963 Pro as that heats up as the 29 is on the inside, finally able to hold off the 160, but nonetheless GT3 traffic holding up this battle, and Reynolds again cannot make anything happen, but they're still side by side going through the corner, and once again Hebert, it seems like he has Solpec's number, and I'm not talking about the one that's on the door panel.
Yeah, this is this is a good battle between these two. Echelon Simsport and Solpec Precision Racing, two of the great teams in iRacing, sort of sports car racing, endurance racing, this kind of discipline. They are very, very strong indeed. They're only third and fourth for the moment, but they're putting on a great show. Here's some of the leaders in GT3 in the meantime. That's Chris Pies just up in the front. In the orange there is Gabriel Albano, who is currently in third, and he goes off the road. There's how traffic can affect the GT3s. It's not only the prototypes who have to make the passes work, it's the GT3s as well who have to facilitate them, and you saw it there for Albano going wide.
Hebert with a nice pick of using Pies as that. Let's take a look at this replay with Stevenson going into the source, and I think, yeah, just locked up the brakes going around, heading into the brake zone.
Yeah, that was a solo incident, really, only made more complicated by the fact that there was a car so close behind, but there you go. There is our fundraising target, by the way, on the bottom of your screen. All in aid, of course, Operation Motorsport, veteran recovery through motorsport. If you are able to donate, then use the QR code at the top right-hand side of the screen, or indeed the old-fashioned link in the YouTube description. And if you're able to, as I say, please do donate for a great cause we're racing for in the Operation Motorsport 6 hours here this afternoon. This is the front of the race. Baujas Reminick and Thomas Briggs. First time through traffic, Reminick was just caught up a little bit by Thomas Briggs, who's now right on the back of him through the Lecombe chicane for the first, not for the first time, sorry, but for the first time since they've come through all that traffic.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting battle here because now it's just them and track ahead of them, but they still got a little bit of a gap until they have to worry about lap traffic. Briggs really running nice and tight, about a second faster than Remijak, as this is going to be an interesting battle. See what happens as Remijak able to open up just about a half-second gap between he and Briggs. Here's a replay with John Salata in the 486. You see, just comes down on some GT3 traffic and gets spun around, and that's going to happen here. But you really got to watch your mirrors, as you got to wait for traffic as well. And Joachim Bacher also dealing with a little bit of an issue here. And once again, just a little bit of a spin cycle. Ooh, heavy into the wall.
Ouch. Yeah, that's got a big contact there for 001. Pretty big contact for Joachim Bacher, who is now down on pit lane. You would imagine be taking those repairs as quickly as possible after that incident there. Unfortunately for them, down onto the straight now, in towards Blanchimont. Solpep Precision Racing so close in behind to Echelon Sidsport here. It's still Zach Hebert versus Blake Reynolds for the third position, and Reynolds again not able to find his way past. It's a close battle between the two of them, and Hebert goes a little bit deep there. That will allow Reynolds to get a better run on the exit as well. They're costing each other time, but they're having fun in the battle at the moment. We're certainly having fun watching them. In towards turn number 1 they go, and Reynolds is going to have to go for the switchback line once again here. Another switchback on the way down towards Eau Rouge. Not this time, can't get through on Zach Hebert in towards Eau Rouge. He might have to wait for the end of the Kemmel Straight.
Yeah, but here's the thing. We've seen Reynolds try his best to get around Hebert. He's able to catch up to him, get under that rear wing, and now this could be a proper draft going down the Kemmel Straight, as we do see one car coming into the pits. Do believe that the Bacher, into the pits. But here's a battle for third and 963, as once again we see Reynolds close but no cigar, as it's Akalon and Solpak 3, 4, and 5.
It is, or it was rather, a big squeeze in towards the Lecombe chicane there. It was right up next to the grass, but again, no way past Zach Hebert. And again, it's continuing to cost them a little bit of time as well. They've got time over those behind them, plenty of it as well, but the lead's getting away further as a result. Sim Racer Academy and Shopaholics Race Team 1 and 2 continuing to stretch out the margin over the rest of the field, with just over 20 minutes gone in this first race. 6 hours, the first part of this race, 6 hours of Spa for Operation Motorsport. Zach Hebert has been certainly the defender of the race so far. He's been on our screens doing only that really so far, with Blake Reynolds right in behind him. The Solpec drivers not able to find their way past. Still trying, just over 20 minutes gone.
You can almost say that Hebert's been the thorn in the side of the Solpak drivers so far, as they've been close enough to make something happen. I'm talking about both of them because you've got, obviously Blake Reynolds and Fabrizio Rivera right behind them, but nonetheless, Rivera almost at times has not been close enough to help out his teammate to try and make something happen. Go down the finish straight once again, and Reynolds trying to do all he can, but he's still too far away to make anything happen. But look what's ahead of him, Ewan. It's more GT3 traffic. So we'll see. But here's the thing. Hebert's been really good at using those GT3 cars as a pick to keep Reynolds behind him.
Yeah, he has. And for the rest of this race, pretty much. It's going to be constant GT3 traffic out there on the circuit. Absolutely constant, because some of them have had problems so far today, and that just gives them a delay compared to the rest of the field. Even if the front guys stay close together, and they certainly are in GT3 R Pro, it is not going to mean that those behind are going to be overtaken at the same time. It's all going to be at different times here for all these drivers as they get through another lap. Hebert survives another time down the Kemmel Straight, even with traffic that time, still able to stay in front.
And this has been the story of the race so far, this battle for third in 963 Pro. Looks like that it's just going to keep going on and on and on as Echelon Simsport GTP with Zach Hebert at the wheel, doing all he can to hold on to that the bottom step of the podium. Yeah, 5.5 hours into this race, but nonetheless, this has been such great defense by the number 29, of course, the 160, the 161 behind, trying to figure out how they can get around Echelon to get the Solpec Racing team back up close to the front. Of course, looking at the front, number 19, Sim Racer Academy G 963, also with a healthy lead there.
That was a little bit wide for Hebert that time. There might be a chance for Blake Reynolds finally. Oh, there's a spin in front of them. It's Jochen Bakker again. It's not a replay. It's exactly the same incident for him again as he spins through Blanchimont. That is a real shame for him to start off this race. Two very, very similar incidents. He wasn't under pressure from anybody that time round. Only the GTP's coming up behind him, I suppose, but it's exactly the same spin. It's like watching a replay of the same crash again, but we weren't. It was just deja vu for Jochen Bakker. What a shame that is for him.
Yeah, same corner, same exact instance, and yeah, this time it was the GTPs behind him. Just, you hate to see it for the 001 in GT3, but here we go once again down the Kemmel Straight, and it looks like that Reynolds has a little bit of a run, but is it going to be too little too late? Of course, there's also the 109 ahead of him, but I think it is going to be not enough as they got to go around Masters through the pits once already at least. So, yeah, you've got that, but Masters holding up traffic here for this battle for third. This might actually work this time for Reynolds.
And he nearly hits him. He nearly hits Zach Hebert there, and almost inadvertently, Blake Reynolds goes to the front of the group into third position. That was bizarre in some ways, and almost an accident for Blake Reynolds, but he gets through on Zach Hebert. Normally when you're going through a GT3 like that, the space is so reduced that you can't actually do it at all, but Reynolds steams down the inside and he gets through into third position. Goodness me, that was impressive.
Yeah, that was a fantastic move there, coming off the Kemmel Straight, and of course that is exactly what Reynolds needed. He needed a way to get around, so we'll see what happens here if Rivera can make something happen as well. It's now Rivera's turn to go through the Echelon defense system, as we like to say, because that was one heck of a defense for third place.
Fantastic. This has been the pick of the bunch so far as the battles have been concerned. And it is for third position overall in this race. The leading gap is 1.2 for Balžas Remenek. He's running well for Sim Racer Academy. The Paddock Enduro squad, number 31, are leading by over 13 seconds in 963 AM. Too Fast, One Furious are in the lead in GT3 Pro. They are over 5 seconds in front. And Operation Motorsport, number 47, is leading the way. That's Operation Motorsport number 2 team. They are leading the way in GT3 AM as things stand. So there are your class leaders. We're just about half an hour gone, but we are still so early in this race. There is Tyler Reid in the meantime. Operation Motorsport leading the way early on in this race.
Yeah, at least the GT3 RM team is doing quite well here early on in this race. I know the the 963 Pro team had a little bit of a hiccup, but they're back. Looks like they're back underway at this time in the 109. No, I should say, oh no, that's not it. But anyway, looks like everybody is back running, at least at this time, in spite of Jochen Bakker having some issues there once again. But the gap, look at that, about 6 seconds from first to second. The Stallions at GT3, we normally see them up front, but it's great to see that the Operation Motorsport team looking pretty good so far early on.
A very good start indeed. Great to see the American flag livery as well on that car in towards the final chicane. There is one of their teammates, number 220 for Operation Motorsport. Driving that one to begin with is Gregory Meismer. He's currently at the wheel of that one. He's a US Marine Corps veteran and former aircraft crew chief, part of the Operation Motorsport team since 2022. And pleased to have him along for the 6 hours of Spa as well. Just overtaken by one of the 963s. Now on the defensive for this fourth position all over again. For whatever reason, lost a slight bit of time to the battle for second place, but hasn't dropped a position. He's started this race after the start at least, got into fourth position. He's held it since then for this first half an hour now.
Yeah, Meismer trying to hold off Daniel Miller, the 28 Ram Horn Racing. I don't know, what would you call that? Would you call that a fuchsia color right there?
I don't want to get into an argument about colours. I don't know. Blue?
Why not? Hey, at least I'm going to ask you 3 questions across the bridge, so that's always a good thing. But yeah, this battle here for fourth place, so cooling off just a little bit as Meismer able to get around the corner's just a little bit faster. You also have a battle back there for 6th place between Tyler Beeman in the 32 and Dominic Oliver in the Solpac GT3 as well. So GT3 starting to heat up as well. And that part and parcel of that's due to the 963s weaving and bobbing their way around for the second time. We'll see them come by here for the third time in the not too distant future as well. So that's going to make things interesting too when you have battles and you have faster traffic coming around you, as we see once again. Oh, look who got ahead of who. Oh, actually, no, it's still the 29 of the 161 as Blake Reynolds able to gap those two. So Hebert and Rivera still lockstep in the battle there, and I think it's going to be another couple of laps until Rivera could do all he can to get around Hebert to join his teammate up there.
It's continuing on here, so Reynolds the only one to have made a move in this one just for the moment. Well, Hebert is continuing on to defend here. We'll just take a word from some of those who are sponsoring and hosting and helping here behind the scenes for the Operation Motorsport at 6 hours of Spa here today. The Chesapeake Region PCA, who would like to thank Porsche Silver Spring and a 2025 Premier Porsche Centre for their assistance and support for our event. That's PorscheSilverspring.com. And the Redwood Region PCA, who would like to thank Porsche Marin, a Porsche exclusive manufacturer partner, for their help and support for our event, PorscheMarin.com, for those guys as well. So big thanks to everyone who's been sponsoring and hosting indeed and helping behind the scenes of this great race for the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa. It's frankly not possible without them, of course, and therefore raising money for a great cause is not possible either, as we are doing here this afternoon. Here we go in towards the Eau Rouge corners again then for Zach Hebert and Fabrizio Rivera over the top of the hill, and Hebert seems to have the advantage now again. 3.5 tenths of a second is his advantage, and the slipstream is not going to give Rivera anywhere near enough of an opportunity. In fact, he's not going anywhere really in the slipstream, and Hebert again on the defensive, despite being not quite as quick. Clearly he's still on the defensive and defending well.
Marcus Souza in GT3 RM, the first of them. I don't know if that's going to be a full service pit stop, if this is a planned pit stop, but I'm looking at the stints there on the right hand screen, and I would not be surprised to see some of the 963s come in within the next couple laps, kind of get them out of the way of traffic. But that's going to be interesting as well to see as this battle for fourth. Once again, I said that the GT3s are going to play a part here in this battle. It very well still could be, as they've dispatched of one of them, and now they've got another up ahead.
It gets a little bit busier in places and then a little bit quieter in others, especially when it comes to traffic. A little bit of gravel there, kicked up by Rivera, and space given by the GT3. We don't see that very often, and sometimes when you're a 963 driver it can be even more confusing when the GT3 takes a wide line. You're more likely to hit them, to be honest, if that happens, because not very often is it that the GT3s actually get out of the way, nor are they expected to, of course, in multi-class racing.
No, it is the faster traffic's responsibility to make the clean pass, but it is also the passer the drivers being passed, I should say, to be predictable and hold their line. It's okay. It's been one of those days. So yeah, as you see right there, the GT3 gets out of the way and is predictable. That's what you want in this class, is we're seeing that battle for fourth because of all this passing really heating up.
You certainly are. Oh, look at that. Rivera with a nice run this time. Surely there's going to be an opportunity as he comes down the straight now on the way towards Eau Rouge again. Completely flat out in these 963s. Don't forget they're such high downforce machines. And here is Rivera now with that better run into the slipstream. Pulls out immediately at the kink here. And that might be a problem because it's a long time side by side. And again, Hebert stronger in a straight line. He's able to draft him past and indeed get ahead of Rivera, who goes on the brakes instead. Oh, that was aggressive. Side to side contact, I think, at least there. And Rivera can't get through.
Yeah, that defense system working pretty good. Of course, a couple of GT3s there. They're going to have to split the difference here because one's to the outside, one's to the inside, and they both make it work. So Reynolds and Herbert and Rivera tried to just work their way through GT3 traffic. You got to give a tip of the hat to Hebert, as he really made it very difficult for Rivera to make any sort of pass happen.
That was, if it wasn't contact anyway, it was really, really close, but it was aggressive from Rivera. You can see that he's quicker because he'll feel he's as quick as Reynolds, his teammate, and he should be off up with him right now. But because of Zach Hebert defending like this, he's not able to get in front and go with him. And this is always the problem when you're in a car that's not quite as strong in a straight line. Rivera is just not able to get past quite as easily as someone who's got a bit more straight line speed, and that's not going to help. A little bit wide into the gravel that time as well.
Yeah, last time by, Hebert with 204.5, 204.2 out of Rivera. So yeah, that straight line speed, especially on the Camel Straight, is a killer as we see more traffic moving their way through. This is actually the battle for third and GT3 R Pro, so you got to stop and figure that a lot of these drivers in GT3, while they are in a battle of themselves, they still got to watch out for this faster traffic. So Meismer still doing all he can to keep Miller behind. This battle's been going on for just a couple of laps as we start to see the 963s pick and choose which lanes they're using, and at least, they're using their flashers. But then again, Meismer, that was actually a brilliant move, but will it come to hurt him, as not only is Miller behind him, but Oliver as well?
I'm not sure if he had I think he's got a slow down, Meismer, there. He just went a bit wide. He was put off by Briggs coming up on the back of him there over the top at Radion, and I think he's serving a slowdown. So the Ramhorn Racing car is going to go right round the outside, and Daniel Miller is going to get into the podium places now, and that is at the expense of Gregory Meismer, who drops behind. Then Dominic Olivier in the Solpec car. He's on the outside, so that's a proper battle now for fourth position after Meismer's cleared his slowdown. Side by side through Bruxelles to fit themselves out on the way towards No Name. Inside at Olivier, and he does go through on the inside. One slowdown has cost Meismer 2 places.
Yeah, I gotta wonder if he wasn't able to fully properly use that slowdown penalty there, and that's why Meismer had to give up that second spot. He's got Beeman about 1.5 seconds behind, so plenty of time, but Meismer, he's got his eyes set on trying to get at least one of those 2 spots back. And I think he's going to, because that the 963 went a little wide, kind of shoved that Olivier off just a little bit. But yeah, that Solpac Racing GT3, that's not running as quick as it was earlier on in the lap.
No, it is Olivier just making that move through the early part of this lap that's put him in front of Meismer, but for how long, we wonder, as they make their way now on the way towards Blanchimont with a couple more 963s in the background. The FC Team Red of James Hoof is ahead of Billy Smith the second for Imperial Motorsports, and looking inside outside, which way are they going to go here? Billy Smith maybe has taken the right call, or has it been James Hoof who's taken the right call? They're absolutely side by side, though, the two of them, 4th, 6th place overall, and it is going to be Billy Smith who moves through. He's made up quite some places early on in this race, and there's another one up to 6th position.
Oh, and Huth's going to look to the inside as well, but not going to make anything happen as he got this battle for GT3 as well as 963. But the 917 of Billy Smith able to get back on the gas just a little bit faster. So Smith using that slower traffic as a bit of a defense there as they go down the Camel Straight with more GT3s up ahead.
It's just the one more, and that will be Well, one more for now. The Imperial Motorsport second place running car. In the background, the Olympus Esports car from second in 963 AM has also had another problem as Nolan Uke goes off again. I wonder how many times in GT3 we're going to see that through Blanchimont today, because that is already twice, or 3 times rather. Jason Lockwood, meanwhile, from the lead in 963 AM goes for a spin. He had such a big lead that he kept the lead from here, but that was the spin. This is Marcus Sturzer in the meantime, and he was spun around by a Solpec GT3 as well.
Yeah, just a couple of instances. We're taking a look at Christopher Stevenson, third running in 963 AM, and just a little bit of a spin cycle there, and kind of beaches himself just a little bit as well. We're 19 laps into this race, so yeah, I would not be surprised to start seeing some 963s come in within the next couple of laps for their pit stops. We're watching on board with James Huth. He's 7th place right now in 963 Pro. And now we go back to this battle with Ramhorn Racing's Daniel Miller in 3rd place, leading a charge ahead of Dominic Olivier and Gregory Meismer. So we've got 28, 9, 11, and 220 falling just back a little bit. As also coming in the picture, Tyler Beeman as well now is close in a half second that he didn't have last lap.
This is all looking very close now in GT3 Pro, even while the two leaders are getting further away at the front of the field. Two Fast One Furious who are leading the way. We are yet to see Matthew Siddle or Nick Whitehill drive for those two, for that teams, I should say. We will see them a bit later on as they take a 3-driver setup into this race here today. A couple of drivers doing this one solo. A lot of teams doing it with just the 2 drivers, roughly half I would say. And then just a few with 4. And so the majority probably with 3 drivers here today. Seems to be the right way around to go for it in a 6-hour race, as Daniel Miller again comes onto the Kemmel Straight with Dominic Olivier just in behind. Already been lapped twice by the leaders, as you can see there, but Olivier is now trying to overtake and overlap the Daniel Miller-driven Ramhorn racing car, and that is Olivier through. Number 991 has been going very well since the start of this race. Up another position now.
Yeah, that Solpec Precision Racing 991 looking pretty good through the early part of this race, just setting him up and knocking him down. He's got another 3.6 seconds till he needs to get to that 2nd place battle with Pies, but the way he's running, he may be able to catch him before the next 10. We're on board with Zach Heber in his cockpit cam. He's currently sitting in fourth in class, I should say, in the 963 Pro. Had some great battles early on, but he's trying his best right now to hold off Fabrizio Rivera, who's 0.7 of a second behind him. You kind of see him there in the rearview mirror.
Drum kit in the background as well.
I think that was, yeah.
Yeah, just I don't know. I'm just nosy and noting what's in the background of these driver camera shots. Of course, if you are in this race and you're about to get in the car, then do join our Zoom for driver cameras, and we'll show you on stream, of course. Try and get through everybody who puts the driver camera up for us here today as the race continues on. Time to once again thank the hosts and some of the people making this event possible here once again. First of all, Chesapeake Region PCA, who would like to thank Porsche Silver Spring, a 2025 Premier Porsche Centre, for their assistance and support for our event. It's PorscheSilverspring.com, where you can visit them, and PorscheMarin.com, where you can visit them. Redwood Region PCA would like to thank them, a Porsche exclusive manufacturer partner, for their help and support for our event this year as well. Big thanks to those. You can visit them on the websites, as you can see there on your screen. In this race, still 5 hours 17 to go, a long way, and first pit stops of the day can't be too far away either for these Porsche 963s.
Yeah, now working 21 laps, you got to start to think that these teams are starting to planned this pit strategy, and of course also, oh, that was another close one with Rivera almost running into the back. Is that the 001 once again that was possibly involved? No, it wasn't. But regardless, yeah, pitting's going to be pretty premier here as the end of the stint. Let's see, we are what? Yeah, we're going to be receiving pit stops here shortly, as we've got 5:17 left in the race. So I would not be surprised in the next 5 minutes if we see pit stops.
Maybe going just short of the hour, you would have thought, in 963, and the GT3s will be hoping to make it to the hour so that they can just limit their day to 5 pit stops over the course of 6 hours. Down onto the brakes, into the final chicane for Hebert. Oh, and he goes deep.
Ooh, both of them.
He knocks up and goes deep. Komats, meanwhile, in the mud part of your screen, a couple of moments ago, has gone into a spin and into the gravel as well. But Zach Hebert looks to just lock up there and finally makes an error.
Yeah, Rivera also, they both had a bit of an issue there, as both of them kind of went deep into the brake zone, one further than the other, but nonetheless, Hebert loses that spot. It seems like that the only way that the Solpeck drivers have been able to get around is if Hebert has made a mistake. Talk about some great defense out of the driver of the number 29.
Well, that's uncharacteristic for Zach Hebert, it's fair to say. You don't often see that from him there, but I wouldn't imagine it's going to snowball into other mistakes for him either. But it is costly because Fabrizio Rivera has gone through. And when you are a driver in a slightly faster, in a straight line car like that, you can't really afford to make mistakes like that, because, as you can see, Rivera will use his cornering speed through those initial corners and immediately gets away, and all of a sudden he's already out of reach of Hebert again.
Yeah, you definitely want, if you have that faster speed, you really got to keep in mind, you know, that when these corners come up, they come up just a little bit quicker than you expect. We're looking at the number 21 Olympus Esports 963M of Christopher Stevenson, as he's trying to keep up with some of these other cars ahead of them. Of course, also you've got Karasay and Witt in the 7 and 79 swapping positions right ahead of there. You see them at the bottom of your screen. So Stevenson trying to reel in this battle, and the more that those two swap, I think that, well, Stevenson had a little bit of a slower lap, so he may have had just a little bit of it off, but if they keep swapping left and right, the 7 and 79, I think we're going to see a three-way battle for third place in the 963 AM class. Yeah, whoa, a little bit of an off there, so maybe those tires starting to go away on Stevenson's 963.
Is Stevenson White, and who's that? Just in front of him there. Off the road.
That is Chip Witt. Yeah, Chip Witt. Yeah. Off.
Schadenfreude in the 97, 79 rather, wrong way around. So a couple of seconds drop further behind Stevenson, but it is all pretty close in 963M. Once you start to go behind him, you start to find teams and drivers who have had more problems over the course of today. And Steve Komats, for example, is next in line. He's nearly a minute off of the top 5. So like a small run wide there for Chip Witt, but almost as quickly as he was off the circuit, he was back on again and back in 5th place.
Yeah, that was a quick little off and on, and yeah, with these drivers making a little mistakes, so one has to wonder if these tires are starting to fall off of these 963s. Here's Daniel Miller. We've seen him a good portion of the race. He's been able to hold off some of his competition. Now he's 2 seconds ahead and 2 seconds behind Olivier, as he's in 3rd place. Then you got Miller in 4th, Meismer in 5th. So it's a 2-second gap between cars ahead and behind them. So nice little gap, kind of some breathing room there.
Yeah, it's nice to have. Oh, and here indeed comes Stevenson, Christopher Stevenson, into the pit lane. And as you mentioned earlier, they've got this old style pit lane as well as the Grand Prix pits. Nobody using the Grand Prix pits actually by the looks of things. The field is big enough to, or small enough rather, to fit into the endurance pit lane on its own. So we drive down the second part as well, and you'll see them in a moment. Stevenson's weaving around a little bit here for some reason, maybe just checking out if there's any damage, not entirely sure. However, now he'll be able to see his box on the way down here, and we'll get the first stops on the way of the day. Very uneven, by the way, this second part of the pit lane. It's not flat at all, but that's not a problem for the iRacing mechanics, who will now go to work on that Olympus machine.
And we'll see Stevenson get out. Charles Beauchel get into the number 21. As still plenty of time left. The Delta may put him all the way back to about 8th place. as we're seeing a new leader in 963 Pro, actually same leader I should say, Balzas Remniak, still going outside of match and heat. We're going to see him in the next lap or so as we start to see some of the 963 Pro drivers into the pits. Rivera and Hebert, Smith also coming in.
Really going to be a lot more frequent now in these next few moments. If you can do 45 minutes at the very least in a stint, then you should be able to get this race done in 8 stints. Maybe that final stop will be a little bit shorter as well, and we've already seen some of these teams go already over 3 minutes longer than that 45 minutes, so you are going to be able to go that little bit further. If you want to make it just 7 stints, you don't have to go all the way to the hour. You can go sort of another 7-8 minutes or so, and you should be able to do it on 7 stints, but maths gets quite complicated for that and all that kind of thing. We'll get to that a little bit later when it all becomes a bit clearer, as everybody apart from Balzas Remniak and Blake Reynolds are coming in. This is very much hitting the limit nearly now.
As I say, I don't have enough fingers and toes to think about that one right now. Here's Sean Lockwood, your 963 AM leader, and that's going to give Chip Witt the lead on the track as he is not pitted yet. He's going to try and go at least one more lap. And here's the thing, Ewan, with as big as this track is, and we say it's small, but it still is pretty big. You need to pit really soon, or else you are going to run into the problems of, running out of energy, running out of fuel, because you got to think about that here in these 963s, as they have that hybrid system, but the hybrid system isn't going to save you if you end up running low.
Into the box for Jamison Leckenby, I think, on board there. Pit stop time should be around 40 seconds or so, though for Thomas Briggs that has been a bit longer. The Shopaholics race team are still in pit lane, and they've dropped behind Imperial Motorsports, SC Team Red, the Paddock Enduro squad as well. As the overall race leader comes in, Sim Racer Academy, they'll be hoping to have a much shorter pit stop than that. This is 1:20 now for Thomas Briggs, who's still in the box here. This is extraordinarily long for Shopaholics race team. Not good news at all. They're close to dropping a lap.
Yeah, Thomas Isbell's actually the driver of record right now for Shopaholics race team. 1:34.5. Yeah, one has to wonder if they actually have to do some mandatory changes after some contact on the race. That's kind of interesting to see that going on. Yeah, almost 2 minutes still in the pit box. Very suboptimal.
Has there been a crash or something? I mean, something we're not, it's not damaged. I mean, you see it there. It's that black and yellow car there. It's not damaged. So why is that car spending so long on pit lane at the moment? Is there even a driver in it? I'm not sure I can see from this distance, but this is a terrible stop for Thomas Briggs. A good start to the race. I mean, they were 3 wide for the lead at one stage. I know they didn't stay pace with the leaders in the end, but even so, this is a terribly long stop for them. Balzas Remniak stays in the car, as does Blake Reynolds, as they make their scheduled pit stops. But it's fantastic news for their strategy that they've gone 1 lap further than the rest.
No, it is fantastic, because near the end, that's what's going to separate you from, how big your lead is right now. We're looking at Shane McNeely, your leader, the GT3R Pro, as he's got a healthy lead ahead of Chris Pye. So great pit strategy out of the 944, as they've got about 5 seconds separating them and second place. We're watching the Shopaholics race team. They're still almost now 3 minutes in the pit, so we're trying to get some answers. Not seeing anything on the chat kind of saying why the Shopaholics race team is having a problem. Now David Glenn is the driver of record in that number 27.
Maybe is that part of the problem. Thomas Briggs having some sort of issue there, getting back underway. This has cost them at least a lap. So we follow Shane McNeely here. The GT3s carry on, because they need to make it to the hour mark, which is still 4 laps away, as Steve Comax now comes in as well. This is a first pit stop of the day for him, so don't be alarmed by this slightly odd timing. We've also not yet seen Kainam racing into the pit lane. Same for the Stallions GTP of Mehmet Karacay. Tyler Reed is in, meanwhile, for Operation Motorsport number 2. In that number 47 car. That's from the lead in GT3 AM, and that is a little bit on the early side.
Yeah, so I'm wondering if this is going to trigger off the GT3 pit stops. But yeah, a little weird to see Tyler Reed into the pits, but nonetheless, thinking back to Steve Comatz, he lasted 25 laps. You also have Charlie Boyer out there. He's going to probably come in around lap 26. He right now is your 963 AM leader. We're watching Tyler Reed in the pits, has a healthy lead from GT3 RM. So that's probably a strategy call there, but nonetheless, interesting to see that call being made here early on in this race. I would have expected them to go to an hour.
I would have as well, but there we go. Tyler Reed deciding to come into pit lane right now then, and get a new set of tyres and a full tank of fuel as well. So these 963s are back out onto the circuit again, with the exception of those who have yet to be into pit lane yet. Rob Cottle is not one of them. He's a new driver, indeed, into that car. As just on his outlap at the moment. And then just in behind him is Charles Boschel, who's gotten into the Olympus Esports car. There's plenty of driver changes up and down the field as well, and I'll go through some of them a little bit later. But Charlie Boyer is still leading in 963 AM, and this is really giving them a big advantage later on. Maybe they are going to cut out a pit stop compared to some of their rivals as another GT3 spins through Blanchimont.
I think it's just going to be, unfortunately, the name of the game there. I don't understand why, because it's not that rough of an area for a GT3.
I mean, the Porsche does lose grip, especially on the rear end at high speed, but even so, there's been a lot of spins through there today.
Yeah, 2 from one driver. I think we're up to 4 that we know of at least through that stretch. So
yeah,
a close eye on that as we're looking. This is it. This is Souza who had suffered that spin, and yep, just back end just comes around right there. Oh, just another hard hit in the wall.
It's always a really hard hit in the wall when that happens, unfortunately. And then they've got the concern about getting smacked as well by someone coming back through again. Well, thankfully, they weren't on that occasion. As we go back to GT3 Pro again. Dominic Olivier has now caught Chris Pies. Question remains whether anyone can catch Shane McNeely, but the top 3 are covered by 6 seconds as things stand, because Dominic Olivier is running those 2 down up in front of him.
Well, no surprise. We mentioned that could happen. I didn't expect it to happen closer to the pit cycle than it is. So if Pies can hold off Olivier, it should be noted that those 2 might actually pit together. So that's going to be very interesting.
We will keep an eye on that. This is Cameron Urbanon. First lap out of the pit lane and off just into the barrier. It's a little bit of a hard hit on the wall there through Piff Paff actually. And hopefully that car is all right to continue on as one of the GT3s in the background comes into pit lane. That looked like it was number 90 to me, Matthew Barrett into pit lane. So Tanner Masters now leads the race for Operation Motorsport Enduro. This is the car that has yet to be in the pit lane yet. It's partly why they're leading. There's Tanner Masters out front right now, just coming up towards Eau Rouge. 5 hours 4 to go. Good to see Operation Motorsport leading with both of their cars in GT3 AM already in this race.
Yeah, 1 and 2 right now with Masters and Reed sitting in second place. So that's some great showing there. And also, speaking of pit cycles, guess what? Charlie Boyer comes across to complete another lap. Your 963 AM leader's taken 27 laps. The other driver who hasn't pitted in 963 is that of Peter McDade and the Opmo Reserve 908. So I think if I remember correctly, wasn't that the car that was having the disconnection issues? Yeah, let's take a look at my chat.
I think it was that one. This is Rob Neville, meanwhile, in number 87. Got a split screen driver cam, ever more developed. Just letting one of the drivers pass on the inside there in 963 class. That is not for position, that one, for Rob Neville. There he is. You can see his actual setup on the left-hand side, then the face cam on the right as well. Triple screen display for him. Some additional info up top as well. Meanwhile, side by side for the lead in GT3 Pro, as Shane McNeely has had to come in, Dominic Olivier goes through. And interestingly, Milan Radiovic in YouTube chat just mentioning that, well, I'm not sure how he really knows this, but saying that Olivier has at least 2 laps extra fuel compared to Pies. So that could put Solpic in a really great position if that is true.
Yeah, that's an interesting bit of strategy there. as Olivier, your leader now in GT3R Pro. I gotta just remember that's 963. That's up there too. But nonetheless, this is great news for the Solpac Precision Racing. So they're second and third in the 963 Pro class. They're leading in the GT3R Pro. Leading GT3R Pro class. So they're looking pretty good so far in this race. We're just about an hour in, and looking nice and racy here in this race.
They certainly are. Look at this through the fast left-hander of Blanchimont. Pais might well have another go in towards the chicane. Not on this occasion. And Olivier is going to hold the lead. Now, does Pais come in? No. They go on one more. So now they've confirmed they will be able to make it to the hour, these two. They have just completed 25 laps. They are going to complete 26, which gets them to the hour. If they can do that from here to the finish, they're only going to have to make 5 stops today. It's already become clear to me, I think, that some teams are going to be making 6 stops.
Yeah, Daniel Miller, Gregory Meismer, also Tyler Beeman coming into the pits. That's going to move Albano up to third on the track as they're watching this battle for GT3R Pro once again. And if this does come through that Olivier has an extra 2 laps, that's going to be huge later on in the race, Ewan, because of the simple fact of that's just going to be more and more leapfrogging and possibly one less stop or one stop later with that big of a gap already, as we're seeing some GT3 traffic coming out of the pits as well.
And there's one of them, Gregory Meismer, pulling into pit lane at the end of a stint, and I think is staying in. We've got some info on who's going to be in those cars, of course, for the Operation Motorsport teams, and I think it's going to be Meismer staying there for the moment.
It's actually going to be Tyler Guillemette who's in the car.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got that wrong. Tyler Guillemette is indeed going to get in for now. So that's a change for GT3 team. You'd imagine those two are just going to exchange throughout the day, actually, rather than do all their driving in one go and then get out. They're going to exchange throughout the day. Just 1 hour gone then in the Operation Motorsport, 6 hours of Spa. Be careful not to, someone telling me to be careful not to give the whole strategy away. I'm not going to do that. The 2025, 6 hours of Spa for Operation Motorsport. Just 1 hour complete here from the opening part of this race. It's been good racing so far, actually mostly clean. Certainly the actual car-on-car battles have been clean. A couple of GT3 spins where we've seen at this part of the circuit very loose rear end, and there you can see it again. Olivier just about saves it, but Chris Pais is going for the lead in the GT3 Pro category because of that rear end getting all loose through Blanchimont again. Pais takes the lead, but as soon as he does that, he comes into the pit lane.
Yeah, that was a bit of a scare there for Olivier as Pais now pits after briefly taking the lead, but not official because he didn't cross the line there. And I think that Blanchimont's just going to be a pain for some of these GT3 drivers as starting to see some more of your front runners in GT3 move up. One dust up on a couple of points. David Glenn, obviously back out on track in the number 27 Shopaholics Race Team 963 Pro. 3 minutes and 47 seconds was that pit stop, so something catastrophically wrong there. Cameron Arbanon had some issues early on after pitting. It looks like that maybe some more issues that were that were caused by that outlap crash that he had not too far away from there, as we see him just drive right off. But look at this, the class of the field right now. It's Balzas Remignac in the number 19 Sim Racer Academy 963 Pro, 8 seconds ahead of the field.
Exactly. The Sim Racer Academy car, driven by Balzas Remignac, leading the way very, very comfortably indeed. Of course, I'd like to give them a bit of a shout out for Speed Secrets by Sim Racer Academy. You can let Balzas Remignac and Ross Bentley help take your sim racing to the next level at Sim Racer Academy by visiting simraceracademy.com. They are representing the brand out front as well in the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa, the best way possible. And the notable thing as well is because of that long stop, amongst other things, for Thomas Briggs, but because of the everything goings on in the first hour, they've actually got themselves to a situation now, as Remignac, that they're leading by 10 seconds to these two teammates, Blake Reynolds and Fabrizio Rivera, trying to chase him down.
Yeah, still a big gap between those two. And yeah, at least this time they don't have Zach Hebert behind them. But nonetheless, Hebert actually had to come in for a little bit as well. He had a second pit stop, so that's why he's fallen back into 7th place. But the Solpack drivers 2 and 3, that's kind of where they wanted to be. But unfortunately, I think they wanted to be one spot higher as we're on board with Rivera. So they don't have to worry about racing other prototypes at this time. They just got to worry about getting around some of the GT3 traffic here in the next couple of laps. But a great showing by Solpack, as we said earlier on, 2nd and 3rd in 963 Pro. Right now they were leading as Olivier now into the pits, and GT3 R Pro, also the second car right now 8th after, but still has yet to pit as well. Here's Zachary Fouty with a little bit of a spin. Do you believe that that was also an outlap? So some cold tires biting some of the drivers early on in this race.
Yeah, they certainly are. I think that's probably the reason for some of this on the early parts of stints, especially in 963 and GT3. Again, Bruxelles, but a little bit up, locking up and just about avoiding the wall on that occasion in number 900. Don't tell me another GT3's in the wall here.
Yep.
Oh. Well, okay, Dave Bell. I'll be counting at home. I've lost count, to be honest with you. That's another one, unfortunately.
I think probably 5 right now, but yeah, I've lost count myself. Oh, that was a close call too.
Ideal rejoin. But yes, this is a difficult call. I mean, Ryan O'Connor was posting in YouTube chat a little bit earlier on about it. So the Porsche is just a bit prone to a snap on oversteer there at the high-speed Blanchimont corner. And Jürgen Bakker confirming that message. I don't think he needed to. We saw that himself. But yeah, he's unfortunately been in the wall a couple of times here this afternoon already. And he's down on pit lane, has been now for nearly 40 minutes in this race, sadly, as a result of the trials and tribulations of the earlier on in the day. Jason Taylor for Echelon just telling us that they had a bit of a moment. Not telling us specifically what that moment was, rather cryptically, but he has at least let us know there was a moment, which he correctly spotted, because they're down into 7th now after making their second stop of the day, only a lap or so after their first.
I'm sure Romero, our producer, will be able to maybe find something about that so we can get that back on. But nonetheless, still got this great battle for second in 963 Pro between Reynolds and Rivera. Of course, pit cycle still going on for the GT3 R Pro and AM. We've got Edward Nelson new in the number 13 Blue Thunder when they get back out on circuit, which should be any moment now. Of course, he has a 56-second stop with a driver change, so something a little wrong there as Fouty goes up into 5th place in that battle. But this is a tight battle here, and yeah, it's interesting how that Blanchimont is causing problems for the 963 Pro and not necessarily in the 963s, and not necessarily the GT3Rs, where the 963s, they're having no problems. But again, that's got to be attributed to the downforce.
And we've had drama in GT3 Pro, unfortunately, for Solpack Precision Racing number 991. Yuri Vukdelia is now at the wheel of that car, but unfortunately, they ran out of fuel in their pit stop, or just before their pit stop, rather, last time around. And that has put them right the way down to 10th position in the GT3 Pro category. Real shame for them. We knew they were cutting it tight with Dominic Olivier, but I didn't realise it was quite going to be that tight. I mean, there's, on the one hand, wanting to take a lapse advantage in terms of fuel and open out your strategy options a bit later on, but on the other hand, you can't really afford to run out of fuel. That's exactly what happened to 991 though on the previous time in. I believe this is a replay of that. They just had to avoid that car coming on. And now let's just go on board here and have a little bit of a listen down pit lane to see what went on down here. With, as I say, hearing they ran out of fuel before they reached their pit box here. You can see them spluttering already, and you can hear them, yeah, just hear them spluttering. And it's this bit that's the worst part as well. You're just slightly uphill through this bit. Look at this little rise on the way towards the turn. If this had happened just as they'd gone round the hairpin bend, they could have clutched in and coasted all the way downhill. It would have been slow, but they would have made it. But because that's a slight uphill towards the hairpin, they had to tow back to pit lane.
Yeah, at worst, they probably would have had a speeding penalty for clutching coasting, because you may not have seen how fast you were going, but nonetheless, just heartbreak for the 919. It looks like, sorry, 991, I say the 919 coming into the pits right now for their pit stop of the race. Charlie Boyer, for some reason, still has not come in 963 and 14-second lead, 32 laps on a stint. That is monumental for that car.
That can't be, that's got to be an error, hasn't it?
It's got to be. Oh.
Yeah, it's got to be an error.
Yeah, because you're seeing it on your timing too, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I am, yeah, I am.
Okay,
okay. I'm going to presume that's an erroneous report there, that the last pit stop just wasn't reported, but you're absolutely right on my screen. But to be fair, they are leading. Yeah. So, and they weren't before, so maybe. I mean, but
that doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense. An hour and 10. Goodness me. You'd struggle to do that in a GT3. Well, you wouldn't do that in a GT3.
Yeah, wacky stuff happens in racing. So see, it's endurance racing. That's half the fun.
We're trying to get to the bottom of a lot of stories at the moment. Jason Taylor giving us a little bit more information this time round about his problem for Echelon GTP. Very much a thank you to him for this. He said they pinned it at Blanchimont on our outlap, and that is why they had to come in to make a second pit stop. That's why Zach Hebert is now in 7th place, a minute off the lead. It's because they had to come in for a second stop. So it looked like they limited the damage in terms of time loss, but they did have to make an extra pit stop that I'm sure they'll be brewing a little bit later on when we get towards the end of this race.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see pit strategy really working its way through. Watching on board with the 29 of Zach Hebert. Hebert, of course, had the extra pit stop. We're trying to find out what exactly happened there, but nonetheless, that may come and help them as well. Got Rankin just a far ahead right now. That's actually going to be, I believe, a 963 AM. That's at least one lap down. Here's Cameron Auberdon, and see what she does here around, and yeah, once again, just going off. So one has to wonder if that contact that she had in the outlap is really starting to rear its ugly head and just giving her all sorts of problems.
I don't know if there's some sort of brake drama going on there, because to ourselves the last couple of times we've seen that be a problem. As we go on board with Blake Reynolds here, dropped his teammate a little bit now. Fabrizio Rivera can't quite stay with Reynolds by the looks of things here, and the gap is out to about a second between the two, and there's now going to be a GT3 between them as well. Always helpful for Reynolds. So 8.6 now the gap to Bowser Remenik out front. Blake Reynolds is trying his best to chase that down as we speak. He's doing a decent job of it as well. This is still a close race for the lead, and lots of pressure on that Sim Racer Academy car out front, although they have led pretty much the entire race so far.
Yeah, I've got to say, once Blake Reynolds was able to dispatch Zach Hebert, we finally got to see the raw speed out of that 160 Solpec Precision Racing 160. So this is going to be interesting to see if Reynolds can chase down Remenik. Remenik taking the lead early on and never letting go, leading 34 laps so far. But yeah, that's going to be interesting to see what happens. Of course, Rivera holding station right behind his teammate as they're going around some GT3R traffic. That's the early race leader, the number 13 right there, that the second and third place 963 Pro drivers are going around.
Unfortunately, we do have a first retirement of the day. Jochen Bakker has parked his car after a couple of crashes through Blanchimont in the early part of the race, which is a shame. But we have still got a massive 34 car entry out there this afternoon, all enjoying the track. We have got number 22 quite a few laps down already, but we have got them still in the race, at least, as we watch Mark Katska hit. Now, this is the camera I like to see. A very simple setup, which I can relate to, I've got to say.
Yeah, you know, here's the thing. Sometimes you just don't need the full sim rig. Reminds me of IndyCar driver who's in the field today, who, not this field, but in the IndyCar field, who said, you know, when this really started blooming during COVID, that all he had was a kitchen chair and had a basic PlayStation wheel. So you don't need much to get started, and everybody thinks, oh, you need these $1,000, these $1,000 wheels and these sim rigs and these videos. No, you can get by with a basic wheel, pedals, and a computer screen. And that's a great way to start. You just need to get out there and start. It's not a huge investment.
Exactly. You can pick up a cheap racing wheel and get going for a relatively low price, as many of these drivers have done. Charlie Boyer is still leading. We need to try and get to the bottom of the Kainan Racing strategy, because this is showing us their first pit stop. This is not ideal, though. It's one of the 963s that has been in the walk through Blanchimont and is holding up Charlie Boyer on the way into the pit lane, because that 963 is really damaged. That's Ken Eskridge, who's been in the wall in number 35.
That's suboptimal, but yeah. And of course, also the gap that the Boyers tried to open up between he and the Panic Squad Enduro 31, that was down to about 10 seconds. So this is not the strategy that they wanted. The Kiernan Racing team's just got to be frustrated now for the ill-advised timing.
Oh, look at this. Wow, an overtake in the pit lane. You don't see that very often. Ken Eskridge couldn't turn the car properly. Boyer slipped through on the inside line, and I'm not sure whether either of them are going to get a penalty for that. Either Eskridge for going outside of the cones there, or Boyer for overtaking in the pit lane.
I mean, at one point, you got to stop and wonder if you think, okay, what are you going to do when somebody, does that? Because, yeah, you can't pass in the pits, but at the same time, was it a problem where, it was unavoidable to pass in the pits?
Yeah, I think it very much depends who you ask. Let's have a look at it again. I mean, how often do you see this? It's very, very rare. I mean, you could probably argue that Boyer didn't really have much of a choice here, but Eskridge just doesn't have any turning power. You see, his front right isn't turning at all. And to be fair, he was a bit surprised to see Boyer down his inside, but lets him through in the end. And I can't help but feel like the game would give you a penalty, wouldn't it, for going outside the cones like that?
With the way that the AI would, yes, but if it was a human intervention, I doubt that there would be a penalty for that one. So yeah. It all depends.
Yeah, so I mean the AI in the sim, whatever you'd call that, the race director that does it automatically, that tells you whatever you call that for off tracks and all that kind of thing. But anyway, there you go. There's Ed Nelson. He's one of those more serious, proper rigs. He makes his way up in towards the Lacombe chicane. Triple screen display for Nelson in the Blue Thunder number 13. That is just behind Zachary Fouty, who we saw have a spin towards the outlap. You can see just through that picture there, that Porsche up ahead. He's chasing down his rival for that top 5 position.
I like Ed Nelson's painting up there from that Rolex 24 battle of GT3 last year between themselves and the KCMG Porsche. I should say I like to jokingly call it the All-Canada car. Actually, it was 2 years ago now. Where has the time gone? But yeah, it's always great. As I said, like you, I'm nosy. I like to see what's in some of these drivers' sim rooms.
Some people have got great designs in the background. Some people have just got their bed, and that's fine. Which and everything in between, obviously, which is absolutely fine. This will be a battle that I'm sure we'll check in with a bit later, because they will close in with one another. Here is Charles Bushell for the Olympus Esports car, currently running just 20 seconds off of the podium for the moment, with Rob Cottle just up ahead. They're now, of course, ahead of Kainan Racing, who have made a pit stop. I find it hard to believe that's their first stop of the day after an hour and 15, but that's still what the timing screen is showing us at this stage in the race. 4 hours 43 still to go in the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of spot. But don't forget, you can donate to Operation Motorsport, which is veteran recovery through motorsport. And you can do that by visiting the link in the YouTube description, which will take you to where you need to be for that. As we also need to thank some of the guys helping us host this event here today, starting with the Chesapeake Region PCA, who would like to thank Porsche Silver Springer 2025 Premier Porsche Centre for their assistance and support for our event. And of course, the Redwood Region PCA, who would like to thank Porsche Marin, a Porsche exclusive manufacturer partner, for their help and support for our event. So just around a quarter distance almost already in this race, nearly an hour and a half gone in the 6 hours of spot, and Sim Racer Academy are still leading. They're trading lap times with these two Solpec Precision Racing cars, but when you've got an 8-second head start also at the start of a stint, it's pretty difficult to bring that back if you're Blake Reynolds in second place right now.
It really is, and of course, you know, Remniak really got a great start and just put his feet to the fire and just decided to leave everybody else in the dust, let the rest of the 963 Pro drivers just, you know, battle for what they may. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when Remniak gets out of the car and hands it over to his co-driver. But man, what a great race he has had so far. And this battle for second place also between Reynolds and Rivera, despite them being teammates, it's been great as well all race long. It's just a shame that Zach Hebert had the issues that he had earlier on to kind of lose sight of the two of them.
Onto the front straight, these two are unlikely to provide us with a battle, but they are likely to try and close in on the race leader, Baltas Remenek, out front. Battle for the lead in 963 AM is going to be coming up very soon, I think, between... oh, well, I've just said that. I might have just cursed Mehmet Karaçay, who has just lost about 3 to 4 seconds in one go there. Now, was that any sort of incident, or was that just the general look of things? It was the Shopaholics race team unlapping themselves in one sense, or actually getting past, I should say, of the Paddock Enduro squad. Stallions GTP all of a sudden, after being about a second or 2 seconds behind before, they're now 4 seconds behind suddenly, but I thought the number 31 had a bit of damage on it looking at it there.
Yeah, it could have a bit of damage there, but yeah, 3.6 seconds. It's about the closest lead that we have in really any of the classes, however. As you take a look, 6 seconds for GT3R Pro. It's about, we'll call it, we're showing a minute 6 there, as there's Karaçay in his number 7. Bit of, yeah, I don't see any damage. I wonder if he just put a wheel wrong and just kind of lost it through there, but nonetheless, he's still trying to reel in. Katsuki is now that battle down to about 3.3 seconds and closing.
I'm sure that will that'll be one to watch a little bit later. Karaçay is going very quickly at the moment behind Mark Katsuki. And already it's below 3 seconds as they go over the line here. Last time round, by the way, for reference, before that lap, he closed in by about 1.5 seconds or so. And that is surely going to repeat itself a little bit later. There's the two Solpecs again, running nose to tail. They are the closest two on the circuit right now, which is why we're following them so closely. Trying to close in on the leader, but Reynolds and Rivera are only going to work together, really, at this stage. Then they're very unlikely to go side by side.
Yeah, I'd imagine team orders are in place. You know, don't wreck each other. Don't be stupid, but, you know, try and help each other out. You definitely yeah, don't want to deal with it. It's like Jimmy Vassar says, there's no I in team, but there is one in chip. Oh, wait, that's the wrong one. But regardless, either way, seriously, though, you don't want to wreck your team. We've seen how that happens. We've seen how it affects other races. It's still early on in the race, so I don't think that, you know, the Solpac team really wants to push too hard. You want to keep your standing at the end. So the car's running quite well. Just, you know, get out there, run some laps, stay within it. And yeah, unfortunately, that lead up to about 10 seconds right now, as Remenek really just putting the hammer down.
He is really making everybody else work to try and stay with him, is Baltas Remenek. And the gap now tips over just 10 seconds in this race as well. Still plenty of time remaining in this stint as well. Probably another 10 laps yet before these drivers have to come in again. So this is a good advantage now for Remenek on the two Solpec cars just in behind. Next closest battle will be Karaçay catching up to those in behind. Tyler Manning is also catching up to Zachary Fauci as well for 6th place in the GT3 Pro standings. So there are a couple of battles to have a look at, but we are starting to settle in now after an hour and a half or so of very busy racing, I've got to say, and lots going on out there on the circuit. It has just calmed down slightly now, as you'd expect at this stage in the race, the midpoint in the race.
things starting to calm down, but again, we're now seeing actually, oh, look at that little shortcut. We're going to see a slowdown penalty here at a new second place runner in 963 Pro, with Rivera now getting around his teammate Blake Reynolds. That looked like it was a little bit of a late break as well, and at least this time he didn't go too far into the runoff. So move Rivera up to second place as the teammates swap positions down the Grand Prix pit straight. That was a little interesting.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't expecting them to be reversed at any stage anyway, but there you go. Sometimes these things change very quickly. Now it's time for Reynolds to tuck in behind. So I'm just pausing there to listen into the lifting off towards the end, see if there was going to be any, and there certainly was. So maybe that's why they're about halfway through. They're probably just over halfway through, but now it's time for Rivera to tow Reynolds around, and if they can exchange like this, they might be able to save a bit of fuel between the two of them.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to see if they're able to take hold of that. But like I said, if it wasn't for that slowdown penalty, I don't think we would have seen a pass for that second spot as well. Back to what I was saying before the shortcut of that chicane, Mohamed Karsai already down to 1.5 seconds behind Katsuki, so that battle will heat up here momentarily for the 963 AM leader, and that's another close battle that we have here. But again, still watching this battle for second place for the 963 Pro class between the Solpec Precision Racing teammates, as Rivera now getting a chance to get some of that clean air before they have to deal with GT3 traffic, which we see just up ahead.
Got a nice separation now, by the way, in the field between 963 Pro and 963 AM. After David Glenn's pass on Mark Katsuki we saw not that long ago, we have now got the pros all in front, all of the pros in front of all of the AMs. Although, having said that, some of the 963 AMs are a bit further down, some behind the GT3s because of their trials and tribulations over the course of the day. But the gap now in 963 AM is only 1.4 seconds. Mehmet Karachai looks quicker than Katsuki, but he's got to catch, and then he's got to find a way past. Here they are, the two of them, in amongst a load of traffic that is not their own, other 963s hanging about. The one directly behind Katsuki here is not for position, but the one afterwards is. You see Katsuki in the green, grey, and green, white, and black livery up in front here, with a bit of traffic in between himself and Karachai, but not much room realistically in terms of distance. It's getting close now.
Yeah, this GT3R traffic really slowing down the 963 AM as they go through into no name here shortly. But yeah, that's going to be interesting to see what happens. Of course, let's see if Karsai was able to get around. No, he's still got at least one more GT3R between he and Karsai, I should say Katsuki, as they work their way around. So very suboptimal for this 963 AM lead that's now up to about 2 seconds.
And there's a nice bit of traffic as well through Piff Paff. They exactly got to where Katsuki would have wanted, and he is going to extend that even further again, because Karachai is not going to have the same luxury through Stavilo or the Curb Pour Frere either. So there is the gap going to balloon again, and they are now going to. Now I'm trying to work out who's directly behind them here. Whether that is a car, it can't be a car on the lead lap, can it? It's got to be one unlapping itself here from some of these guys. But anyway, not helpful when you are a leader in a 963 AM category like that. As we go back to the GT3 AM leader, there's Tyler Reed, over a minute out front now for Operation Motorsport.
Yeah, they're having such a great race here in this early part of the event, because you've got that, and I believe, yeah, that is Ramhorn Racing behind them in the GT3R Pro class. And of course, they've also got the Solpec Racing Precision 991 right behind them as well, but there is another 963 behind them. So a little bit of out-of-class racing, but nonetheless, this is just fantastic from the Operation Motorsport with Tyler Reed behind the wheel. I believe he did take the start, so he's double stinting. So once his stint's over, that's it for him for at least the foreseeable future.
I think so, yeah. Other drivers in that car today are going to be himself, and himself. So I suspect he's him.
I'm not sure if he cloned himself. That's one thing. So,
so he's obviously I'm being a bit facetious. He is going to be doing this whole race by himself here today, and good luck to him for that. I mean, 6 hours is a decent undertaking. I must admit, when I'm driving in iRacing, I don't really like to drive for more than 2 hours at a time, otherwise I get a bit tired. And, well, some of these drivers, he's not the only one, by the way, Tyler Reid, and we'll go through some of them a bit later, but Tyler Reid is one of our drivers who's going the whole way.
There's a handful of them. With Cameron Arbidon, she's had some issues after outlap Shamazel, but nonetheless, let's see if she can get that going. Looks like that she looks to me, like she's getting on the brakes just a little bit earlier and a little bit easier. So yeah, I'm wondering then if your assessment of her having the brake issue might be correct.
It looks like there's a bit more of a rhythm for this car now. It's all about getting yourself in, if you like, and getting yourself, I don't know what the right word is, but settled, I suppose, is the right word, isn't it, to one of these cars. And the GTP is really hard to drive, so once you've got over that initial phase, you've got the tyres up to temperature and everything, then you're in business. As Mark Katsuya just goes a little bit wide there through that final chicane. There's still traffic involved here for Stallions GTP, and they can't quite get past for the moment, but this is the battle for the 963 AM lead.
Yeah, it's starting to heat up once again. Katsuki, your leader, Karsai sitting in second place. We've seen him try and catch up, and there have been problems with him trying to stay close, and I believe that is Karsai in the 7 right there behind him. And yeah, no, that's actually going to be the 6th place. That's going to be right. Either way. This battle is heating up, though, as now we're under 1 second between first and second at 963 AM. So now Katsuki has to look in his mirrors, and that's where he sees Karsai possibly getting just a little bit bigger.
He is looming now in this battle for the lead, with roughly a quarter of this race gone. Look at the Travi in front here for Katsuki as well. It is GT3 and GTP all in one go. Look at Karachai as well. He's going to close right in as a result of this. Is he going to be able to get past the GT3 down here, though? Could be the problem. Into Puon.
He's got to force the issue right there.
Yeah, he did. He just forced the issue, if you like. And this is why it's a lot easier when you are directly in behind. If you're Stallions GTP car there now, it's much easier to force your way through that traffic when you're directly following number 31, because you can almost just follow them through everywhere.
Ooh, a little bit of wheel off there in the runoff, but yeah, let's take a look at that fundraising target. We're getting a little better.
We're getting there, absolutely. You can donate to the Operation Motorsport Veteran Recovery through Motorsport by scanning the QR code in the top right-hand side of the screen, or by visiting the link at the bottom of the screen as well. It's a tax-deductible donation, so if you can, please do go ahead and donate to a great cause. We'll be learning a little bit more and hearing a little bit more about in the next few moments as Mark Katsuki goes off. Oh, and as soon as he gets to the lead, Mehmet Karatai goes for a spin through that chicane. Almost as he got the lead, seconds afterwards, Mehmet Karatai goes for a spin, and all that work becomes undone.
Yeah, it just bounces off the sausage curbing there in the apex, and yet once again we saw Karsai try and go for the lead, and unfortunately not able to make it happen. As cannot wait to see the replay with that, because that was just unfortunate for the driver of the number 7 Stallions GTP.
Oh, someone's brought a load of gravel onto the circuit out of turn 1, by the way. That's something separate for us to go and have a look at, but let's see Karachai's incident first. He just slipped through here because Katsuki went wide, and that's all fine. And there wasn't any contact here. Karachai just seemed to lose it on his own, but it's must be so frustrating to him that he did all that chasing, eventually got through and threw it away immediately. Yeah,
that's always such a hard part, as we see the QR code come up for donating and bidding to help our veterans. Keep in mind, all your donations are tax deductible as well, so use the QR code or log on to fundraiser.support/OPMO 6 hours. It's OPMO number 6 hours.
Absolutely. A big thanks, of course, to everyone who has already donated so far. Let's have a bit of a chat about Operation Motorsport now, shall we, with Jason Leach from Operation Motorsport itself. Jason, welcome in. Good to have you with us. Good to chat with you here this afternoon. I hope you're enjoying the race here at Spa this afternoon. It's been fun for us up here in the booth so far. Have you been enjoying it from the spectators' seats so far?
Oh, guys, I've been enjoying the race ever since they took the green flag here. 35 cars here, 35 teams taking it in support of this charity event is really awesome to see.
Now, tell us a little bit more about Operation Motorsport, because obviously we're raising money here in the 6 hours of Spa for Operation Motorsport itself, a veterans recovery through motorsport. But just tell us a little bit more in detail what you guys do.
Absolutely. So we were founded in 2017. We believe in the power of using motorsports for medically retired and wounded service members to rebuild 3 tenets in their life: team, identity, and purpose. Those are 3 tenets that every veteran struggles with when they leave the service. But if you're being medically released, or if you have a service-connected disability, it can be that much harder. We find people, from a mental health perspective, a physical health perspective, where they really struggle to take that next step forward in their life. So our purpose, our main mission is just to use motorsports as that way for them to identify that there's still a team out there for them to be a part of. There's still that identity that comes from having served in the military, and then the purpose is just that: working with race car teams, working with their fellow veterans, taking that next step to rewrite that next chapter, so they don't succumb to veteran suicide.
And what can you tell us about the guys who are in this race for Operation Motorsport in terms of the drivers on your teams? Have you met any of them? Do you know any of them personally? Have you got any stories for us to tell us today?
I know every one of these guys personally that's been a part of our program, and a couple of these guys have been with us since about 2022. Between Tanner, Cody, and John Hicks, they're with the Enduro team. Cody and John are heavily involved in our eMotorsports iRacing League. Tanner is an Air Force veteran. He's been active on the Motorsports Immersion program. The Motorsports Immersion program is where we embed these veterans in with race car teams across IMSA, SRO, FEL Motorsports, and soon to be NASCAR Canada here this year. We look at the Atmo US team with Greg Meismer and Tyler Gamet. Greg's a U.S. Marine Corps veteran. Tyler is a Navy veteran. Both of them are also alumni of our Motorsports Immersion program. Tyler actually now has a paid position in with Archangel in the SRO paddock. Greg has come on board to give back and is an event coordinator in the IMSA paddock. So an event coordinator is a volunteer who helps kind of keep an eye on the veterans as they're at the races. We look at Baby Got Track with Nolan and Dave and Richard, all Army veterans. Nolan just joined us this past year. He's now with Meyershank Racing in the Motorsport Immersion program. Dave is in with Random Vandals. Richard is his story is really cool because he's using photography as part of his recovery tool. So he's actually helped capturing the beneficiaries when they're at the track, when they're with their race teams, and he's helping Operation Motorsport tell the larger story. I'm looking at the Zoom call right now. I see Johnny Salata on there. He just joined us. He's an Army veteran. He's in with CSM Racing, a Porsche racing team in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. And then we look at the reserve team. We've got Peter McDade. He's a U.S. Air Force veteran. He had activated with us on the Motorsport Immersion side a couple years ago with CrowdStrike Racing in SRO. And yeah, we make a connection with these guys from the day they join us. And once you're in the Atmo family, you stay within the Atmo family. These guys, they go through the programs, but it's their opportunity to give back to their fellow veterans as well.
So many great stories up and down the grid from this race as well. I mean, just tell us a little bit about how that Motorsport Immersion program sort of fits into the real world or makes them transform into that real world motorsport environment, because there's so many, as you say, fascinating stories with different drivers going into different versions of and paths in motorsport through that program. Tell us how they get from that stage to the real world motorsport. It starts with an application to us. You can go to our website. If there's a veteran out there listening that wants to learn more, they can go to our website, operationmotorsport.org, to learn more. But it starts with that application interest form, and then we have a conversation. We assess
what is the individual's goals? Why are they attracted to motorsports? What are the opportunities that may exist? We have partnering race teams and series, throughout the professional sports car racing side that want to give back to the veteran community, but they don't necessarily know how. So that's where Operation Motorsport comes in. We help make those connections. And it can be anywhere from being a crew member to, like I mentioned, like Richard with doing photography, and he's going to start to dabble a bit into videography. It could be hospitality, marketing, engineering, any aspect of the racing side, minus putting somebody in the race car seat to give back. And that program, the veteran can be with us for up to 2 race seasons. So when you think about it, that's a long time to kind of be an intern with the race team. But you start to build that trust with that new team, on day one, and you just kind of work your way up through the team.
Thanks very much, Jason, for coming to have a chat with us about Operation Motorsport, to let us know a little bit more about what you guys do. Thanks very much for coming to chat with us. As I say, hopefully, if you're around, we'll be able to speak to you again a little bit later, chat a little bit more. But for now, Jason, thanks so much for coming to have a chat with us.
Really, thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you to PCS Sim Racing and the entire PCA League for being a part of this. Thanks to you guys on RaceSpotTV for broadcasting us. I'm staying tuned in for the entire race. I can't wait to see how it ends.
Right, thanks very much, Jason. Hopefully we'll speak to you again later.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much. That's Jason Leach. They're chatting to us from Operation Motorsport about Operation Motorsport, veteran recovery through motorsport, and that's what we're racing for here today in the 6 hours of Spa. As you can see on the top right of the screen, you can donate by scanning the QR code at the top, or indeed visiting the link in our YouTube description, and they'll be very, very welcome to take your donation. Big thanks to everyone, of course, who has already done so far this afternoon. We've already had one pit stop cycle. It's time for another one. Jeremy Scott alongside me, Ewan O'Leary here, just coming towards the end of the second hour. 963 Porsches into pit lane en masse again.
Yeah, no surprise that we're seeing pit stops around this time. This is about the time when we'll start to see the normal pit stops. Yeah, Mark Frost now in the SC Team Red, number 963. They sit 6th in the 963 Pro category. Schadenfreude Fodder, your leader in the 963 AM category, with Robert Cottle behind the wheel. And there's Jason Taylor sitting 8th right now in the 963 Pro class. So we're going to start to see these drivers come in and out and in and out. So it's just going to be normal pit stops, nothing too shocking as Taylor comes back out. So hopefully they can get out there and keep those tires warm, because we've seen a lot of the incidents, Ewan, happen on the outlaps. Oh, case in point.
And there's one. Very nearly, as you were saying it, there very nearly was one there as the Echelon Synsport and Solpec battles continue. This time it's a GT3 battle. They've both got cars in both of the categories, and the 963, they're very much getting in the middle of it. Now, 919 was very much flashing its lights there. I suspect Robbie Prescott wasn't particularly pleased with that prototype driver, with that driver diving down the inside the way that it did into Brussels that time.
Yeah, still this tight battle here, as you mentioned, but yeah, we're going to start to see, I think we're going to see more of a mix of 963 and GT3 R Pro traffic. Matt Quinn getting a black flag as well.
Now, what is this for, I wonder? We'll try and get to the bottom of that as a couple of 963s come into pit lane. The Imperial Motorsports 917. I think this is Matt Quinn's first laps in the car, so I'm not sure what they've done wrong on the outlap here, but Imperial Motorsports have had to come in for a second time, as are the number 900 team going to have to come in as well. So that's a second black flag of the day. Just inside 2 hours gone in this race. Sim Racer Academy and Solpec Precision Racing, in the meantime, are both into the pit lane as well. Looks like that might be the end of a great stint from Boris Remenek, who has given them the lead of this race at this stage.
Yeah, and of course also Solpec 1 is in the pits, and I think Solpec 2 might be in the pits here shortly, but they're actually a minute 15 behind, so plenty of time to see if Jesse Lyon, actually I think Jesse Lyon just came out from a stint, so the aggregate leader so far. Let's see if Remniak stays in the car, and I think that Remniak will indeed stay in the car for a third stint. So, well, I take that back. Remniak will get out, and C.R. Reed will get in and take control of the number 19 Sim Racer Academy 963.
Yes, I'm just trying to find if there's any other drivers for this team, or whether they are completely on their I'll get to the bottom of that in a moment, so I'm not clearly capable of doing anything else while talking. Meanwhile, the battle for the leader in 963 AM will continue. Rob Cottle right in behind Mark Frost here. Now, Cottle hasn't been in yet, but we've seen 963 AM leader stay out for an incredibly long time at times here today, and so maybe he will try and strike while the guy in front is on cold tyres and heavier fuel as well. The 963 AM leader might be out there for quite some time as well just yet before coming in.
Yeah, I have a feeling that that's going to happen indeed. So CR Reed gets back out into the pits about 3 seconds ahead of the Solpac 160, which was out there. So didn't lose too much time from the other Solpac Racing 963 that did come in a lap sooner. I should say 2 laps sooner nonetheless. Cottle, though, as we said, 23 laps on the stint. We'll see what happens as near the end of these 963 pit cycle. Still plenty of time left, but Charlie Boyer sitting in second right now has a couple of the 963 pros ahead of him.
Sorry for screaming in the background. Rob Cottle there so nearly rear-ended Frost just in front and puts the pit limiter on quite early there, and gets into pit lane. So only 1 lap further than some of his rivals on this occasion for Rob Cottle. That was extremely close going down in towards the chicane. Matt Quinn is now behind Mark Frost, by the way, in the 963 Pro category. So expect to see Matt Quinn trying to make up some of those places again. We just saw him come into pit lane, of course, after that first penalty of the day, that first black flag we've seen today. But he will now be making some overtakes, you'd imagine, in the next hour to regain those places.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to see how these places end up going out as we see the battle for second in GT3 is Blake Reynolds, your leader now for the first time. So it's the first time we've seen Solpac in the lead for 963 Pro.
Absolutely. This is a real difference in speed as well. So Blake Reynolds out of the pit lane is absolutely firing, and the Sim Racer Academy car has lost all that lead and a little bit more as well on this outlap immediately here. So Blake Reynolds is going to sail out front, 2.5 seconds out front. And where's his teammate is the other question here. Jesse Lyon is 12 seconds further behind as well. So something has certainly gone on here. A few seconds longer of a stop there for Lyon, but suddenly the gap to the teammates 13 seconds, and suddenly they've taken over the lead as well. It's all changed here.
Yeah, it's all changed here. As we said, Reynolds, Reed, Lyon, 1, 2, 3. As Reed falling back to about 3 seconds. I'm not sure what happened there. Taking a look at, actually, I don't see Reed's lap time from last time by out there. So one has to wonder, as maybe Reed had a little bit of an off there that did not count for a lap time.
Yes, that does suggest that there's been an off track somewhere as well. So 5 seconds now, the gap already. I mean, this is the key in endurance racing, isn't it? It's all well and good after an hour or so looking at who is in front of who and what is going on. But if you are not quick across the board, if you like, or you're not similar across the board, then you've really got to wait until all the drivers in each car have been in before we start to really decide who's going to win this race. Because if you first driver's very quick and your second can't keep up, then it's not much use having a driver that's quick, to be honest. You need that pace across the board to win one of these races.
Yeah, and the pace is really going to be the big thing. And of course, as we saw throughout, if you're having a mechanical problem, that's really just going to set you back on the back foot. As we take a look at the 963 AM, as that battle for fourth place heating up between the 7 of Cassian and Roman. GT3 traffic really playing a part in this, and I feel like I've been saying that a lot because it really has. Most of these battles in 963, whether they're pro or am, have been caused by some of the slower traffic.
So we're following Otmo Reserve into Blanchimont in this great battle for fourth position. And it's around, oh, it is, there's a A car spun off to the right-hand side through the Blanchimont corner. We will get a replay up of that here in a few moments' time as Elias Roman comes into pit lane. And the Opmo reserve car that now will maybe taking on its first driver change of the day. And Elias Roman will be able to get out, and maybe we'll be able to chat to some of the Operation Motorsport drivers who have been in the race in the next 20 minutes or so. Hopefully we'll be able to pull them in shortly, and we'll chat with them as well. So where are the other close battles out there on the circuit? It is getting a bit more spread out, as we know, because of this stage of the race. There is Robert Gregoire going for a spin through Blanchimont. There's another example of the spin, but less contact with the wall this time, happily.
Yeah, that's good. And of course, also the spin was more to the right than it was head-on into the wall driver's left, so that's always a good thing. Caccion in the number 7, getting back out onto the track as well, as he sits 4th right now in the Stallions GTP number 7. Got about 5 seconds behind Chip Witt in the Schadenfreude fodder number 79 as well. So nice to get out some open track time, try and get that gap and close it up as Elias Roman comes in the 908 Opmo Reserve. 9:63 a.m.
Yeah, we will see if there's a driver change there for now. I wouldn't have said so, considering we're nearly 30 seconds into a stop. Another car spun on the way through Blanchimont here in the GT3 Porsche class. It's been happening all over the circuit so far in this race. We will get a replay of that up a little bit later on, but let's take a lap on board and listen in with one of these beautiful Porsche GT3s. Here's Devin Hopkins from the Stallions GT3 taking us for a lap of Spa. There's the sound of the Porsche on board with Devin Hopkins in the Stallions GT3, number 3. One of our GT3 AM drivers and teams there, down towards the back end of the field. 4th place I think, for them. And that's the end of a second stint now. Blake Reynolds, meanwhile, has come into the pit lane from the lead. So it's got a couple of... and it's got no rear wing. That's one of the stories there. So we'll have a couple of replays here in a few moments' time, because I know that we saw a GT3 off at Blanchimont just before we went to that little onboard turn up the volume section. Blake Reynolds, in the meantime, has been in the wall, and seems to me there's pretty big damage there.
Yeah, it looks like pretty big damage. I was going to say that because Jesse Lyon actually leapfrogged C.R. Reed in the number 19. Of course, he also has a slow lap time, so one has to wonder if those two are interconnected as we look at Jason Taylor now taking 6th place in 963 Pro. He's got several seconds. He's actually got plenty of time between he and Charlie Boyer, who looks like running an alternate strategy as your 963 AM leader. Plenty of distance between the two of them. Of course, the GT3R AM lead between Reed and Masters is heating up as well. It's under a half a second between the 47 and the 109.
We will try and keep an eye on all the battles that we possibly can. But yeah, two Operation Motorsport teams and drivers running nose to tail. Tyler Reed and Tanner Masters at the moment in GT3 AM. They will battle away, you'd imagine, on our screens in a few moments' time. This is Jason Taylor, though. He's about 4 seconds behind Mark Frost for the Echelon Sim Sport car. They've just moved ahead of Blake Reynolds, who's now starting to tumble down the field with that long stop that he is currently enduring in pit lane. And there he is, still in pit lane. That's over 2 minutes now. And see, I guess there might have been a tow that will have been some time as well. We'll wait and see how long they have to spend there, but this is disappointing for the race overall. And this is how it's happened. They've just passed one of their teammates on the way up towards Eau Rouge, clipped the inside curb. Oh, snap, I've oversteered. And that's a big accident for Blake Reynolds.
Yeah, that'll do it right there. Just that snap oversteer through Eau Rouge. And I gotta say, that's a clean break from the rear wing, because you know what, here's the thing, with the way that the impact was setting up you, and that could have been a rear wing, an engine cover, side pods, all sorts of things. But with that clean break, that could mean that there could be more underlying problems with that that prototype.
That's Shane McNeely. No such problems for this class leader. Too Fast, One Furious team leading the way currently in GT3 Pro with a comfortable advantage over Chris Pies, who's 4.8 seconds further behind. It's going to be a good race, I feel, though, between those front guys in GT3 Pro. We've got, I say, Shane McNeely out front right now, and kind of I feel Chris Pies is going to try and, you know, bring this gap back again before the end of his stint, although they might well be changing driver again pretty soon. They're two top-class drivers, and after 2 hours, neither of them barely made any mistakes, and they're 4.5 seconds apart only. That is how close it is.
Yeah, and that's just how endurance racing can be, as we see McNeely just going around once again. I know Chalmers in the pits right now in GT3 RM from 3rd place. So yeah, we're going to start to see these pit cycles happen for the GT classes, as we start to see another 963 close in to try and put the lap down on McNeely. McNeely's just been keeping his nose clean most of the race, and that's probably been the best part of all of this, as we see Barrett is now getting in the number 90 Auburn Motorsport Incorporated GT3.
That's down in GT3 AM. We're still seeing some teams not quite make it to the hour mark here with 4 hours to go. I get the feeling that this is going to be a little bit of a struggle for some of these GT3 teams now to make it in the amount of pit stops that they really need to, because, you know, if they're not making it to the hour at this stage, then how are they going to be able to save the fuel to reduce this to 5 pit stops before the end as well? I'd be, a little bit concerned for some of these teams that they're not quite getting the fuel mileage that maybe they need, in a sense.
As we now see the battle for the GT3 RM class really heat up. Mentioned that earlier, between the 47 and the 109. It's our Operation Motorsport, one of the cars in the field for this Operation Motorsport race. as looks like one of the 963s sitting the meat and the sandwich and get by here. So now it's going to be a clean, straight up race between the 47 and the 109. Tyler Reed behind the wheel of the 47. Tanner Masters, who's been the front runner most of the time for the GT3R AM class in the Operation Motorsports Endurance. So kind of teammates here as the two drivers working their way through no name. But I'll say this, Masters really starting to get that hook, line, and sinker into reel in the leader in the AM class.
Yeah, Masters is really much lower on fuel now, much further through a stint, and he's putting the pressure on Tyler Reed as a result here for the first spot in GT3 AM. Operation Motorsport 1 and 2 as things stand in this class, with Stellantis GT3 2 minutes further behind in the background. 4 hours 2 minutes to go. They are going to need another lap before they can make it to the hour mark. And that is exactly what Tanner Masters is going to be hoping for, you would think. Although the fact that the team ahead of them have made a stop and still come out in front of them, I guess, is a show of just how far number 47 is out in front right now.
Oh, yeah, the 963 course. Here's the thing that worries me, and it's going to worry me throughout the end of the race as well. How we've seen the GT3s snap oversteer right there into Blanchimont, and how many 963s are in the inside. I fear that we're going to see something like that happen again. There's going to be a 963 there, and it's going to be game over for them. I hope I'm wrong. I really do. But it's just something I kind of cringe a little bit watching as we see a replay here of the 46. Let's see what happens. I believe it's going to be one of those moments as Salata. A little bit of a wiggle there, and so far so good as we're on board. So Salata looking pretty good as well.
Real good. This is Salati's very, very zoomed in here for his setup, but looks like he's got two setups in his room, doesn't he? It's another one in the background, or is that just another office top chair thing going on?
Oh, probably one of the office chair, you know, kind of a backup in case that chair seems to fail. But I'm looking at those gloves. You don't normally see the tight leather gloves for the sim racers. It looks like that you see what you would normally see in a race car with some of these sim racers. But a lot of these sim racers really starting to go into gloves. So,
absolutely, yeah. And to be honest, your hands and wrists need it, at least in my experience. So there you go. It's well needed. Jeremy, our time in the broadcast booth together is coming towards an end here, a couple of hours into this race. Give us your assessment on how the race has gone so far in the Operation Motorsport 6000 Spa.
Well, so far it's been absolutely fantastic. We saw Sim Racer Academy up at the front for the time being, and then again now Solpac, which we kind of expected to be a front runner earlier on. They're doing quite well in the 963 Pro class. Still watching this interesting strategy with Kieran Racing and Charlie Boyer behind the wheel in the 963M. They're close to what we would call a normal pit stop, but I'm starting to think that the 30-plus lap stint may not have been an error. I'm going to see how this works and maybe see if they can use that to get to the overall lead, though the pros a little bit too faster. Solpac also trying to do quite well in GT3R Pro, so that's good to see. In Operation Motorsport, I got to say, they're looking pretty good in GT3R AM. This is setting up to be a classic race, and I can't wait to watch the rest of it. Ewan, thanks for being a part of this, and I've got to say, this is fantastic to be a part of such a great race and such a great charity to really get these veterans more support and get them into motorsport.
Exactly, yeah. Jeremy, thanks very much for coming to join me for the first couple of hours of this race. And indeed, I'm sure we'll see you again soon in one of these similar events. You're watching still RaceSpotTV, the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa here. This veteran recovery through motorsport event as we try and raise money for Operation Motorsport. So you can do so if you want to donate yourself. The QR code in the top right, you can scan or indeed visit the link in our YouTube description for you to donate. And big thanks to everybody who has already done so. Now joining me for the next 2 hours is going to be Lorenzo Bonda. It's good to have you with me, Lorenzo, for the next couple of hours. GTP and GT3 racing on the circuit at Spa together, and we've got a settling down race, but it's still bubbling away at the moment. A number of battles still going on around the circuit, but through this mid part of the race, this is where things start to settle into a long green flag run, which this race, of course, is going to be a long 6-hour green flag run.
Absolutely. Some people would call it basically the cool down moment of the race, right? Because we know usually halfway portions that as I say cool down, someone decides to go over the Lacombe's chicane. What a way to start. Anyway, Ewan. Yeah, basically cool down hours. Drivers, you know, taking in from previous drivers if they haven't taken in on the first 2 hours already. So getting settled with the car and everything. So just a great event promoting a great cause. And I'm part of communities that support a lot of the military. And I know some of the campaigns they do, it's always great to support any cause in any charity, and especially veterans, which sometimes are left out quite a lot, and it's quite egregious for leaving out veterans who fight for their country and everything.
Absolutely, it's great to support Operation Motorsport, and one of the drivers who is part of Operation Motorsport, and we can chat to now, is John Hicks, part of one of the teams here, Operation Motorsport Enduro, number 109, running here this afternoon. John, welcome in. Good to have you with us. First of all, can you hear us, and can we hear you? Oh, no, we can't. He's gone. We can't hear him. We'll hopefully chat to him at some point in the very near future, but unfortunately, we can't quite get connected up with John for the moment. He's a moment having a technical difficulty, so we'll get back to him in a couple of moments' time. Cody Durkin has actually just gotten behind the wheel of 109, by the way, in the last couple of moments. That car is now just over a minute off the lead in GT3 AM, and hopefully we can now connect up with John. John, can you hear us, and can we hear you? Doesn't sound like it. We can't quite get to John at the moment for some reason, so we'll I'll say try and get to him as soon as we possibly can. In the pit lane, Imperial Motorsports have just taken a driver change from the front of the race. They're battling away with GT3 Pro honours, of course, in this race. Nick Whitehill is now behind the wheel of the Too Fast One Furious car. William Wolff is now out in the Imperial Motorsports car, and a nicer run through the pit stop phase, a longer run for Imperial Motorsports, has given them the lead by the looks of things. William Wolff with a bit of an overcut to give number 453 the lead. No, I can't even talk to Lorenzo either. Oh my God.
Oh, I've committed a cardinal sin. Trust me, you.
Oh.
No, it's not you. It's not you. 5 minutes in, and I'm already committed 2 sins already.
Everyone's leaving me.
Yeah. Someone says that 25 years later. Oh, and someone left out the white lines, Radion and Eau Rouge. Eau Rouge and Radion.
Try and get a
but he's back
that,
on track.
But that was weird.
Yeah, it was weird, but I think because because it is a more tight complex, I would say the car is more prone to step out, especially on the transition at the top of the hill.
We've seen plenty of those moments over the top of the hill through Eau Rouge so far. To be fair, for the GT3 Porsches, it's very much been about Blanchimont. We've heard from some of these drivers already about how these Porsches can really snap at those high speeds, but it seems to be Blanchimont where it's more of a factor than it is through Eau Rouge and Radion.
Yeah, because Blanchimont is such a tricky corner because some people would take it flat out, depending on setups. You might have to lift off like 20% of your gas and to point the car towards turn in and make sure if you don't lose the rear of the car, which appears to be some of the cases we've seen. You know, maybe a full lift and throttle out of the corner, and maybe that lift during the transition is making the rear get a little bit loose, but it's natural. It's something that I'm not going to say is traditional on the Porsche, on the 911 GT3R, but I've seen that in other cars. But it's a tricky corner, nevertheless, to take that on the GT3 or any car, rather, because it is easy for you to lose your car, depending how loose your car is on the setup.
Well, let's try and someone else, shall we? See if we can get an interview for one of these drivers. See if it can work. Blake Reynolds, who hopefully now is joining us from the Solpec Precision Racing team. Blake, welcome in. Good to have you with us. Can you hear us, and can we hear you first and foremost?
Yes, sir. How y'all doing?
Excellent. Thanks very much. Good. Thanks. How are you doing out there for Solpec Precision Racing? It was going so well. You were leading a few laps out there, and then an incident, unfortunately, a couple of moments ago. How are you feeling after that stint in the car?
Well, it got really hot in my room, so I forgot to leave the door open, so the AC wasn't really working too well. I think it got up to, I have a little thermometer here. It's like 86 at one point in my room, Fahrenheit. It's a little hot in Texas today, so unfortunately, yeah, the grip's picking up. It's getting hot, but the grip's picking up, and I sent it on my teammate in the GT3 there into Eau Rouge, and unfortunately, when I turned back right, the car hooked up more than I expected, and I clipped the curb and caught the diffuser, car bottomed out, and I had a little snap of oversteer, and you can't really do much when that happens.
However, your teammates have now overtaken and reassumed your position at the front of the field. How you feel? And of course, you've got Solpec cars down in GT3 as well. As far as the team is going, how would you assess this race so far with Jesse Line currently heading the field?
Yeah, it's going pretty good. We were expecting to not run this well. I think we're running a little bit more downforce. I think we're 6 to 10 kilos down on Kemmel Straight. Is that what it's called, Kemmel Straight?
Yeah.
I don't know. Stupid American here. Yeah, Jesse and Fab, they're doing a good job, and then Dom and the guys in GT3 are obviously doing a good job for Solpec. And yeah, we got our lead, and Gonzo's in my car now. We're moving up to the top 10. Just on the edge of 2 laps down, I think, right now. Or maybe we're 1 down. I'm not sure.
Yeah, just 1 down.
Yeah, we're cooking, and Jesse, I think, if they don't make a mistake, I think they're on old front tires. It was a glitch in the pit stop, so hopefully those fronts last. But yeah, we're doing a good job, and glad to be in this race, raising money for a good cause.
Absolutely, I was going to ask about that actually. How does it feel as a team to be a part of this now? Setting aside, of course, the race results, which of course you'll be interested in, but the main thing, the event itself. How does it feel as a team to be a part of this this event this evening?
That feels good. There's all sorts of events, but this one, especially the PCA group, such a good group, and I unfortunately wasn't able to do the Le Mans race early this year. I can't remember when that was, but I was looking forward to that and couldn't make it. So I'm glad I can race here, and we're having a good showing.
Well, I can just tell you that your car's just made up a place. If you keep coming back here, maybe you'll be in the lead.
I know, he's nuts. Gonzo's nuts. He's insane.
There you go, 7th place. Just saw it round the outside on the way towards the bus stop chicane. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, Blake. Good job on the stint out there, even if it maybe didn't have the finish to the stint that you were hoping for. And, well, even if we're seeing you out there again on the circuit or not, good luck for the remainder of the race for the team.
Yep, thank you all. Take care.
Thanks very much. That's Blake Reynolds chatting to us from the Solpec Precision Racing team at the end of this couple of stints. It's always a difficult one to read, really, Lorenzo, when you've had a good stint in a car and you've led a lot of laps, as Blake Reynolds did, and battling for the lead for a long time, as Blake Reynolds was. It's unfortunate for a stint to end on a sour note like that with a crash at Eau Rouge.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but then again, I think since they're racing a non-league race, they're not going to be overly dissatisfied with it. I think they're just trying to have a little bit of fun, try to grab as much as experience they can, running around the racetracks, and try to get maybe the car set out more perfectly. I wonder if it is an open setup for the 963. I wonder if they're using the same base they probably use at one of the leagues we commentate, which is Ivra, which they ran around here. So I wonder if it has some difference as we look what happened at Eau Rouge a little bit earlier when I took over the broadcast.
Yes, this is what we saw. Cody Durkin did scrape the wall. Thankfully, it wasn't as huge of a contact as it could have been, but not ideal to have that happen either. Cameron Urbanon also braking a bit too late for Lecom, and she goes off the circuit, comes to a stop, tries to rejoin safely, and does in the meantime. So those are a couple of the replays that we catch up on as we had a chat there to Blake. This is Mark Katska and Jack Casey on in the meantime. The Paddock Enduro squad keep coming back to the lead, even though Stallions GTP keep overtaking them. Last time, Mehmet Karachai got through. He then spun and lost that position. Well, they're about to gain an overall place, these two, from that car there. But that's not what they're worried about. They're battling away for the race lead.
Yeah, and good battle, and they're not far in between in terms of, you know, fuel stints. They're basically on the same lap, so this is all on battle, and can't wait to see who's going to come out on top. But for now, Katsuki's going to just have a little bit of an advantage coming into El Rouge, just because Castellon is going to have to wait out on the GT3 at the entry of the corner, and maybe lose out about half a second or so.
Classic bit of traffic there for Chad Castellon, but as we know, it will give and take, and it will come back to Castellon a little bit later on in the day. So he's just got to bide his time through there and then catch up again to the Paddock Enduro squad. It's always motivating, I feel, when you're getting into a car like Chad Castellon is for this stint here. When you're getting into the car, you're in second place, the leader's not that far away, and you know you can go and catch them. That's a very good feeling for Chad Castellon to be in, a good situation for him to be in here.
Absolutely. It's a little bit of, you know, of a boost, morale boost, and also I would say a warning, because like you're in second place, you can easily lose the second place, so make sure you don't overdrive the car. And I think one of the easiest mistakes a lot of drivers do when catching up to the leaders or someone in front of you battling for position is easily overdrive a car a lap or two, and because you're doing that, you put yourself in a position where you can wreck out your car. So as we look at our fundraising target for this Operation Motorsport, then I'll take it back to you, Ewan.
Absolutely. As a fundraising target for this race to 2025 Operation Motorsport 6 Hours of Spa. If you would like to contribute and help us along to the goal, you can scan the QR code on the top right of the screen, or indeed visit the link in the bottom of the screen. This is a tax-deductible donation, so please do help us along and help Operation Motorsport with the work that they do in veteran recovery through motorsport. There's a bigger QR code if you need it, and that's your method of donation, and indeed the website on the bottom of the screen as well. Still 3 hours 45 to do so as we continue on in this race. A leading battle in 963 AM. In GT3 Pro, there aren't too many big gaps either out front. There's 4 seconds covering the top 3. It's always a sign of a good race, especially in GT3 Pro, when we've got 3 within 4 seconds, as we have there. Although Nick Whitehill is just losing a little bit of time. William Wolf has taken the lead there by a couple of seconds. Tyler Guillemette seems to be the one who's really gaining time there. There is William Wolf leading that class.
Yeah. But it's good that even in a endurance, 6 hour endurance race, it's kind of funny, 6 hours endurance race, right? Because we always talk about like when you go into 12 hours, 24 hours, it always has a sprint feel because it is 44 sprints that you're racing across. Over here would be 6 sprints that you'll be running across, 6 sprints in a 1 hour stint throughout. So it's insane that the gaps are still close between one another, as Guillemette puts another really good lap against the Whitehill. I think the gap now shortly about 1 second between them.
This is going to be a battle to watch in the next few laps, that's for sure. As they go over the top of the hill, Guillemette is, I'm sure, not quite going to be getting the full face of the slipstream just yet, but a little bit, as he now comes down the straight and in towards Lecombe. Now the question is, does Whitehill let him go almost to keep this race quick, or does he try and keep him behind here? Because if they battle away, surely that plays into the hands of William Wolf here, and he's only going to get further away. And that Operation Motorsport USA car is very close. Look at that, even a move down the inside, Guillemette. That was very close. And just about the door shuts in his face by Nick Whitehill.
Yeah, and that helped the cause of Wolf a little bit. If they saw the relative by a quick glimpse of an eye, they would have seen the gap between, relatively to Wolf has shortened about a second as Katsuki goes into the lead of a 963M.
Yeah, so there's been an exchange there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because Keision was behind before, but that's Katsuki getting back into the lead. So Keision must have overtaken, and now he's been re-overtaken by Katsuki, who's back in the lead.
A little bit of a switch back. Normal things happen when you maybe go for a big attempt of a dive and that doesn't work, and you actually are overtaken back for the position. But I think Wolf and Whitehill and Guillemette need to work a little bit together. They mustn't forget the fact that the Wolf is a reachable target. They actually shortened the gap in about a second, or close to a second in terms of a lap. But I don't think Guillemette is gonna care about that much. He's already put his car to the outside.
Whitehill letting him go in the end, so going for the option of keeping the pace high and trying to keep William Wolf as close as possible here, and letting Guillemette go on the way towards the bus stop chicane. So that's a change, and that's Operation Motorsport USA moving up into second place. Imperial Motorsport going to be chasing, being chased down rather, and looking over their shoulder as well. They are the PCA Teams champions in Pro and Am categories. After 4 of the 5 rounds, they've had a very, very good season indeed, and they are currently leading this race as well. As we go on board here with Nick Whitehill, just doesn't quite seem to have the speed as those two in front, even though he is going quickly, doesn't quite have the speed of those ahead.
Yeah, but of course, not everybody within the team is going to have the same speed. You're never going to have one driver that, let's just say 2-3 drivers in this race who are consistently fast, one after the other. Of course, you have the top teams as one of the SoPac car goes ahead. I think that's not the leader. That's, I think, Blake Reynolds' GTP that had a crash earlier on that went ahead, but you're always going to try to have the minimal pace or the average pace of the drivers relatively close, but you're never going to have the guys who are relatively in the same second or millisecond that would just be as quick as the other guy. You're going to have a little bit of difference, and that might be the case. Whitehill might not be able to push the same as their other drivers in the team are, but sometimes slower is better. Even though you might lose some time in the race, you're still going to have your car in the race. That's what matters most.
Peter O'Dade is...
That's unfair.
That is unfair. I'd like Peter, but there we go. It doesn't like he's going to be sharing. He's munching away. We saw him driving earlier on, by the way, Peter McDade. If you weren't with us earlier on in the day, he was driving away, and now he's refueling after the race, or after his stint as well. Might even be seeing him back into that car a little bit later on. As we go back to third in 963 Pro, Sim Racer Academy holding on to this position there. Patience in traffic is not rewarded with positions. In fact, it's rewarded with a demotion as Imperial Motorsports move through into third.
Yeah, just like that, in the blink of an eye. So that happened quite fast. We barely got a glimpse of that, but still a good stint from Imperial so far in this current stint they are on, done by Matt Quinn.
Let's have another chat to one of these drivers and stay in the 963 Pro category, actually, and chat to Scott Rankin, who drove the first part of the race for his team, the Paddock Enduro Squad number 54. Welcome in, Scott. Good to have you with us. How was your first stint out there in the car this afternoon?
I was very nervous because I have no idea where that pole lap time came from. So I was we just knew straight away that we couldn't match that for race time, and that wasn't the goal. So it was just survive, keep the thing, underneath us. I'm kind of glad that we got the pole, because going through a Rouge Radion on lap 1 was my greatest concern about the whole thing. And then we had that moment down at the camel, unfortunately, through the Lacombe chicane, I just pinched, as soon as I put my foot on the brake, I just pinched the brake. So I really want to apologize to the other two cars that we had contact with there, and that actually gave us a touch with the damage. So the whole first stint, we were really loose through all the high-speed corners, so micro lifts. So I am so much happier now that everything's starting to work out, and we're just chilling and moving into, you know, the bulk of the race at the moment.
And we're starting to get into the thick of things here. You've just moved up to second place in this race, 40 seconds off of the lead. Is there anything you feel you can do about the Solpec drivers here today with such a big advantage for them with after 2.5 hours or so?
Not really. We honestly believe that we're a top 5. Oh my word. Sorry, just watching my driver at the moment having a few issues with traffic. We feel like we honestly on pace, 5th is a great result for us. So we're on track to better that by a fair way at the moment. And the goal is just to keep the car clean. I think, you know, if we're focusing on that and, you know, focusing what we can do, anything that comes will be a great result. And yeah, this is just an opportunity for us to just have some fun. And my last 12 months, I've had some dire luck, and oh boy, it's all kicking off. So as soon as you guys drag me in here, all the fun kicks off in the car, apparently.
Well, you say that. We dragged Blake Reynolds in here, and they made up a place. So, you know, I'm just saying, there might be a lead change coming up soon. And it was a positive change, by the way. So you know, I'm just saying. But yeah, one last question before we let you go and get nervous about the car even further, I'm sure. How does it feel, and how are you guys feeling to sort of be in an event like this, supporting Operation Motorsport for 6 hours this afternoon?
We're just happy to be out here and just having fun. The fact that it's for a charity event, you know, is even all that much better. It's first time I've actually run with this group as well. So yeah, look, we're out here, we're having fun, and we're just really really glad that we can support such a great initiative as well. And you know, particularly being I've always been a major Porsche fanboy, so you know, to have it be doubled down for that, I'm just really proud about the event. I think it's working exceptionally well, and just like I said, just happy to be part, man. I love endurance racing, so.
Yeah, don't we all? That's what we're all here for. Scott, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. It's great to see you out there, running in second place at the moment with your car. Thanks very much, as I say, for chatting to us, and good luck for the remainder of the race.
Pleasure, boys.
Thanks very much, Scott Rankin, the driver, the starting driver indeed, for number 54 this afternoon. In the meantime, Mark Frost has been off. I'm hearing in the moments while we were doing that interview. Mark Frost just working his way around the outside of one of the Porsche GT3s, and oh my goodness me! Oh wow, that's the biggest crash we've seen so far this afternoon, and it's for number 963. That is unfortunate, a miscommunication between 963 GTP and 911 GT3, and that's seen Mark Frost in the wall big time.
He's definitely went Frost in that crash. I had to do the pun, bad pun, but I'm not gonna apologize. Bad pun. I'm not gonna apologize though. But sheesh, that was you're actually something. How many spins that car do? I counted at least a 1420. 3, 4, 5.
Goodness me.
5.5.
That is a big accident. I mean, where do you pin that, by the way, in terms of the blame? Do you say to the GTP driver, you should really be taking more care as to what a GT3 driver is doing? They're doing the racing line after all. Or do you say to the GT3, you should have been looking in the mirrors there?
It's complicated because that section of corners is so tricky for you to go, you know, from the, let's just say the transition, the corner before, which I would some say is Pro Frere, into Blanchimont. It's so tiny for the setup in between the GTP and the GT3 that some drivers do take that line, and is a high risk, high reward line if you do it correctly and there's guy behind you. But the Kotick potential is so high as well that in that sense we saw that happen, and I think it's the racing stuff. It's so, like I said before, it's so difficult for you to make the appropriate communication, as we're going to look what happened to Leckenby.
Oh, spin for number 900. This car has been struggling so far this afternoon. And that's a spin into the gravel for Lekinby.
Yep.
We'll get that car back going again. As the race leader's in, Jesse Lyon decided to come into the pit lane. 3 hours 33 to go, so it's just about 2.5 hours gone. Just over 45 minutes per stint. In that case, it looks like another 963 round of pit stops is set to begin here.
Yeah, right around the clock. 23 laps. This is the average for everyone. We've been seeing that basically all race long. Not even surprised that is even happening. So, yeah, the normal stuff as Jesse Lyon is going to remain in the car.
This is Brian Martin into the lead with number 54. So we should have kept Scott Rankin for a little bit longer to keep our winning streak going of gaining places. But anyway, Brian Martin now leads the way. He will be making another stop not before too long, though, as Matt Quinn also comes into the pit lane from third position. You see Jesse Lyon in the bottom right of your screen tick up to 40 seconds. Sure, it's not going to be much longer than that. And there you go, 41.5. He's going to go back out onto the circuit again, is Lyon. Get very close to the walls, they so often do. And then take on this quite awkward pit exit to Cemento on some very awkward cold tyres, as we know this Porsche now gets in GTP.
It is something else. It is quite demanding to go uphill and then try to think about going full throttle at the exit of Radion. And unfortunately, with the new tires, you cannot go full flat out. You kind of have to take a little bit of a cautious approach going out of the corner. Otherwise, you can easily lose the rear end of the car. So it is interesting how the new tire dynamic on iRacing has made cars feel more like human-ish, that if you make a mistake, you're gonna pay for that mistake. Partially, I mean.
Yeah. It's an unusual pit exit round here, I've got to say, but we are using the full endurance layout here at this race. And that's what it means at the pit exit. You've got a very, very tricky way out, it's fair to say. That's more traffic negotiated, and Brian Martin comes. Oh, that might be speeding in the pit lane for Chad Casion in number 7. That was very late on the brakes, and Mark Katska comes in right in the background as well. So the 963 AM battle for the lead comes to the pit lane, and dig Chad Casion's speed is the big question there.
Yeah, because that got really close.
We're maximising even the hairpin on the inside there.
Yeah, sometimes Katsuki might have got himself a little bit lucky on that situation, because I've seen occasions. I think some of the builds have fixed that. That you might actually get an unsafe pit exit if you put about a tire or two after the cones. Even though you don't mean it, just because the angle of the low speed you have to kind of like do the turn in is a little bit tricky on prototypes.
We are going to chat to another one of our drivers in a moment, but let's just stick with this pit stop first of all to see if Chad Casion has sped on pit lane or whether we have got a change for the lead here. Jonah Gould now is getting into number 31, so a driver change there for the Paddock Enduro squad. And Jonah Gould will now drive that car. That's a rotation of 3. Casion's pit stop was the normal length, and he will be back out in front again. In fact, he'll be a further second in front, will Chad Casion, so we'll leave them to it at the front of 963 AM. Well, I was going to go to John Hicks, but he's gone again. We're trying to get a chat with John Hicks in the next few moments, but it's proving to be a bit of a difficulty. In the meantime, a slow pit exit for Chad Casion, as ironically the teammates of number 31 ended up on the pit exit road. I wonder whether number 54 had an incident there, because they seem to have a little bit of a misshapen front end now, and the Stallions GTP car had to slow as a result.
Everything decided to kick off just abruptly quickly.
We'll try and get a replay as to why that happened, but that Porsche in front of Casion doesn't look right.
Yeah, but I think we've seen that. I don't know if we've seen that that 963 with a little bit of a bent end throughout the race. I don't think it's been the first time we've seen that Optimo Reserve car looking like that.
Through the pit path, that car certainly does. This is elsewhere. Devon Hopkins. Oh, big slide and a big save, but is it going to hit the other wall? Oh, it does. The Armco wall there for number 3, the Stallions GT3 car. It's allowing Operation Motorsport and GT3 AM to really get out front. There's a flash of the lights because there it goes off the circuit. The Paddock Enduro Squad car from 3rd place now drops behind Solpec Precision Racing after getting that damage. And Solpec now putting a lap on these guys as well.
Yeah. As Solpec goes around for position, eventually that's Brian Martin's car that actually had a little bit of a situation at the exit of Stavolo. So Gonzalez just took opportunity of the situation and made the overtake. Done and dusted, and onwards with his race.
Absolutely. Bit of dirt being kicked up with, just in front of Gautier, who will be just about up to speed now, or getting there. It is a couple of laps really for these GTPs these days to get up to full speed, and then you can probably push on these warm tyres. But the cold tyres just add a whole different prospect in this race, and these GTP races generally, to us, whether you're using the 963 or the other cars and manufacturers in this class. It's a completely different dimension now on these outlaps.
Yeah, basically your outlap is going to be basically a caution lap, if you want to call it that, right? You really want to take it slowly, right, and avoid it and making any. I'm not going to say rookie mistakes. I think rookie mistakes is too extreme, but I think the best way for you to say is like reaccelerate the car a little bit early, whether you normally would be accelerating normally. And with that, put yourself in a situation where the car is going to spin out just because the tires are ultimately cold and you have literally no grip in the car.
I think it's one of those where you're trying to go as quickly as you can while being as careful as you can, where those two things kind of meet and go head to head, almost up against one another. But you're absolutely, it's so weird, you're absolutely pushing on those cold tyres, but you know that you can't go the same speed as what you are on warm tyres, so it's very, very unusual. And I totally get the arguments between having these colder tyres like you would in IMSA or having them warm like they used to do in the WEC. I think they still do at Le Mans, but I quite like the tyre warm-up phase, the real challenge for the drivers, because so often we see sim racers able to practice on warm tyres, and that's where they're comfortable. It's nice to make them a little bit more uncomfortable, trying to not make mistakes in the cold tyres. This is what went on, by the way. Johnny Good caught right up here, but we don't know quite why, because one of his teammates was right in front of Chad Casey on here.
Weird. Oh, a little bit of near contact between the GTPs right there.
We need to see where that where the Paddock Enduro Squad car actually found itself. How did it find itself there, is my question. Is it coming out the pit lane at the same time, or has it come from the racetrack? Because it exits eventually, you know, if it come from the racetrack, I guess you just rejoin normally, but it's the weird thing. How actually happens if you go off through Eau Rouge there and you end up in the pit exit road? Do you have to carry on as if you're coming out the pit lane, or what goes on there? I don't know what the rule is even.
Yeah. It's a tricky situation. But then again, cold tires and everything on these cars just makes everything harder for you to drive appropriately, right? So maybe a little bit of miscommunication. I really don't know. I truly don't know to give you a proper answer. As Chip Witt comes into the pit lane for the leading 963M class car.
We're in that race, that's that part of the race now where steady pit stops are going to be almost a constant here. There's going to be from start to, or from now to finish pretty much exactly like this. So Reed in from second. Also got Rob Cottle and Elias Roman in. It's the Opmo Reserve 908. There's Cottle. Just stopped on the pit box there and taking service. As Reed also pulls to a stop as well. And meanwhile, this is William Wolf, just in second place, and this is a change compared to what we saw earlier on in the day, because they've made the same amount of stops, but Tyler Guillemette is putting in a fantastic drive at the moment. Started the stint in third place, is now in first by 7 seconds or so as Thomas Briggs goes for a spin through Le Comp.
Yeah, and that was, I think, close to some of the GT3 leaders, but I cannot say for sure. But it's kind of interesting how Wolf's stint hasn't been the greatest, but it's been effective. The team's still within the top 3, but they might lose it to Yuri Gugdelia. You know, pace. His pace has been, you know, just insane compared to the other cars. But he's been on the same, I would say, second or average pace as Guillemette has kind of been doing on the car.
And not only has Wolf lost that lead, but Solpec Precision Racing are suddenly in the game now for this battle. Really recovered, number 991, to be onto the back now of 453. As you can see through this middle sector, approaching halfway, only 20 minutes from halfway now. Jurek Fugdelidia in this 991 car, out of the Curb Frere now, and it's got to stay focused in one of these battles. They both have. Can't afford to get distracted and let this car snap away from them through Blanchimont like we've seen so many times.
You know what is kind of interesting? Back to you, Ewan.
Whoa, that is a lot of late braking. And Solpec goes straight through. Wolf sort of looked like he facilitated that one, really.
Yeah, he did. I think he doesn't want to fight through with the fact that he's still within the top 3, and this is he from Whitehill. Whitehill is not a threat for his third spot at the moment. But coming back, you know what's interesting? Looking from Vidalia's line in the car from the top end is how they are using the asphalt on the right-hand side, which back in the old iteration of Spa, I think it was a 2011 iteration of Spa back then, didn't have the runoff on the right-hand side. It only had grass. You had to kind of like dip the tires in the grass a little bit back then, and pray the car doesn't spin out when you do the transition. But now you can fully take an advantage out of putting 2 tires on the right-hand side, a little bit on the higher bank portion of Blanchimont entry, and use it as a little bit of a launch into the corner appropriately. As we check into our front racing target again, Ewan.
Yeah, a big thanks to everybody who has donated so far, and indeed since the last time we showed this as well. Getting closer to that goal. Currently raised over $5,000 for Operation Motorsport, veteran recovery through Motorsport. You can donate using the QR code on the top right, or indeed the link in the description as well. And the QR code might come up on the screen. No, well, there we go. It's in the top right anyway throughout the entirety of this broadcast. You can use that to donate, and please do if you are able. There we go. That's what I was looking for. You can help out by scanning that there or visiting the website down below there. And a big thanks, as I say, to everybody who has done so far in this 6-hour race, or indeed for just watching along with us here on RaceSpotTV in the Operation Motorsport 6 Hours of Spa in 2025. It's been a good race so far, and there's still plenty to play out here in all of our classes. Jesse Lyon now is leading by nearly a minute out front in a Solpec 1-2. And there you can see him out front. Solpec have really taken charge of this race now in this last stint or so. Jesse Lyon is starting to stretch out a pretty big lead now.
Yeah. But what surprises me is the gaps between the GTP pros, right? The 963 pros. How big it is, you know. I know Mike Gonzalez is due a pit stop. He's gonna basically pit stop this lap, right? As he's on the offset compared to everybody else. But the lead over a minute between Purio and Solpec has been, you know, nothing short of astounding so far when compared to like we had within the first few hours. You and Jeremy were commentating, basically car fighting side by side into 3 wide into Lecombs and other sections of the track for the top spot in the 963 Pro.
Let's have a chat to one of our drivers then, shall we? Out here who are driving for Operation Motorsport here this afternoon, and chat to Richard Davenport. Hopefully we can connect up and get the connections all sorted. Richard, good evening, or good afternoon I should say. Can you hear us, and can we hear you first of all?
I can hear you loud and clear. Hopefully you can hear me as well.
Excellent, we can hear you as well. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. Let's just quickly chat about the race first of all, and before we branch out into wider things. How have you found the race so far, and how's your team getting on?
It's been an interesting race for us. Nolan, who's in the car now, he put us P1 in class, and we've had some incidents and had to get some damage fixed and stuff like that. So now we're running back of the pack, but it'll be all right. We're having fun, so you know it'll all come back around, or it won't, and we'll still have a good time.
Well, of course, we've still got a very long way to go in this race after all. I want to chat a little bit about Operation Motorsport and your involvement with it as well. Just tell us a little bit about your story and how you found Opmo, first of all, and what it's meant to you.
Sure. So I found Opmo because, funny enough, one of the guys that was in my company that I deployed with to Afghanistan, right when I got into racing, posted on Facebook that he had got accepted into Operation Motorsport. And with me just getting into racing, I was like, well, that sounds race related. Let me see what it's about. And I did a Google search, found the organization, submitted my application. Initially, it was for the Immersion program, and then I picked up sim racing and then picked up this side of it too, the diversionary therapy side of it. As for what I do at Opmo, I'm a photographer, so I'm a little bit different than a lot of the other guys. So basically, my role in Opmo is kind of, I get to give back to the organization actively while also participating in it, because I take photos of the other beneficiaries, which they can have, but also Operation Motorsport uses in social media. And for me, it's been really helpful to be a part of Operation Motorsport, because part of my problem with my PTSD and everything is that I self-isolate a lot. And so I legitimately had no one that I would consider like a friend before joining Operation Motorsport. And now there's probably at least 15 guys that I know at any point in time, if I'm having a tough time or need someone to talk to or to reach out to, that I can send a message over WhatsApp and I'll have someone ready to talk to me and help me if I need it.
And tell us where that photography has taken you as well. I'm reading in some of your notes here about some of the events you've done in the past, some of the events you're going to do in the future. Tell us a little bit about those and your work in those.
Oh, sure. So my first event was last year. It was SRO series at VIR. I did that one. I did Indianapolis for the 8-hour last year. I did Petit Le Mans last year. Went over to the Race of Remembrance for the last time. It was in Wales last year. And then this year I did the Roar Before the 24 in Daytona, and I just came back from Austin at COTA for SRO. Then I'll be doing Watkins Glen, VIR for IMSA, VIR for SRO. Also, I'm going to Canada next month for NASCAR, or this month, sorry, for NASCAR Canada. And then Race of Remembrance for the first year here in the U.S. in Virginia later this year in November.
Excellent, great to hear. And one last one as well, on Operation Motorsport as a whole. How highly would you sort of recommend it to any others, any veterans in sort of similar situation to you?
Oh, I can't say enough positive things about the program, and you know that goes, excuse me, that goes from participating in the program itself all the way up to the leadership of the program. Tiffany and Diesel, Jason, everybody, all the volunteers, everyone has been exceptional to not just me, but I've witnessed them be exceptional to others as well. Like I said, you know, as someone who had a huge problem with isolating myself and kind of putting myself on an island. It's been a you know, a lifesaver. Honestly, it's been almost like if I was a man overboard and someone threw me a life ring, you know, on a ship. It's kind of anchored me back to reality, into a community that I thought I was no longer be able to be a part of once I left the military.
Well, it's fantastic to hear your story, Richard. Thanks very much for coming to tell it with us, and thanks very much for coming to participate in this event. It's great to see you out there. I hear, I'm not, you know, trying to reveal everybody's strategies, but I do have them. You're going to be getting in the car not too distant future. When are we going to be seeing you out there on the circuit?
Yeah, after this stint for Nolan, I'll be double stinting all the way to the end. So, yeah.
Well, we look forward to seeing you out there in however long that's going to be. Not too long, I suppose. Richard, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. Great to hear from you. And good luck for when you get out there onto the circuit in a few moments' time.
Sure. Thank you to you all for having me on the broadcast and for putting on this race too for us. It's been a lot of fun, and we appreciate it.
Thanks so much. That's Richard Davenport chatting to us here at the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa here this afternoon. So many great stories up and down the grid here to have a listen to, and we will do throughout the day as well, with some of the other Operation Motorsport drivers that are in this race. Their cars running in the different categories. Overall in GT3, they're leading at the moment. Tyler Guillemette, and hopefully we'll be able to chat to him after his stint, obviously a little bit later on, and not during. Leading in Pro GT3, leading in AM GT3 as well, although Tyler Reid is just coming into the pit lane right now. Should still hold on to the lead actually throughout that as well. Hearing there is some drama though in GT3. Lorenzo, I haven't seen this. What's been going on?
As soon as you started, we done the interview and you started coming back to you and you spoke, we saw a few cars coming out of Stavolo into Pro Frere, and apparently one of the GT3s, I couldn't see which GT3 was, but so quick, but just decided to hit nose first into the barrier. I think it's not an Arco barrier. I think it's more like a concrete barrier that protects the marshals into Stavolo. So it's interesting.
Okay, we'll search for a replay of that in the next few moments. Tyler Reid continues that stop, number 47. It's over a minute for him. He is doing this race alone, don't forget. Tyler Guillemette now has lost the lead in the GT3 Pro class as well. So a couple of the Operation Motorsport cars having trouble in the last few moments, although Guillemette is now finally back going again, and Reid is back into the race as well. So both temporary problems at least. Kainan Racing continuing in the lead in the AM class, by the way, of the 963s. There's Andy Jenks leading the way. Just in front of him, by the way, Michael Gonzalez is right in behind. Connor Murphy here to round out the top 5. The last spot inside the top 5 up for grabs between those two. Still a steady stream of battles, and look at this on the way towards Planchemont. This is close. So close. Gonzalez there was trying to make a move on the outside, just ran out of space there, really.
That's a confident move, if you want to call it, that. Ooh-wee.
Side by side out of the corner. In the meantime, Gonzalez is going to get through, so not sure whether Murphy felt responsible for that at all. Not sure who would be responsible really, but Gonzalez has slipped by on the outside line, and now that puts Solpek back inside the top 5 all over again. Murphy maybe did come across a little bit on him there, but he seemed to feel a bit guilty about it, and he seemed to let him back through again there.
Yeah, good. And also shows good sportsmanship between the drivers, doesn't it? If you think about it, because it's like we know they're all competing. They want to have a clean race. They want to fight hard for positions and all. But of course, this not being a league race or work for points or anything. This is they're, like we said before, we're going to be saying time and time again. They're doing this for a greater cause and everything. They're just out there trying to have fun. Try to grab more experience in these cars. So it's all good and great when you have these this more sportsmanship between drivers and all.
Well, we'll oh dear, 3 wide meanwhile. Look at this for Vugdelia, and that's Murphy on the outside line, struggling to get on the outside through. Stavolo wasn't going to be given the inside there, and so now loses that little bit more time. And you can see slips through there in the prototype. As we approach half distance now, as you'd expect, lots of these gaps getting a little bit larger now as a result of the fact we're nearly 3 hours into this one, but hard to believe we're already almost halfway through. We're on the road back very soon, on the way back, and these gaps are going to start to get smaller again, if you like, because the strategy always gets widest at this stage. Going to get narrowest again towards the end when some of these battles come up, but for now it will spread out after 3 hours of great racing. There's Tyler Reid back out onto the circuit again, still doing this race on his own, still leading the race.
That's one way to showcase your driver credentials. Not going to complain about that.
In the meantime, we're going to have another chat with another one of our Operation Motorsport drivers, the Opmo reserve driver Peter McDade, who is actually driving right now. So we're going to try a live while driving interview here in these next couple of moments. See if we can bring him in and attempt to do this live interview. Welcome in, Peter. Good to have you with us. Can you hear us? And can we chat to you while you're driving about on the circuit?
Oh yeah, definitely. I can definitely hear you. And can you hear me? Check, check. 1, 2, 3.
We certainly can. Yeah. Hopefully we're not going to be distracting you too much as you're driving out there on the circuit. How are you finding it out there? First of all, in the race.
Well, from your, shall we say, trackside weather report, track is a little bit slippy at the moment. We had some problems when you had first started, but we got past those. One of my teammates had their computer have a few NVIDIA issues, but we sorted that out. We got back on the track. I did an emergency stint and brought it back together. And then, everything went copacetic from there. Elias got back in for 2 stints, and now I'm going to take it home because our other driver sadly was unable to make the race start.
It's great to see you back out there, and I'll say thanks very much for coming to chat with us while you are driving out there on the circuit as well. Just tell us a little bit about your story and how you found Operation Motorsport. I hear back in 2023.
Yes, sir, 2023. So Tyler Guillemette, one of our beneficiaries who's racing in the GT3 Pro class today, he and I have a very long history from Joint Base Charleston down in South Carolina and the Naval Weapons Station down there back before it was a combined base. And so I found Operation Motorsport through one of his Facebook posts, quickly got in contact with Craig Neri, their beneficiary coordinator at the time, and then we went ahead and filled out some paperwork. I talked to a few people, and my love of motorsports is kind of what got me my current job, and I kind of just used those skills and tried to, shall we say, be a... what is the word for it? Be a guiding principle, just like the Air Force creed of integrity first, service before self, and excellence in all we do, and kind of put it into an aspect of getting a new job, putting my head down, and kind of getting integrated with the teams. And that's Operation Motorsport's biggest thing, is team identity and purpose, and that's what it definitely gave me.
And tell us a little bit about how that journey went for you from the moment of joining Operation Motorsport to what you're doing right now, and tell us a little bit about what you're doing right now as well.
Oh yeah, definitely. So what I'm doing right now, of course, sim racing. We have our e-motorsports league. So I've been doing sim racing for a long time. And for the e-motorsports league, I tend to be a bit of a mentor for some of our newer members. I'm the principal for Team 109 and Team 908 today, as you can see on track. And on top of that, we've had, shall we say, several seasons of our events, as well as several different groups of beneficiaries come and go on our track side as well. And so this year, I was not able to make it, but back in 2023 when I had first started, I started with the CrowdStrike by Riley team working on their twin GT3 AMGs, the pre-Evo edition, and those are just amazing cars. It's actually my favorite one from iRacing, what I used to drive the most. And so getting hands-on on those cars just made it so much more real for me, and that got me back into sim racing because I had stopped doing that for a bit because I was pretty depressed, wasn't really able to concentrate, and I wasn't really able to like express how I was feeling. And once I had started talking to some of the mechanics, some of the other folks in the pits, etc., I started to realize like I'm not alone. Talking with the other beneficiaries, etc., kind of gave me that voice back and was allowing me to kind of recuperate even more and more, even though with all that physical labor, right, you're thinking, oh, you know, how's that a vacation? How's all that physical labor, you know, making you relax? And it's exactly that. Some of our jobs aren't very physical, and most of the things we do, shall we say, are more mental in life, right? So we have all that mental stress bottled up, and just going to the races, shall we say, gives me that physical outlet for all that mental stress.
And how are the parallels between, for those that don't know, so you've got 5 years experience as an aircraft loadmaster, Air Force veteran, of course, and
yes, sir.
How is that sort of, is it sort of a repurposing of skills? How is it sort of to repurpose your skills and do something completely different with your life now with the help of Operation Motorsport?
Oh yeah, definitely. It helped me refocus my skills in the fact that as a C-17 loadmaster, right, we're having to talk and be on the radios while we're doing our job in the airplane at times, and we're having to coordinate many different things going on all at once. And being on the racetrack, being in that high stress environment again, just made me feel right at home and kind of put me right back in my focus area. And it kind of really showed me, okay, you know, I shouldn't really internalize all that stress. I should reach out to my network. I should talk to people. I should ask people, hey, can you help me out with this, instead of taking all that stress on myself, you know, and actually seeing other professionals at that level with these Pro-Am teams, especially with CrowdStrike by Riley, kind of showed me that, you know, you need to take care of yourself mentally and physically at the same time. You can't have one or the other. It's like an unbalanced car trying to go through a corner.
Well, thanks very much for coming to share your stories, Peter. It's been fantastic to hear from you and chat to you. Good luck for the remainder of the race, and as I say, thanks for chatting to us live while you're driving as well. Very impressive. I know I couldn't do that.
Oh, no problem, sir. It just goes back to my loadmaster heritage, having to do my job and be on the radios at the same time.
Exactly. Very good at multitasking, it seems. Well done, Peter. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, and good luck out there on the circuit.
Thanks so much.
Thanks so much. Peter McDade there chatting to us live while driving out there on the circuit all at the same time here in the Operation Motorsport 6 Hours of Spa. He's driving the Opmo Reserve car, by the way, number 908. And that is that car is inside the top 5. He's actually catching Charlie Boyer on that previous lap where we were watching him as well. If you are interested in donating to the Operation Motorsport that do so much great work with our veterans that, of course, we've chatted to a few of here so far this afternoon, you can by scanning, the QR code on the top right of the screen, or visiting the link in the description of our YouTube video. Nearly $6,000 already raised for such a great cause, as we've been hearing about so far this afternoon, and we will continue to hear more stories as we continue this afternoon as well. More pit stops in the meantime as we complete another hour of this race. Nick Whitehill is latest into the pit lane at Lorenzo. I think any driver, any team in GT3 who are pitting at this stage, having only made their third stop now, are probably pleased that they have made it to the hour, and they can be a bit more comfortable that they are going to only need 5 stops today rather than 6.
Yeah, if you can skip out on an extra pit stop, even though you might be leading, I'll just say by a whole minute, it's a plus, especially on this layout, right, where the run, I think from pit entry to pit exit is about a minute, so every minute that you can shred off pit lane or pit stops is good enough, as Connor Murphy doesn't have a back way.
You well spotted. I didn't spot it through the shade of the pit building, actually. I did see, by the way, we were chatting to Peter there. He drove past someone who'd crashed over the top at Radion, or at least spun. Lots of smoke and a car facing the wrong way at the time. I don't know if we probably can't find that now. It's probably too long ago. Oh. So a couple of blinks for the car on pit lane. Hopefully the driver can stay connected. And hopefully we can have a little look at their incident in a couple of moments. Here we go. Connor Murphy out of no-name corner. Oh dear, this is heading towards Pouon. And that's where no small accidents happen. Into the left-hander. All fine on turning. Right in behind the GT3. Lost control. Straight into Murphy, who was an innocent bystander in that one.
Were we able to grab the perspective from the cockpit? Because that was a little bit of a weird angle for us to catch. It was a little bit wide. I don't know if there was contact or if he misjudged the timing. All right, there you go. A little bit better. Oh. That explained things.
And it's impossible there, if you're Murphy in that situation, to see that coming really and see that the Porsche is going to do that in front of you. It's just, there's no time to react there at all.
No, not at all. It's very hard for you to do the better decision, because you already see the car spinning out on the corner exit, and you don't know what's going to be the next reaction move. If you're going to be on the inside, if you're going to be on the outside. Even if you start braking, then you're going to be an innocent bystander, because the length between the cars was so close to one another that it was bound to happen. Two cars would eventually come together no matter what happened in their situation.
There's William Wolf, who is going to drop behind Solpek after that pit stop, as expected, by about 20 seconds or so. But it's going to be Solpek versus Too Fast One Furious in this battle further behind. This is Adrian Kukulas versus Nick Whitehill. Whitehill's just out of the pit lane. Kukulas hasn't made his pit stop yet. And so there's two drivers at very different ends of their stint. And a Solpek car coming through the middle. That is the second place car overall, coming straight through the middle of these guys on the way towards the bus stop chicane.
Confident. They made it work though, so race on. I think that was the second place car, which is eventually the race leader. So bold move.
Well, you say definitely race leader. I'm starting to waver a bit on that. Jesse Lyon has been out there for 4 laps, and the last stop was only 24 seconds. Matt Quinn out there for 17 laps. And his pit stop was a normal length, so I suspect that Solpek Precision Racing car had to come in early for some sort of problem, and Imperial Motorsports are in the lead as a result of that. They are being caught pretty quickly, but I'm not so sure it is so simple that the Solpek car is definitely the race leader now.
Now you bring up a good point. I didn't even notice they actually did a short pit stop.
I think it's an unscheduled one, so yeah. We'll try and get to the bottom of that. In the meantime, of course, we'll remind you that in 2025, all Porsche Club of America races are title sponsored by Princess Cruises as the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13, and indeed throughout 2025. They provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across a fleet of 16 elegant ships, sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PCA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. It's just over 3 hours gone here in this race. And we've got Matt Quinn leading by just 7 seconds. Chad Caseron leading by just 3. Ed Nelson a little bit further in front by 30 seconds. in GT3, although he's not stopped yet. Dominic Olivier will then be in the lead by 17 seconds at the finish, and considering they had to tow after running out of fuel on pit lane earlier on, that's a very, very impressive job from the others to put Dominic Olivier back into that car in the lead of this race.
Yeah, shows how big of a quality this team has in terms of drivers, right? And I'm trying to think. You know, Dominic has been with them in quite a while. I was thinking the other team that Dominic have raced on. I was thinking about Valkyrie and XP, but I think if I remember correctly, he's been racing with Sotek for quite a while now. So it's good to have a driver that has so much skill. And I was looking actually during I think IMSA week and that was last week if I remember correctly, where Dominic ran around this racetrack in the official series for iRacing. He was really good within the Porsche. So I'm not even one faint of a hint surprised that he would have possessed such great pace in the car and his teammate as well.
Here's our Ironman driver for Operation Motorsport. The driver of Tyler Reed is doing this entire race alone here today in number 47. He's leading by over a lap ahead of Cody Durkin. His teammate, obviously. So that is Operation Motorsport 1 and 2 in GT3. But it's a fantastic job from Tyler Reed to be doing one of these races on his own. You know, it's not quite a 24-hour race, but those are completely ridiculous, just completely on your own. Those are very, very difficult indeed. Even a 6-hour job like this for Tyler Reed is a very impressive drive.
I want to be able to do that. I can tell you that much.
I was saying earlier, I struggled with more than 2 hours at a time.
It's like, I can tell you, it's dead given. I cannot do more than 2 stints in Spa in a GT3 car. I've tried during a 24-hour race. I was miserable on the 3rd stint.
I don't think I've ever done more than 2 stints in a row in a 24 actually.
I've done 5 stints, but that's in an LMP2 in Le Mans. But
oh, that doesn't count. Come on now.
That doesn't count. Yeah, no. I'm just saying, but it doesn't count. I think my top has been 4 stints at Daytona, back to back in a GT3 car. Does that count?
That's not bad, but it's not as long as this.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, that's pretty decent. You know, you've knocked off 1 sick for the race there in one go there. So, yeah, look at it that way. So.
I can shrug it off, you know.
Yeah.
But then again, that was like on my heydays of sim racing. It's not like me, Lorenzo Bond, a retired sim racer nowadays.
No, yeah. Well, same, I guess. This is Zach Hebert, by the way, currently running in 3rd position. Unfortunately, had a crash on his outlap on one of the previous stints, but he's had a bit of time out of the car. He's now back in again. He has got a drum kit in the background, hasn't he? Me and Jeremy were trying to figure out or not.
Oh, it's an electronic drum kit.
Is it? What's the difference?
It is. You do not hear the noise. It's not like your traditional percussion where you would hear like the drums and maybe also the flats and everything. The pure sound of it is electronic. So when you hit, for example, the flats, it's kind of like a sound instead of the proper flat sound, you know, or the same with the drum and everything. It's digitalized.
Do you plug headphones in so you don't make a racket or something? Yeah.
You can put it on a headphone. You can put it on a speaker. Anything you want.
Okay. I didn't really know that was a thing. But there you go. It's probably better for the people around you that it's
it
not
is.
make it a racket. But anyway, there he is with the VR headset on, currently plugging away in 3rd position. It's a lot closer for the lead of this race at the moment than what it was earlier on in the day. This was one of the drivers who was up towards the front. Unfortunately for Shopaholics race team, it's been a bit of a struggle in the race so far. They're a minute 43 off the lead, but they were 3 wide for the lead at one stage early on in this race, very early on in this race, and Thomas Briggs is continuing to push on. 6th position for them so far, with 40 seconds in front. That's a hard gap to try and look at and try and cross.
Yeah. But still, you're trying to have a little bit of fun as we look into Ed Nelson's perspective. He's doing some good attention and good spotting work on his team's car.
Just watching on from afar at the moment as one of his teammates runs around. Jeremy Scott was commenting on his artwork above his head earlier on.
Yeah. I've always been curious, Ewan, how do you define yourself as a spotter if you ever had to do spotting for your teammates?
What do you mean, how would I define myself?
Are you kind of like the tall, very tall captain type, or you just like to keep it silent so the driver stays focused on you, and you only open your, like, I would say you would only speak when kind of like focus on the drive, oh, good lap, or you'd be incentivizing otherwise?
I'm not giving particularly encouragement. You know, I'm not a psychologist, but I would give the not just the data about gaps maybe they can't see, or fuel loads, or how many laps they got left or something, so they don't have to look themselves, that kind of thing. I'm not giving encouragement because I would find that annoying. I'd tell them to shut up.
Fair, it's fair, because it's like sometimes I don't mind the banter, you know, just I can start talking like we're doing the talking over here in broadcast, but I don't mind doing that. But then again, there are sometimes, of course, you need the focus and stuff like that. But it's like I've done this, I think, once with Jack Styles. We talked about, you know, this kind of stuff. I've always wondered how the others have been. I only knew a little bit as a teammate of sorts.
It's very driver to driver, isn't it, in terms of how much you want to talk. And also, I think it depends a little bit on what event you're doing. If you're really taking it seriously, then I feel like talking goes down. But one of these events, I feel like you could have a nice time with your teammates, chatting away, whatever, but while you're driving around. And, you know, it's less serious, just a bit of fun. But you know, I guess some of these teams will also be taking it quite seriously, and they'll really want to win. They are race drivers and race teams, after all. They will want to win. So it depends a little bit on what event it is, I feel, as well, to see how much drivers are really taking it seriously, and so how much talk there is on the radio.
I can understand where you're going with that. Yeah. It's like you go from event to event. For example, let's just say if we go to a Indy 500 race, right? We're in the month of May, right? And we're doing an open Indy 500, a fixed one. Probably the mentor is going to be barely minimal. But even then, it goes from race to race. I've got information as we look into track conditions that when we saw Zach's electronic drum kit, he actually plays at his local church, so he could use that as a practice for all the worship songs that he probably has to do in church. Wow, that's some great. What's the word? Great fact about Zach Hero. I never knew that. That's great. It's one of those sort of more, I don't say more modern churches, but you know what I mean, that play, you know, like pop songs or whatever. Oh, very cool. Yeah. Thank God my church is more old school than everything. even though I actually have there is an electronic drum kit in my church, so they are modern of sorts. Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, Thomas Isbell getting into the Shopaholics race team in replace of Thomas Briggs. So one for the other. Shopaholics race team taking on an extra team member compared to their team racing series team, I guess. Only the couple of them here. Maybe that's Briggs' first time out the car, actually. After 3 hours, maybe that'll be their only driver change of the day. 3 hours 15 for Thomas Briggs, and some time now in for Thomas Isabel. I think Briggs' normal teammate must not be here. I thought there was a third driver, but I've clearly misremembered that. And it's just the two of them here today. This is Jamison Leckenby through Piff Paff, and this is never good news. The walls are very close around here, so if you're making any kind of error, it is going to punish you.
Oh, and it looks like we're going to be punished. No, we're going to get away with it, are we? With a big spin coming out the chicane.
I think he was trying his best D1 GP or Formula Drift impression in a GTP car. That wasn't the best showcase, but the car is still alive, even though we nearly saw a car contact between the number 27 and one of the Sopec teams.
Just about got away with it in the end there. As Imperial Motorsports come into the pit lane. It is Matt Quinn who was leading. Jesse Lyon, after 10 laps of this stint, will continue on. So we're kind of at the stage of the race now for the top two, where they're training pit stops and they're slightly offset a little bit, really. One pitting in at one stage, and then about 10-15 laps later, somewhere in the middle of that, Solpec decide to come in, and that's what we'll see for Jesse Lyon next. Very difficult to read a race like that in terms of who's actually winning, because as you were saying earlier, is Matt Quinn winning or is it Jesse Lyon winning at the moment? It's quite hard to tell, really.
Yeah, when you told me about the quick pit stop for the 161, I didn't even saw that on the live time, to be very honest. So that completely went past by me. So when he told me that, I was like, okay, wow, that's a very quick pit stop. I know fueling takes about 33 seconds in the car, give or take, 33, 34 seconds ish in the car. So I was thinking maybe that's a short strategy, you know, for the short fueling strategy that maybe some of these cars might have to do towards the end of the race, and they're cutting that already instead of the end of the race, where the other teams might have to do that. So it's just a little bit of a guesswork, but that's the only thing that came into my head when I was thinking about this and why that pit stop was so short.
Well, if I can put out my theory, 24 seconds relates quite well to a tyre change for Jesse Lyon, and so you can cover your fuel that you would take on with a tyre change there. So I think they will have got to that stage. They changed their tyres, did that amount of fuel, but I think they had to take on a fast repair during that stop. I think there was some sort of incident for Jesse Lyon that made an unscheduled pit stop. I just don't see a way in which you'd short fill or do a short stop or strained stop at any stage in this race, really, until the very end, unless there is some kind of damage on the car.
It's a good. I'm not gonna lie. That's actually a very good. Point that you bring it up. Yeah, it's a good theory. Do you see? I'm at a loss for words.
So that doesn't happen very often. Meanwhile, we were just following Kainan Racing, actually, by the way, a couple of months ago. They're fourth place in 963 AM, and they might be about to be further up the field. But Charlie Boyer was right behind Thomas Isabel there, so that was a battle for position as Zach Hebert comes into pit lane as well. Jesse Lyon now into the lead, but Brian Martin up to second place. You see Chad Cason in with Jonah Gould as well. This is a battle in the pit lane between two 963 AM drivers.
Yeah, as Jay-Sean Lockwood is going to come into the car. I think Jeremy's going to stay in it. And it's not, I think it's not the first, I think this is the second time they're battling kind of like in the pit lane, haven't they?
It's going to be very busy.
Yeah.
Suddenly lots of driver changes as well, with 2 hours 40 still to go. You'd imagine that Jeremy Hall is going to be out first, ahead of Jason Lockwood. Oh, traffic jam. There's going to be a bit of and that's a lapped car, by the way, so no need to worry about that, particularly for those two. Now, Jeremy Hall goes, and Lockwood just afterwards. So, the gap will be about the same as before, and these two new drivers are going to have a real baptism of fire now as they get back onto the circuit again on these very, very cold new tyres.
Yeah, those Michelins are going to be colder than the Arctic Pole.
They do come out unbelievably cold, these tyres, compared to operating window. And Hall is not getting up to speed quite as quickly as Peter McDade is actually. So this is getting all very congested. Three teams covered by a second, basically. Jeremy Hall, Peter McDade, and Jason Lockwood, all in the train. And this is not what you want to see if you're a GT3 driver. There's 4 of them queuing up here at the moment. And there goes McDade. I know he's on a different strategy, but that is a raw pass from the Opmo reserve team.
Yeah, good pass, and got himself already very clear out of it. You know, I always go on this on the mindset. If you're on a different strategy, I think your objective is try to get closer towards your teammates, not your teammates, but your opponents. If you are, let's just say, on an offset strategy, but you overtook your opponent and you basically did, like, let's just say, as we look into Brian Martin's pit stop, if you clear yourself by, let's just say, 10 seconds ish, and you keep clearing that out until you do your pit stop, that's a win in my books. If your pace has been much better than the opposition's on a lap by lap basis, and that overtake was just a natural thing that maybe down the line would eventually happen, that's a win in my books by the time the race ends of sorts, because you might be in contention.
Yep. As Brian Martin gets out the car and Scott Rankin gets in. You saw him start that number 54. He came to chat to us afterwards as well. But it is a new stint for him now. He will drop behind Zach Hebert as well, who will move up to 4th place. So it's going to be Jesse Lime, Michael Gonzalez, Matt Quinn and Zach Hebert in the top 4. Meanwhile, Hall under a lot of pressure from Jason Lockwood. What a run that is from Lockwood coming out of Radion. And on the Kemmel straight, he's going to roar past. Big slipstream and a big speed advantage, but he just lifts off a little bit earlier. Hall with the inside into Lacombe, able to hold on to the place.
Yeah, but I think there will be an attempt of a comeback right there. A look on the inside for the 31, but is he going for the move? I don't think he's going for the move on that instance, but it's a good battle between both of them.
This is going to be a fantastic battle to continue to watch here. With 2 hours 36 still to go in this race. Look at that through Pouron. Lockwood has got this car underneath him a little bit better, but looks things up over that curb. Get always really nervous on the exit of that curb there because it's very, very twitchy indeed. You can very easily find yourself in trouble. Through Piff Paff they go now as well. Just a little bit of momentum lost by the Stallions GTP car, but Jeremy Hall's doing a good job of holding on to this position at the moment, and the sooner Lockwood can strike, the easier it's going to be for him to strike here in this battle. Jeremy Hall on the back foot for the moment, but he's defending well to begin with.
Oh, absolutely, he's doing a really good job so far, putting Lockwood in uncomfortable situations. Even saw like a Piff Paff. But then again, Piff Paff is such a tricky corner because I would say he's one of the corners I hate the most around Spa for you to do your braking, as the Stallions cars go wide a little bit. That's Hall going wide at the exit of the bus stop. But it's one of the worst because you don't know when to brake properly to go into the entry of the right-hand side and then migrating to the left-hand side. So it made Lockwood go on a reactionary move, and that's why the gap's still steady as it stands. It didn't open up when they actually left the next sequence of corners.
On board, he doesn't seem as close this time to me. And there's less space as well with a GT3 right in the mix. But no, Lockwood's going to go for it anyway. Oh, it's quite late on the brakes. There's a bit of a squeeze. Oh, and they almost run each other off the road there. Jeremy Hall will keep the place in the GT3 with much better speed at those corners and no battle, obviously. Alderson overtakes Lockwood again. That was really close there as they both tried to brake as late as possible and get it stopped in time without tearing themselves off the circuit. That was extremely, extremely close to contact, but they get away with it, and it was good racing in the end.
Yeah, some good hard racing between them. And you even saw Lockwood kind of like stop the car a little bit to allow Hall to go through and open up a bit of a gap because he knew that he didn't mean to do that. He didn't mean to go into contact with Lacombe and put the Stallion's GTP car off wide. He wanted to do this cleanly with the car, just decided to understeer into the corner midway through the sequence of corners. So good sportsmanship as well from Lockwood's end.
Oh, Jesus, this is extremely twitchy on the run down this next stretch. Lockwood trying to be as kind as possible to some of these drivers steaming through on laps in front of them, and there are a few of them now in the 963 AM class who are dropping a couple of laps behind. Peter McDade is just coming in front of them, by the way, so this will now be the battle for third place. As Hall pulls to the side, he will be overtaken in towards turn number 1, and Lockwood will be pulling through as well. He tries to follow through, very nearly contact in towards turn 1. They're side by side on the way out the corner now, on the run downhill in towards Eau Rouge. Surely they're not going to go up here side by side, and they don't. Lockwood backs out of it rather sensibly.
Yeah. Unfortunately for us, we didn't see a side-by-side move. That would have been great for the highlights, but I know that would have been great for the lowlights as well. But a good awareness from both of them to not fight hard going through the corner, even though there's faster cars going around them. That was one GTP that went around. I think there's a faster GTP from the Pro Mercedes that is right behind them, waiting to pounce.
There's a number of faster GTPs that have just been coming through in these last few moments. As mentioned earlier, this circuit's very congested with 963 Porsches. We've only got a couple out of the race. Unfortunately, Olympus Esports are one of those out of the race. We didn't chat about it at the time, actually, but it's happened just over an hour ago, an hour and 15 ago. Christopher Stevenson, unfortunately, retiring his car. He personally had major hardware failure, and so was unable to continue. Peter Segurni's car was not able to go any further either. Not sure why, but that's a couple of retirements in 963 from the start of this race, where we had 18 of them. Now down to 16, but it's still more numerous than in GT3 as Nicholas Salaputis here goes for a big spin through Blanchimont, and there you go, more contact with the wall.
And potentially, car is broken, unsurprisingly.
As Rob Cotto into pit lane, and that's surely going to promote our battle we were just watching up to second place in the next couple of moments. Kainan Racing will be leading by some way, but they're only about 10 laps from a stop themselves, as well as Chip Witt gets into the kart. Stallions GTP and the Paddock Enduro squad will continue to fight. There they go, past the pit lane into second and third place.
Yeah, and looking at Bowyer's, of course, gap is a little bit away, 30 seconds, 15 laps in for Bowyer. So I'm not going to say, I would say that from all categories, I would say 963 is still the one that I would say is still open in my point of view whenever Jake and Joe take over from us. I know they're not going to commentate towards the end. That would be basically you and Joe basically commentating the final hour. So I don't know if that's going to translate to the final hour, but it seems close.
Hopefully we are going to have some close finishes to look forward to a little bit later on this evening. We'll be live here on RaceSpotTV with the entirety of this race, lights to flag, in the 2025 Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa. It's been one of the best battles we've seen for a while, this, between Jeremy Hall and Jason Lockwood. Thoroughly enjoying this at the moment. 2.5 hours still to go. They kick up a little bit more gravel now through the curb pull fret. Lockwood looks quicker, but it's the classic thing of catching is one thing and passing is definitely another. That's what Jason Lockwood is feeling the effects of at the moment. He has a peak there. He just had a little bit of a look down the inside there, but he doesn't go for it again. Jeremy Hall able to keep that position. A little bit of a later apex maybe from Lockwood to try and get the run onto the front straight. Is he going to get anywhere in towards turn number 1? Again, Not close enough into La Source. Look how close he's getting, but that's where he needs to be strong, off the exits of the corners, and on that occasion he wasn't, unfortunately.
And it's not the first time we've seen Lockwood struggling with corner entries and exits, right? He always has to outbrake himself to avoid checking up to the driver in front, and that makes him lose a lot of time in the process. So you're not going to see that 31 dive down on the inside here. Lacombe is going to look for it. But again, you just see right there, he has to check up the car a little bit, brakes a little bit, outbrake himself a little bit harder to avoid the checkup on the number 7. And because of that, he loses the momentum, carrying himself better into another corner. Let's just say over here, Brussels would be another overtaking opportunity if it did braking correctly. I'm not gonna, but then again, it's that thing. These cars are hard to brake, so I don't judge them completely by sometimes outbraking themselves on a lap by lap basis.
This is the kind of battle you come to endurance races to watch through traffic left and right. Long drawn out scraps between two cars for a top position in the race. And it looks like this could transpire to be the race leading position in this one, unless Kynar Racing have really got some something up their sleeve here, which they might well do. And maybe this will only be for second, but this is exactly why we come to watch endurance racing. It is absolutely fantastic to watch. On board with Jason Lockwood as they get towards the end of another lap. He's still just not quite close enough.
Too wide. It's checking up in the marbles as well. So that takes a little bit of momentum away as well.
We'll leave these two to it for the moment in towards La Source. We'll continue to watch this, but in the meantime, let's have a chat to Charlie Guillemet, one of the other Operation Motorsport drivers currently in this event. Very good afternoon, Tyler. Good to have you with us. Let's talk firstly, well, actually, first of all, let's make sure we can hear you. Can we hear you, first of all? Can you hear us?
How are you doing, guys?
Doing good, thanks. Hope you're having a good race out there on the circuit. Currently second place for Operation Motorsport USA, just in the number 220, just 30 seconds off of the lead. How are you guys finding it out there this afternoon?
You know, track has been pretty great. The track temp's changing pretty regularly with this cloud cover, and then dealing with GTP traffic is making some things interesting. I think that you know, we're pretty happy in second. The guys in the lead are really fast.
Absolutely, that's certainly been the case in GT3 Pro here this afternoon. We'll of course continue to follow your progress. I must tell you that a couple of the teams have gained positions while they've been chatting to us. So you know, maybe that's going to be a good luck home as well. You never know. We'll see if we get lucky on that occasion. But I want to chat a little bit about your story before we get back to the race a little bit later, because we've been chatting to a number of Operation Motorsport drivers and beneficiaries now. Tell us a little bit about your story and how you went from the end of your 10 years service with the US Navy to, first of all, volunteering with OPMO in 2022, I'm told. Tell us about that journey and that in-between time.
Yeah, so I got out of the Navy in October of 2020. Was big into sim racing them, so I found Operation Motorsport through a fellow competitor in a league when they did their iRacing Remembrance that year. Had never heard of the organization, looked more into it, decided I wanted to volunteer after that event. Got started, I think I did my first event at Virginia International in 2021 and continued into 22. Tiffany and Diesel both saw a need for me to make the change over to a beneficiary. So middle of that year, I put my application in, went through the whole interview process, and got accepted into the organization. And I just finished my 2 years in the program at the end of the last season in IMSA.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about what that entails, and indeed the journey through Operation Motorsport from first volunteering in 2022, as you say, to now, I hear, with Archangel Motorsports in 2025.
Yeah, so had a fantastic year last year with Archangel Motorsports and their Michelin pilot program. Being with Operation Motorsport for 2 years, traveling to Wales for the Race of Remembrance over there twice in 22 and in 23. Meeting everybody throughout the organization, it really changed my life. I was in some dark places at moments, and I could say that today I am a different person, a better person, and it's all thanks to what Operation Motorsport does and how they empower us to make those changes for ourselves to be better. And this year, I got hired on as a professional mechanic with Archangel Motorsports in SRO GT World Challenge.
So it's fantastic to hear. And how after, well, I don't say completing the journey, obviously it's an ongoing thing, but because you're a mechanic now with them, but how would you sort of recommend I suppose recommend Operation Motorsport to anyone who's in a similar situation to you?
Yeah, I would say that, if anybody out there that's listening to this is even remotely interested in motorsports, has got some things that they carried with them out of the military and, want to make some life changes, there is no better organization to do that. I wouldn't be where I am today without them. And, it kind of just speaks to what they do. I still volunteer with them now, still looking after the guys. And, it's truly an honor to be a part of something like this.
That's absolutely fantastic to hear, Tyler. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us again. One last one. Are we going to be seeing you back out there on the circuit tonight, or is that you done for the day?
Yep, I'll be back out there in about 20 minutes when Greg finishes up his stint here.
All right, we'll let you go and get ready for another stint in the car, Tyler. Thanks so much for coming to chat to us and sharing your story, and good luck back out there on the circuit again a little bit later on this afternoon.
All right, thanks, guys. See you.
Thanks very much. That is Tyler Guillemette there in the Operation Motorsport USA car. Another fantastic story to hear how Operation Motorsport can help veterans after their service. And if you would like to donate and help Operation Motorsport do all the great things that they have done and continue to do, you can scan the QR code on screen now, or visit that website at the bottom. It's also linked in our YouTube description to donate and bid to help our veterans in their recovery. In the donation page also, by the way, it's not just a simple donation page to give. There's also an auction with opportunities to win Michelin tyres, Porsche Motorsport items, prints and other items and such. So you can visit the QR code or indeed the website there to get in with a chance of those as well. So yeah, please do, if you are able to, go and donate and get us towards that target. Nearly at $6,000 so far here this afternoon raised. A big thanks to everyone who has donated so far, but as always, Operation Motorsport very grateful for any other donations between now and the end of this race. As we were just chatting to Tyler there, we saw an overtake for second in 963 AM. Jason Lockwood got through on Jeremy Hall in the end, and got the feeling, Lorenzo, by watching them, to be fair, that was coming in the end, but Lockwood still had to do the business and get through. Indeed, he has made that pass now and moves up into second position.
Absolutely, good stuff. Took a little bit of a while, but question is now Lockwood going to be able to retain that, right?
This line is leading overall by just over a minute here. Matt Quinn, having made that stop earlier on, is now obviously lagging behind, but Lyon will make his stop again rather soon. You'd imagine that will be the third last stop of the day, since he's on lap 22 right now. It'll be third last stop of today's race. And one other thing I just noted, by the way, 963 AM leader Charlie Boyer, who now has only 13 seconds. He just went for a spin through Les Combes there. So now that gap has come down a lot. If you are in this strategy here for Kainan Racing, you're trying to make one less stop than some of the other teams in 963. I mean, you absolutely cannot afford a mistake like that.
No, you'd be cutting very close to danger by doing that. I still think they retain some good headway compared to the Paddock Endurance Squad and Stallions GTP, but it's like playing with fire as it stands right now. General gap to top 3 is overall 17 seconds. In a 2-hour 18-minute race sounds much, but it is nothing at all with these offset strategies.
It's all to figure out before the finish here. 2 hours 18 to go. 10 seconds between Scott Rankin and Michael Gonzalez. The Paddock Enduro Squad and Solpec Precision Racing providing the closest battle in 963 Pro. This is the AM spin I saw. Charlie Boy just simply over the curb there and well avoided by the Imperial Motorsports car in the background. Also through Lecombe, Nick Whitehill having trouble. Oh, and that's contact. Or was it? Well, maybe I'll hold fire on that one. I think it was contact anyway with one of the Solpec cars, and that is Michael Gonzalez, who's trying to catch Scott Rankin. He's not going to catch it if he gets a penalty for contact. This is Gregory Meismer, who, has a big twitch. And nearly a big save through Blanchimont. Does he avoid the wall? He certainly does. At least he managed to avoid that barrier, but a big spin for him.
Yeah, I think that second part twitch was a little bit detrimental to Meismer, nearly detrimental to Meismer's race, unfortunately. But somehow good reactions to avoid the car in the wall.
This is Tyler Reid doing the whole race by himself for Operation Motorsport here this afternoon. He's nearly 2/3 of the way through here today, having done this entire race all by himself. Fantastic job from him so far. And he now leads by just over 2 laps. So Patrick O'Doherty is next. And then it is Cody Durkin for the Operation Motorsport Enduro team. Devin Hopkins is the last of the running GT3 AMs, I believe, in the field so far today. But it's been a great job so far from Reid, as we've got stops here, and Jesse Lyon into the pit lane. So 23 laps in that car on that tank of fuel, and he's back into pit lane. So I'm going to say here, Lorenzo, this is the 3rd last stop. 3 more stints to go after this pit stop here.
I agree with that. How much they're doing, like 45 minutes-ish?
We've seen cars do more than that, but I think 45 minutes is a good thing to aim at, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're doing 45 minutes, that's 45, 45, 40, 40, 40, you put 10, 15, 135 minutes, yeah, that's pretty much right on the bang, right on the mark.
Just a question if they can do those 45 minutes. And of course, Imperial Motorsports will have to do the same amount of stops as well. They will have a slightly shorter one, though, to come a bit later, because they're going to have to do another 10 laps yet on this tank of fuel before they have to come into pit lane. So they're definitely going to make it. I think Solpec are favourites for this race, as long as they can do those 45-minute stints that I'm talking about there. I think they are favourites for this race. If not, then they'll have to make an extra pit stop, and surely Imperial Motorsports would come through and overtake them in that situation. With such a long pit lane, even a splash and dash could set you back a long way.
The overtake will be done, I think.
Well, as Fabricio Rivera actually gets into that car, but he will keep the lead.
Yeah, not by much though, because that Imperial car is going to gain a lot of ground with the new tires on that 161.
Well, initially on the cold tyres, it's going to be a time loss, but then, as you say, they will start to gain that all back again in number 161. Other close battles on the circuit, really only as close as this. Not missing much by staying with these guys as Matt Quinn tries to close in on Jesse, not Jesse Lyon, that's muscle memory. Fabrizio Rivera now. You can see, look at that, 3 seconds, it's just plummeting on these warmer tyres. The cold tyres are really bad to start with, but then, as you say, the newer tyres will help him out. Matt Quinn with a good chance to get Rivera while he's new into the car as well. Might be the last driver change of the day. That we'll see if Rivera stays in that car all the way to the end. But look at this, less than 2 seconds now. They come through the middle sector.
Yeah, that gap is going to get to about a half a second whenever this lap is all said and done. That's just how the struggle within those first laps will be, you know, for that car. So Imperial is going to, I think they're going to take the lead. The question is where they to take the lead. I think, my point of view, they're going to take that at Lacombe, using the full advantage of the tires, and also I would say of the conditions of the car itself as well. It's light.
Oh, Rivera can't quite get it turned in time for that final chicane, and this is going to be a change for the lead. Is it over the start-finish line as Quinn gets alongside in towards turn number 1? Brakes a bit later. He's going to have to strike while Rivera's on these cold tyres and he's new into the car. Rivera can't quite edge him out. He's going to get round the outside here, Quinn, and not get through yet. He's got to tuck back in the slipstream and try and use that speed on the way towards Lecombe.
Like I said, running a little bit wide, coming back, but it's still within the draft range. That's important for the 119, 17 to try to attempt the overtake, even though Rivera goes a little bit on a wiggle move.
Down the inside, side by side for the lead, and Matt Quinn goes through. Bit of a slide through the second part of Lecombe, but Imperial Motorsports hit the front. So Pit Precision Racing trying to get those new cold tyres up to speed as quickly as possible. And as you can see, it's just not easy to do. Matt Quinn now hits the front ahead of Fabrizio Rivera, who will now try and stay with Quinn, I guess, and try and hit back again, maybe before the stint is over. But it's going to be difficult. Quinn's on lower fuel, don't forget.
Yeah, so he needs to take the advantage right now to try to get off and away from Fabrizio, because Fabrizio is just going to get faster on a lap-by-lap basis. So whenever that tire kick in, Imperial is going to find himself in a lot of trouble, and they still have about 7 laps before they go into the pits.
Yeah, it will be a little while yet. Car9 Racing have just been in. They dropped down in 963. Oh dear, someone's missing a front end down on pit lane there. Who's that?
Is that
BRN, Steve Komatz, I think.
Yeah, that's them.
Andy Jenks is the new driver, by the way, for Car9, and might well be taking that car to the end as well with 2 hours 10 remaining. He was in earlier, and he tiptoes his way back out onto the circuit again. But that's nearly 5 minutes in pit lane for Komatz and what looked like a pretty battered 963.
It's going to be a slow-moving car move for now, as we look. Can we really see that what happened to Komatz's car?
Yeah.
That is not a healthy car at all.
No, it's not. We'll try and find what happened there, but that was not a healthy-looking car at all for Steve Komatz. He is now, in about 6 minutes, so he's going to start dropping behind some of the GT3s in this race now. Hopefully it doesn't become a retirement. We've only had 2 so far. Peter Segurni's back out onto the circuit again. I slightly erroneously said that he was out of the race earlier, but he's still going. He just had an over 8-minute stop. He's back out onto the circuit now, though, which is a good thing. We've still got, running in this race, 33 teams. So fantastic entry for this race. As, meanwhile, Jameson Leckenby makes up an overall position on William Wolf. I think that is, well, I know that is not for class position, but it is overall. where there has been a change. This is what happened to Steve Komatz up over the top at Eau Rouge and Radion. Oh, it's the last part, and it's, oh my goodness. We've seen some big hits so far this afternoon. That's one of the bigger ones as well.
This might go on par with what happened at Blanchimont earlier on, right?
I mean, which one was bigger? I mean, could have an argument about that.
Yeah, good question. It's just got a little bit weird how the car bottomed out at the transition on the curb to at the exit of Radion.
It's such a difficult section of corners, as always, as we all know, really. Up through Eau Rouge and Radion there. It's just quite rare you see a clip of the curb on the inside like that and a spin into the wall quite in the fashion that you see it. Because you see them doing it there. I mean, they're riding the curb over the top every time, but Komat's just lost it that time. Just shows you how on edge these GTPs are. They are proper prototypes, and at high speed you can certainly feel that, but you sometimes forget how on the ragged edge they are sometimes.
Yeah, they're not going to be feeling like on rails every single time, especially if they have slow tires or something like that. So you do have to take it a certain way around there. As Imperial is going to find that that car, that back marker. I think that's hitting Jenks right in front of them.
Yeah, it certainly is Jenks, and he moves out the way rather kindly, actually, for the two leaders to go through. Maybe seeing that they are the two leaders, wanted to pull over, even though he didn't really have to. He was also getting up to speed after that pit stop, which is why he's quite not quite got the grip of the two that have just passed him. This is good news for Fabrizio Rivera, though, I feel. Feels to me like Quinn should be pulling away at this point with less fuel on board. A lighter car should be a bit punchier. 13 laps younger tyres for Rivera, but that shouldn't be too much of a factor. He's just using the slipstream of the Imperial Motorsports car, and he's keeping him right in check for the moment.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a confidence boost for Fabrizio, but then again, the one thing I think for now Imperial needs to keep in mind of is not lose the advantage they have on Sopak. They cannot lose this position. I think for track purposes and pace and distance purposes between the cars on the gap, I think it's important for them to come out of the pit lane in front of the number 161. But I don't think that will be the case. As back to you, even with our fundraising target.
Yeah, we've crossed the $6,000 mark. A big thanks to everyone who's donated here to Operation Motorsport this afternoon and indeed watched along the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa. If you want to donate yourself, you can do using the QR code that's mostly on the top right of the screen throughout all of the broadcast, and indeed using the link that is in the YouTube chat and the YouTube description as well. It's not just a simple link to donate, there's also an auction with opportunities to win Michelin tyres, Porsche Motorsport items, prints and other items as well. If you visit the links in the description or chat, or indeed the QR code at the top right of the screen, you can help along, donate to Operation Motorsport, doing fantastic work with veteran recovery through motorsport. 2 hours 5 minutes still to go in this one. And Matt Quinn versus Fabrizio Rivera is going to be entertaining us for laps to come, it seems. Matt Quinn's not going to be in for another 8 or so. I reckon we've got some time to enjoy this one yet, Lorenzo, with 2 hours 5 minutes to go.
Oh yeah, he's gonna ride the car the best way he can, and you can see Quinn having some issues at the mid-corner, and you can see Rivera's car more pointing towards the ground. So I think the opportunity will be open for the 161 to do the overtake on bus stop if he just do Blanchimont cleanly.
We haven't seen the bus stop used as an overtaking point too much so far this afternoon, but maybe now's going to be the moment for Rivera, who peeks to the inside. And Quinn knows this is important to try and slow down Fabrizio Rivera as much as possible. If you can just stay in front of him here and get in his way, he will be in a good situation. Will Matt Quinn in towards turn one, a bit of a lift off and then down the brakes. Oh, so close, super close through La Source. Now, can they both get this GT3 before Eau Rouge? They certainly can. But Quinn making George to stay out of the slipstream as much as possible now as Rivera gets into the slipstream over the top of the hill there through Radion. There's going to be a big slipstream now for Rivera. He just seems like a little bit too far back. He won't be desperate to get past, but my goodness, it would be a big statement for this race if Solpeck were to get through here.
Yeah, but it won't be the case. There's oh. Your contact between the GTP and the GT3 right there. Back to you.
And here comes Rivera. Inside line at Bruxelles. Matt Quinn under big pressure here. I thought that bit of traffic through Lecombe could help him just get that margin over Rivera that he really needed here, but it hasn't given him it at all. Through No Name, still side by side between the two race leaders. And Zach Hubert's only 10 seconds behind this, by the way. This is going to lose them time. Side by side through Pouon. Rivera has to go off the circuit just to get the space required. And Quinn is going to come back again in towards pit path, but no. Fabrizio Rivera's through on those newer tyres. He's put them to good use, and he's got Solpeck back to the front.
Yeah, and that was good patience from Rivera to use the traffic as basically the opening for him to do that overtake. And you can even see Quinn struggling with the tires hard, even though the car might be a little bit lighter. You can see the tires a little bit more wasted than the Solpeck driver, and naturally I think this will be the opportunity for the 161 to start break away. Though Quinn is still in this, if he's in the draft range, it means he still has a shot, but it's not the biggest of shots. I would say he has at best a 2-3 lap range before he needs to think about coming into the pit stop.
I must admit, I'm slightly surprised that the tyre advantage has superseded the weight advantage, which is, it's over half a fuel tank heavier, if you like, that car that has just made the overtake there. But I don't know, are you surprised, Lorenzo, in these cooling conditions here at Spa, getting towards the late afternoon period, that the tyres, or maybe it's drivers, of course, difference. We don't know that these are exactly the same pace in terms of drivers either. But I'm slightly surprised it's the tyres that are making the difference as opposed to the weight.
Spa has some good tire waste. There's some good tire wear, so I'm not even surprised by that. I know newer tires, especially when the car's settled in properly, then we'll have a little bit of a better advantage if you are on a newer tire thread. So eventually Rivera would have done the overtake. The question would be where and when. And Quinn would have to just stand by and watch. But he can stay within the toe. That's important for him. That's really good. The question, he cannot lose to Zach Herbert, which is about 9 seconds behind. Question, will he retain that advantage in the next 2 hours? I don't know. I'm not going to be around, and you're going to take a little bit of a break.
We'll be stepping away in a couple of moments' time, but just before we do go, just give us your thoughts on the situation in this race, especially out front in 963 Pro. Is it Solpeck's to lose from here, in your opinion, as well?
I agree. It's there to lose. They've been the marquee in this race. It's going to be hard for taken away from them. Like I said before, I think the closest one will be the 963M, which I think there's still a battle to be said in there, but nevertheless, they're racing for a great cause. That was what mattered the most. Everybody's doing it for a great cause, for the veterans. And I wish everybody donate and help out this great cause.
Absolutely. A big thanks, of course, to everyone who has so far as well. I'll step away for an hour or so. Lorenzo with me as well. And with 2 hours to go in the 2025 Operation Motorsport 6 Hours of Spa, it's time for us to hand over to Jake Sperry and Joe Peak.
Thank you very much, Ewan. We are right on the precipice of some fantastic racing right now. We've just had a big changeover for the race lead here of 963 Pro, with Solpeck now in control of 2 different pro categories here in your 2025 Operation Motorsports benefit here, your 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, as we enter the final third worth of action here in the Belgian Ardennes. Joe, I am so excited by this fantastic cauldron of battling that we're going to get at one of the most versatile and legendary circuits that the world has to offer.
Yeah, I'm glad that they chose this place. Big open track for them to really let this huge field stretch out, but also still a challenge. No matter what you stick on here, it's always going to be a track that will test drivers. That's why it's such a favorite of them, not just for the beauty of these hills around, of course, just the way that the track kind of lays through it. This is the battle for fourth right now that we've got between the Paddock Enduro squad and the Solpec Precision Racing 160, with Scott Rankin kind of leading that way. But it's about 6 seconds apart, so what he really needs to focus on right now is trying to avoid this is in the AM category, or rather that they are fighting for this one, as we do have the Pro category and the AM category in each of our two classes. But regardless, these drivers trying to make sure that they don't get too much caught up in the traffic here, Jake. That's really going to be the make or break this late into the race, is just how you deal with coming up on the slower cars.
It's not the end of the world if they find themselves with damage. They've got 2 fast repairs in the back pocket, but the question will be who's burnt them and who's not. And that, I think, is going to be the big key. 1.2, the gap between Opmo Reserve and Kynaran. Andy Jenks is the driver in the Kynaran car. They have gone and made their stop and looking to try and chase on down against Opmo Reserve and Peter McDade, who he had on for interview just a while ago, about an hour ago now at this point. But the chase still very much there on what is a newer version here at the Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps from what we've seen in previous elements, updated to 2024 specification, which means that the little house up on top of the hill at Radion Corner is now not there anymore, which is a shame, because I would have happily paid my 5 to 6 million euros or however much it would have been to live there.
Yeah, good luck. You and about, a couple million other race fans that probably would be lining up for that one. Maybe, I'm actually kind of curious if they just moved it somewhere, or if they actually tore it down, because I can still see it bringing a pretty penny if they moved it somewhere. In the meantime, on the track action itself, this is always one of the more difficult parts of the race, I feel like. If you're not close in a battle, your team is, we see the replay of William Wolf really losing it coming out of Blanchimont. Thankfully, though, not actually winding up in the wall, so no damage on that one, although not the safest of rejoins. Thankfully, avoiding any sort of contact. But as I was saying, Jake, this is always the tough part. If you're not in a direct battle, the team's weary, everybody's tired, you're trying to get to the finish, and you don't have anything to try and fight for except just to keep your pace up and hope that others have issues. So it's really where it pays off for those that know how to stay focused and really rip the laps off.
Yeah, and spinning from third position in GT3 Pro. That is a case of GT3R Pro of it not going the way that's wanted. And I'm not actually that surprised that they've pulled William Wolf out of the car and put Chad Henson into the car now. It gives them an opportunity. I do love as well a very good team name there, which is known as Too Fast, One Furious. That's the car they're up against then, the 944. So they've got Nick Whitehill, who's been in the car, and Shay McNeely. So they've had the 2 fast drivers. I want to know which one's the furious one.
and maybe you should put him in when you're in that fierce battle. In that case is Dominic Liviere for Solpec Precision, also coming around. One of those races where you really don't want to make any extra visits to this pit lane. You can see they not only have to go down the Grand Prix pits, but then you go all the way around the corner and then have to make your way down into the old endurance pits here. And the drivers making some changes, it looks like, as we got both of them hopping out and swapping with their teammate.
Yeah, Jure Vigdelia is going to get in behind the wheel now for Solpec Precision Racing here. So the race leading category team in class, which is the 991 out there at this point, jumped in. So from Club Scandinavia out there, Dominic Olivier from Club Florida, quite comfortably jumping out of the car and giving Jure now the chance to go and attack on the final couple of hours of this race. But there is your overall race. They are gone! Round goes Fabrizio Rivera. No pressure applied at Campus. Matt Quinn is given a gift of the race lead.
That it was out of nowhere. I mean, it was sheer luck that we switched cameras to it right when it happened. But yeah, just touch the grass, like you said, not under pressure, dip the left wheels off, And that's the sort of things that I just mentioned. You got to watch out for. You have to keep your head in the game, because you can just make a move that is a couple inches off of where you need to be, and it costs you the lead of the race. Now, it does seem like this 161 is quick, so I wonder if they're going to try and track them back down. Well, they don't have to, because Quinn is just pitted, so that answers that question. But that's valuable time lost for Solpec's Precision Racing 161 car.
Remember, it's a very close battle on strategy. You can see just overcommits into the corner on lap 115. It is so easy to do. You think you're hitting the same line over and over and over again. And when you're coming out of Fania, you're trying to get over as far as you can to the left-hand side of the circuit to open up those two consecutive right corners of Campus and Stavolo. And so when you get to that section of road, Joe, just from your experience of dealing with Spa, this is a track that lulls you into a false sense of security, because a lot of sections of the circuit at one part mirror others, and that's a slightly missed box.
I was just going to say something. Yeah, it seemed like they wasted a little bit of time there having to back up into it. But yes, it's one of those circuits that you think, okay, well, nothing looks too crazy about it on the surface until you get there in person, and then you see the elevation change, and then you're like, whoa, this is an absolutely insane track. And so you're adding all these things on top of it, because then you also add the speeds in that you're driving around this place, because they look like rather simple corners. But remember, it's 4 miles long, so you look at those turns and suddenly those corners are hundreds of miles an hour at pace that you're taking around them. So that's why you see those little mistakes like that coming out of Fani's, like you said, having to switch across. You're trying to open up Stavolo as much as you can, and if you do it just that little bit much, you have no time at all, honestly, to get it across the track. So it's very easy to just dip the wheel off into the dirt and find yourself spinning the car off. Now, the good thing is they've got the gravel out there, and here in the sim, you can't get stuck in the gravel, so it prevents your race from being over. But also, they've updated the gravel in the past year or so that now it eats up your time a lot more. It's a lot harder to get out of there as you try to get the wheels spinning. So you're going to spend more time trying to clunk your way out of it, and then you're dragging all kinds of stuff onto the track itself, which certainly doesn't make your competitors all that happy either.
No, certainly not with the dynamic track system. Zach Hebert, by the way, has just dipped into pits, was chasing down the Solpec Precision Racing 161 as we go back to Kainaran versus Opmo here, as it was a 2:05.2 meets a 2:04.4, so a lightning quick lap there from Andy Jenks, chasing up over the top of the crest then and up the long Kemmel straight here towards the right, left and right. We're only a week away removed from what this circuit is closely resembled to out there in the world of sport. It's a multi-feature in terms of sport, because Liège-Bastogne-Liège, the great cycling monument, has just gone by in the last week, won by legendary cyclist Tadej Pogačar. And is there any reason why you have cycling here? It is one of the hilliest places in the world, and you take a look down Bruchel's corner, it is one of the toughest corners on the sim, I think, to get correct every time, because you're almost relying on that front right tyre not locking up.
Yeah, I feel like if I tried to bomb it on my skateboard, I'd be pretty darn scared trying to come down this hill, because it looks absolutely monstrous. You're going to be gaining a ton of speed, even just a human-powered machine, let alone here with all the horsepower underneath these cars. But that Opmo machine trying to hold it down. Of course, Operation Motorsport, what we're really here for. We've heard a bit of mention before you and left that you've got the QR code up the upper right. And also, if you don't want to use the QR code there on your screen, if you're watching on YouTube, we have a link in the description as well as in the YouTube chat. So we're trying to raise as much funds as possible. We've been sitting at just over $6,000. I think we can do a bit more than that, don't you, Jake?
I absolutely think we can do more. And here's your challenge. Can you, ladies and gentlemen, get us to at least $7,000 by the end of this hour? We've got a massive auction that's going on as well, with some amazing products then as part of the work of Operation Motorsport, and as well with the Porsche Club of America. So please, if you have the opportunity to, donate what you can to a fantastic cause of veteran recovery through motorsport, because ultimately, at the end of the day, this is an opportunity for each and every single driver to go and have their own space. Once you drive, you are in your own world, and I think that is one of the most fantastic things you can find with trying to get that recovery sense in for veteran drivers, or for veterans in general, is just that opportunity to say, you can have your own space. It's you, the car, and the road, and you can go out to that top level and say, right, I want to have this space to me where I can relax and I can drive and I can have fun with friends.
Yeah, and I've got to see people involved in that in person as well through my time with SRO, so I can attest to the fantastic stuff that the organization does. And honestly, what a brilliant idea from them on top of things, because you think about the difficulties in transitioning from the armed forces life for so many veterans and needing, some way to transition. Well, I mean, look at motorsports. It is to be in motorsports, it's going to be a well-oiled machine that you're a part of there. So it's that perfect way to go from veteran, your service, to civilian life, and have that in between that still gives you a bit of the taste of just regular non-service life, but still give you that good structure that's involved. So that's what they're doing here, and I love that they found that beautiful key in all this. Is now we check out on Bradley Beeman, currently sitting 7th in GT3 Pro.
Yeah, and now starting to think about the next phases of this race. Of course, we've seen Bradley Beeman in the car. Now Tyler Beeman's been in, and they've also got Robert Gregoire over from Canada. They're also with the Into the Apex podcast, and as far as their Into the Apex goes, quite well at the moment there through the final chicane, as Gabriel Albano jumps in then from the Blue Thunder team, number 13, second overall. And also just leaving the pits then is the Stallions GTP X AM category team, the number 7, moving back to 3rd in class after that pit stop, which means that the Paddock Enduro squad, because I believe more than Ohio State University should use the word "the" in all of their words, and it shouldn't be copyrighted, as well as Schadenfreude fodder, are there ahead at the moment.
I mean, on my socials, I use the Joe Peak, so yeah, no, I'm with you on that one. But he did get shuffled down at least one more position. Andy Jenks is able to go by, as well as, I think, Peter McDade, although that is for the pro category within the 963. So that wasn't for class position, but we'll get back out as we check in on Scott Rankin now, another of our 963 pros, up onto the podium for them. But let's see where they wind up once the pit stop is done with. I think they're going to get overtaken by Billy Smith and the Opera Motorsports, and then it's a maybe on if they're caught up by Echelon Sim Sport, the next one down.
Scott Rankin is a very, very good friend of mine over from Club Oz NZ. He's a massive component of a lot of the Australian sim racing scene as far as commentary goes, and he's up there with the likes of Reese Gardner in terms of what level he puts in. So it's very nice to see him out and driving here at the moment with the Paddock Enduro squad. Brian Martin, he could go to in the car at any stage, as Jason Taylor, the number 29 Echelon Sim Sport car, should breeze on by here, as it's a case of taking fuel and tyres and then getting that launch and going again. It's one of the tougher pit exits out there, as well as being the longest pit lane in all of iRacing, because you've got to come up the hill through Eau Rouge, and then you've got the finest dance that you've got around on this section that you've got to be very alert to overall. McDade still having to deal with this battle with Andy Jenks. Kyle Aaron, over the course of the season that we've been watching with the Porsche Club of America, they've been that amateur category team that has, at points over the course of certain races here, Joe, have gone on to say, no, we're actually a pro-level team in terms of pace. So I think that what Kyle Aaron are doing is showing that as an AM category car in 2025, they really want to push to pro heading towards 2026.
Also, just to note that car we saw diving across the track, that was Matrix Hardcore. They didn't have too bad of an off, just a little in the gravel there coming out. But yeah, no, and I think that is, again, a testament to what PCA does with all their various classes racing against one another, and their method of figuring out how to place people where they are. Honestly, one of my favorite, and by far the most effective at giving us good races in terms of getting people who are close on pace out on the track together. But this one, we got to remember that while it is 1.2 seconds between McDade and Jenks, it is between Pro and Ams, but it is for overall. And I can tell you, drivers will always want to go for the overall. Yes, they know it doesn't matter as much in terms of within their class, but you want to put one over on the pro guys. You always do.
I mean, it's a tale as old as time, isn't it? If you're an AM that gets by a pro, you have a big smile from ear to ear and say, well, I don't have as much experience as you, and I've managed to beat you. So I think there is that level of a big smile that so many different drivers get to have when they go out there and they race and they're looking around. But this is the sort of thing as well that says that this is a series, and the whole Porsche Club of America is all about all different levels of experience can come in, as we watch Jason Taylor here in the number 29 echelon Simsport GTP have a very big 360 moment going through Les Combes. Very easy to do, especially in the Porsche 963, because you're very reliant in the hypercar on having some of that downforce there that sinks the car to the ground. Now, the moment you take that away going through the corner, the only way you're going to get more grip is that you drive through the corner quicker.
And let's remember, I mean, these GTP cars are they are now essentially the highest level of prototype racing. So asking these drivers to try and drive them, it's a tall one. So I'm not surprised to see that we see a few spins here and there, because they are difficult cars to drive. iRacing will do one thing when you get on there and you think that you're hot stuff in a racing car. It will humble you because you suddenly have a lot more respect for professional race car drivers once you hop into these things.
Yeah, and we're just getting word that a black flag penalty is coming in for the Stallions GT3 RR. So it looks like them in the number 3 car down in 31st position are going to have a little bit of a walk back down the pits. Greg Strelzoff then is behind the wheel currently, and in a very, very hectic situation, Jonah Gould trying to get through for the Paddock Enduro squad, manages that, and then you've got the Blue Thunder team of Gabriel Albano, who's trying to also navigate by, and this is where it gets sketchy. Lap traffic, you talked about it, Joe, there, and 3 wide, out over towards corner Paul Frere. Nick Kearney for the Sim Racer Academy making that charge through, the number 19 team out there, and of course being a big component of a lot of work that's done is the likes of Balázs Remenyik then has been huge in terms of bringing affordable simulation setups to many a driver out there, as we focus with Cody Durkin diving down into pits.
Yeah, so going to get their latest service done. Yeah, and you know what? Honestly, that 3 wide was a really good example of how to do those situations. It was on the run out of Stavelot 2 up to Blanchimont, which is, yes, a little bit twisty, but it's got enough visibility that you can kind of see what's coming. Each of the drivers kind of respected the other's space, and it wasn't like the GTP was just kind of barging on in there. Waited until they were on that straightaway, and everybody just coolly let it play out, and then they carried on with what they were doing. You have to always try to give some time and space to your other class cars out on the track in multi-class racing, because everybody there is doing their own race, and you don't always know who is in what situation.
We've just turned away from that at the wrong time, because Greg Strelzoff has gone straight into the back of Gabriel Albano up there at Les Combes, and it's been hefty contact there, which has found the barriers over for Gabriel Albano. The front is a little bit caved in. Ramhorn Racing also, by the way, has a black flag penalty assigned to them at the moment, so Ramhorn will have to dive into the pits, but Gabriel Albano has some damage to the front and will now be walking a little bit more wounded right now with that Porsche, and won't be too pleased. There you can see the marks in the gravel where they went in, and it's quite simply put, Joe, as we take a look at this, you just get into the corner and you just get in a bit hot.
Yeah, and you don't always know necessarily those around you what their brake markers are, because again, with this team racing, you've got drivers coming in and out. Someone may have just jumped in, so there's all kinds of stuff that can complicate that situation that could result in him getting into the back of Albano. Now, checking to see, it looks like the good news is the 13 hasn't used their free repair. This late in the race, they're sitting in a good position. With 2 of them waiting, they can afford to potentially use one, because this is a track where you don't want any sort of damage on the car. It could be the slightest thing, but straight line speed being hindered here is just such a massive blow to your overall pace. And plus, it could also upset the balance of the car through some of the fast corners. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw next time in pit lane that 13 car wound up taking one of the free repairs.
Robert Cottle gets in behind the Schadenfreude-Foller team right now, the number 79 in the 963 AM. They have given up first and second positions, come off of the jacks, and waiting around is a very blustery pit lane, it has to be said. Only the 10 kilometers an hour, though, that it's blowing about. But I tell you what, it really is catching here in the CrowdStrike flags.
Yeah, certainly is showing them off quite a bit. So yeah, I don't think the 7 or 8 miles an hour that we've got will upset these cars too much. Yes, they're both aero cars, but I think they're heavy enough that we're not seeing them kind of gusted across and into these sort of off tracks that we're seeing. So, although I do see that it looks like it's changing speed a little bit here and there. So the gusting in that sense could also upset things, as we see Gonzalez come down into pit lane, take service, and also swap drivers out. So, hey, there's an old name that I recognize from many years here on iRacing. Blake Reynolds going to hop in.
Former pro Stripe over in the NASCAR series once upon a time, and someone who is always lightning fast when he chooses to be, and can be a big threat. He does love his endurance style racing, and that's what you tend to find him in when it comes to the later stages. Now, this is Richard Davenport here in the 022 Baby Got track team out there at the moment. So Mix-a-Lot would be very happy, but that would not be something to be quite pleased with. Catching the gravel on the exit of Fania, and then around you go and into the barriers.
Baby got it back onto the track here, unfortunately, and was waiting, thankfully, very patiently to try to find an opening, because this series does pride itself in clean racing. So it looks like that message got through. They were waiting for the right time to try and get it back facing the right way and then get on their way. And that goes back to what we talked about, that transition from Fanyes up to Stavolo. Unfortunately, it's a lot trickier than you'd expect, and just got a little too wide into the gravel.
Yep, so easy to do, and especially with these new limits, it was built in to make this circuit a little bit more difficult, to stop it being one of those runoff paradises that often gets quoted about in motorsport that nobody seems to like. But gravel in itself often makes it very difficult. This is Ken Estridge then for BRN. We saw them with the front nose off about 15-20 minutes ago, and we'll see him with another nose off going through at the next section there, going up over the top at Malmedy, the highest section on this circuit, and BRN just seemingly can't catch a break there.
Yeah, I'm checking to see if they drove that one back or if they took a tow, because that was a pretty big hit. No, they took a tow, unfortunately, so that's going to be extra costly. And yeah, that is that their second one? Yep, I think they're going to be sitting in pit lane for a long time, waiting for actual repairs to finish instead of just getting the free repair and dipping out. Yeah,
so if you're having to take manual repairs out there on circuit, you're going to be waiting a long time. They'll be with Team Captain Obvious and Olympus Esports in no time at all. Reynolds then immediately out of the frying pan and into the fire, because Jonah Gould is there just behind, and then Nick Kearney as well, who's 3 laps down and 2 laps down. Solpeck will officially be the 160 team 1 lap down, which means that effectively they're racing with none of what's behind at the moment, but it's a full 45 seconds to chase up to Imperial Motorsports GTP and Billy Smith II, who's out there at the moment in that 917, who is hoping that this is all going to fall into plan. Now, in terms of plans out there, it's been a little bit tougher when it's come to the GT3 R-Am category. Just the 4 cars in category at the moment, but they have all been doing a fantastic job out there. There is Tyler Reed in the Operation Motorsports 2 number 47 car, going all on his own, full 6 hours on your own. Now, here's something that's a little bit interesting. You can do these 6 hours on your own. You can have a maximum of 7 teammates with you to help you out.
That is quite a wide breadth of rules there, but I feel like the 2 or 3 that we've been seeing is probably a good sweet number for most of the drivers. But doing a 6-hour race by yourself, that'll be something. And Tyler's really handling it well, considering, not just leading the AMs right now, he's 9th out of all of the GT3 cars. So yeah, I'd say that Tyler is really proving what he's capable of.
Yeah, and that attrition factor in and around, and drivers who are dropping off the circuit left and right, it sometimes pays dividends to get into a rhythm and have that focus. And you see it so often when all of the big 24-hour or 12-hour races go around, that there's always someone out there who's got to make a slightly different named account, which has like an initial in the middle that says I can do this and still be classified as a result at the end.
Certainly, as we watch the run through Blanchimont once again, actually already almost down to 90 minutes. So this is going by pretty quick, and before you know it, it is going to be over. And the conditions are going to be different from how you started, with just the passage of time here in the sim. That was just a little deep down into the bus stop chicane. Thankfully didn't hit anything as we check in on Nick Kearney, currently sitting in 7th in number 19.
Crucially, diving down through these long pits, the Grand Prix pits here on the right. And it used to be a wall all the way around when it came to this pit lane. They've now replaced that wall section with a couple of cones, and I believe that would have been put in to stop all of those massive sections of driver upon driver tipping up the car going through that section of road and having the car basically leave itself in the most impossible Austin Powers. This is Robert Rose, who's in 8th position by comparison, though. So the 963, this is SC Team Red, and you would expect, with where they are on circuit and the service just starting now for Nick Kearney, that this should be a relatively easy pass that we see here on pit lane.
Yep, they're coming up to him now. Yeah, that hairpin used to cause some very comical moments. I always remember Bill Zahn used to call it the McDonald's drive-through of pit lanes, just trying to navigate your way through that tiny little space and hope that you don't mess it up. Whoop, there's an off track there for Roberts, as was using a bit of the exit coming off of Radion. But thankfully, again, one of those paved runoff areas, so just carried on, and we'll have to try and not to take too many off tracks farther on. They do have limits in this series, and as we mentioned, you don't want extra visits down pit lane, so a drive through will be extra painful.
Well, this used to be the circuit that pretty much defined what track limits were in iRacing. I remember one of the longest times that the Spa 24 hours, everyone would go out of their way to put as many, track limits in as possible to be as quick as possible. And then the strengths of fields in the Skip Barber Racing Series the week after were absolutely phenomenal.
Exactly, yeah. And, I'll be honest, as much as I love this track, I always hated endurance races here. It's the only endurance track that I would manage to lose safety rating at, and that was with me trying to keep it on the track. It's just so easy and so tempting to push it beyond the limits around here.
Ooh.
As we watch Strelzov come through Blanchimont too.
Yeah, slow car. Echelon Sim Sports GT3 have just thrown it in the barriers at Blanchimont.
Oh, geez. And one of the things that you'll notice about that corner is just how easy it is to wind up in trouble despite all that paved runoff, because what happens if you get upset coming through there, if the car starts to lose control, often one of two things are going to happen. Either it spits you back across the track to the left-hand side, driver's left, and you wind up smashing the barrier, or if you try and catch it, unfortunately, you're going to get that snap oversteer, and it is going to absolutely fire you into the outside barrier. There is so much room on the outside, and yet it's still not enough. Even in these GT3 cars, you're going to see them just demolish themselves if they catch at the wrong time.
It is possibly the most loaded section as we focus with Rob Neville at the moment in 6th position currently, the number 87 car for Blue Plaid Racing currently at this moment. There's definitely the blue there available for Rob there in the Blue Plaid Racing car. And look at that for a sim rig setup. You've got the triple wheels, you've got all of the button box that's there. I tell you what, you've got telemetry up there on the top. I think that is a lovely sim rig.
Definitely one I'm jealous of. It's not that nice for sure. But yeah, it's one of those things where if you're a driver that likes information, having these sorts of setups can be so useful so that you can check things. Because we got to remember, yes, this is a team race. They're probably going to have their teammate out there and trying to help them out, keep them abreast of things. But not everybody has a crew chief or somebody that can feed them all the little nitty-gritty out there. So being able to go and look at extra apps that you've got open can honestly be very critical, because otherwise you're just stuck in the car and not aware of what all is happening with everybody else around you. As we watch Kearney finally work his way in.
Again?
Did they have
again, isn't it?
You know what? I wonder if they got a penalty because he did
No, it's a black flag. Black and orange flag.
There you go. Oh, it's black and orange. Okay, I thought you meant
damage. It's Blanchimont.
No. See, I saw them go over the pit exit line coming out of pit lane, so I thought maybe they had suffered from that, but this is not what they wanted in this situation. Another team that has used up both of their free repairs, so all they can do is just sit and wait until the virtual team has got everything bandaged up and the duct tape down, and they'll try and send them back out for the last couple stints here, but they're already far ways down the order, and it's just not going to be very fun from this place on. So Mike Gallant makes a little bit of contact. Was that on? I thought it was on the way into Blanchimont. That's bizarre.
And funnily enough, that's the second incident they've had at Blanchimont in the last 15 minutes.
Wow. So at least they're leaving all the gravel off track and making sure to shake that off before they get back onto the racing line. But it's not often that you get problems going into the corner. Usually it's coming out that there's miscommunications.
Yes, and often when you're going in, everybody's got an understanding of where you want to be as you go in. It's a corner that is feared and revered, and so when you go into a corner like Blanchimont, everyone has a little element of respect. So to have that argument going just before that, I think that's big. I think we will need to see what happens to Nick Kearney and the team, as in comes Fabrizio Rivera. 1 hour 26 minutes remaining. With the way that they're stopping right now here, Joe, I'd say they are in the wheelhouse for one stop left in this race, and they're good.
I think you're right. We're looking at what, usually about 45 minutes at most tracks. So it's a little bit of a thirsty one, but I think you should be able to eke it out and get to the end. Now, what I'm also curious about, remember, the 917 pitted when they were pretty close to that 161, but since then, Fabrizio could have maybe outpaced him. I haven't been paying attention, so it'll be very interesting to see if he comes out ahead or behind Imperial Motorsports.
I've been looking at the lap times here, 2:03s and 2:04s for Rivera, 2:03s and 2:04s for Billy Smith. So it's been a case of, I think, very similar lap times being put together. The whims of the traffic, I think, are putting this into play. And one for Billy Smith, scared out the way Cody Durkin, who wanted none of him at that point. And I'd say, well, who'd blame you at this moment in time? This is going to be all about how quickly you get on the power, because there is Billy Smith, 40 seconds in the box for Solpeck, 41.4, and now they can launch and now they can escape, and if they can get themselves up to speed, I think they've got it. Stuck at 140 kilometers an hour, now needing to put the power. Billy Smith's going to be flying up here through Eau Rouge and Radion. He's going to be up at nearly 300 kilometers an hour, but Fabrizio Rivera has got the clearance, and has got the clearance good.
that timing worked out perfectly for Rivera, because remember, he had that spin right before, just literally, I think it was a lap before Smith came and pitted. So he didn't have to battle him on track for the position. He basically just had to put the lap times in, and that did the hard work for him and got him back into the lead.
Yeah, so this is going to be a lot of work that will need to be constructed here for Imperial Motorsports, who have been at the top. But look at how quickly they catch here. The cold tire effect is right in the wheelhouse. And this is what we love to see from great sim racing right now. Oh, gone! Cold tires catch. How has that been saved by Fabrizio Rivera?
Wow. That was magnificent stuff. He's already had issues, so he's not going to be happy with himself in this performance late in the race, but keeping that from becoming disaster, that was beautiful, because that car, I thought for sure was going completely around. He stopped it from rotating. He only lost just a little bit of time out on track, and he just keeps going.
Wow. And that is, I would say, the most novel way to try and heat your tyres up in the car. Doesn't always work, but you can see how Robert Cottle and Thomas Isabel behind. The Shopaholics race team's going to get by one. The Shopaholics race team might want to try and get by two, but it goes to show you that the brand new changes that have been made to make this 963 more difficult, how you need to take 4 to 5 laps to get it up into the ideal operating window. It does do a lot here. It does hurt a lot.
And I am a fan of that. I feel like drivers should earn those wins, and cold tires without any tire warmers on them really does test that. A driver who's feeling what the car can do, who knows what to expect, will be all the more important. Now, this car behind him, that's not for position. That's Thomas Isabel for Shopaholics race team. So doesn't need to worry. Although it is interesting that that car is catching him so quickly, unless those tires still aren't up to temperature, and the 161 still losing out on pace here.
I think they are still losing out on a bit of pace here, and they will need that third lap to come in before they're truly confident out there. Thomas Isabel, it is worth noting, has been lightning fast, but not as fast as Thomas Briggs in the car. So I think that at least for the moment, Rivera, who has been once bitten and now is twice as shy, is now looking at just trying to get a couple of laps sorted to be okay from this point onwards to the end of the race. The good news that they've got is, I'd say, they're on top on strategy. I think Imperial are going to be a little bit on the safer side heading towards the end. They might need a splash and dash to get over to the end. Let's have the opportunity, though, here with 1 hour, 21 minutes and 50 seconds to go, to talk to one of our drivers. And I believe Zach Hebert is waiting along for us right now to have an opportunity to have a chat. So hopefully we'll be able to get him in the next couple of moments, and we'll have that opportunity to bring that all together and have a very nice chat in. So that should be coming up in the next couple of moments, Joe. But I am stoked with this final hour because it still hangs on an edge in a number of different categories.
Certainly, that's what we want in an endurance race, so where you don't know how it's going to wind up. I mean, they always have unpredictability, but having close battles definitely gives us some fun. In fact, we have 5 cars still on the lead lap right now in the GTP Pro, the Prototype Pro class at the moment. That's a pretty good number considering how long of a race it's been.
Yeah, it's been a good run so far. Zach Hebert joins us right now here in the commentary box. Zach, team's having a pretty good showing here today. P5 at the moment, but there's still a long way to go for you. You've got Jason Taylor in the car right now, and you've just jumped out. So talk us through your stint, because it looked like then over that last run or so, you were starting to get towards the pointy end around P3 or so.
Yeah, it seems like first and second were fighting pretty hard up there at the front, which was obviously just bleeding them time for us to try and give us the opportunity to claw back some time that we had lost from the beginning of the race and all that. So the stint went fine. Basically just trying to run consistent laps, trying to make it as smoothly through traffic as possible to make, do as much as we can, and all that. So I just had Jason blink on my screen on my end. So, but yeah, I mean, the stint went fine. The racing's been fantastic so far. Again, with all the different classes and cars and all that, it's been a great event so far.
Don't worry, we saw it on our end too. It was going to be one of those snapshots for you, Zach, of moments taken just before disaster. So
yes,
at least for you, it's okay for the moment. But in terms of Echelon Sim Sport and what we've seen from you, we've seen the entire team pretty much here, there, and everywhere that you can get your hands on a hypercar or anything LMP out there in the world of sim racing. So talk us through Echelon Sim Sport, what the team's about, and what the overall goal is for the team.
Basically, I mean, it was Jason's the founder. He's the owner of the team. Basically, we're just a group of guys that we just share a passion for sim racing. Good, hard, clean racing. Jason himself's a veteran who recently just got out, I believe, this last year. His wife's still in the service. She's still serving, I believe, in the band there. And but basically, we're just really about trying to compete at the highest level, and just having basically just good hard racing. We try to be super respectful but super fair, and do as much as we can to kind of promote what we want to do in the race, but we want to do it in a fair way, that basically either again is fair to both parties, but it is also clean and respectful and gets everything that we want done. We pretty much will race anything with wheels on it. Obviously, we've competed in Ivor Club Sport, Ivor Endurance. We're doing Sim Racing Republic's Prologue right now, which we've got a race this upcoming this next weekend to close that out. And like I said, we're just a bunch of group of guys that are, I honestly believe, friends first, and then have grown as teammates, competing with from various events like this through all the iRacing special events, and all of that. So we've got, as far as Operation Motorsport's concerned, John Salata, that's in the number 46 car for us in GT3. He's actually a benefit of Operation Motorsport. He got placed with CSM Motorsports in the IMSA Pilot Challenge. So he's actually doing an entire season with them, helping out the team. He's actually going out to Laguna, I believe, next weekend, to help them out there and with one of their Porsche GT4s out there with the team. So like I said, we're just a bunch of guys that have become friends first and then have grown the competitive side to try and do everything that we can. Like I said, just to have a good time, but also be competitive and just do have a good time while we sim race.
It's absolutely wonderful to hear how fantastic Operation Motorsport has been, especially how it connects to your team and the work that's done. I know all of the money that goes through it's been absolutely sensational. And please, if you haven't had a chance, ladies and gentlemen, please keep donating and give as much as you can here to what is a fantastic cause, which really is helping lives. Zach, just before we let you go, how big of a drum solo is there going to be for a podium?
Well, at this point, after our latest incident, I might play until nightfall, but we'll have to see. Like I said, we've still got about an hour and 15 minutes left to try and claw something back. So like I said, the racing's definitely not over yet, but if I can keep the wife happy and keep it quiet enough, I might be playing into the rest of the night if we can pull off the podium here.
Well, we're going to wish you the best of luck with that, and hopefully you'll find your way up to position number 3. Zach Hebert joining us there and having a wonderful time out there at the moment with the Echelon Racing team at this stage and having a wonderful run. Echelon Sim Sport currently in position number 5. Joe, I think we are really in for a wonderful bit of racing out there at this stage. An hour and 15 minutes to go, and I think we're sat here wondering who is going to jump to that next stage and go, right, now is the next point of we're looking at here. Now is where we start to gear up for that final hour's worth of racing.
Exactly. Drivers going to be pushing and try to make sure that they can get the most they can out of this race, including even drivers at the very back, which includes the team that David Bell has been racing for. Baby Got Track, one of our favorites of the team names out there. So we'll have a chat with him. He's got Richard Davenport currently in that car, which I think we're looking at now, running 31st out of the 31 cars still out on the track. But honestly, I feel like I have the most respect for those teams that just never give up, and love those teams that envelop the spirit of endurance racing, which is, it's not about where you finish, it's about getting to the finish of these races. So hopefully we'll be able to talk to Davey here in just a second and be able to have a little conversation about how their team is doing out there. But I think we're taking one last glance on our screen of Rivera still in that second spot now with the tires finally warmed up.
Yep, now with the tyres warmed up and stuck at about 5.5 seconds behind Imperial, who are able to keep themselves on that pace. And you do make a fantastic point there, Joe, about how a lot of sim racing drivers, it's not just about winning a race every single time. When it comes to endurance, the first goal of any endurance race is, can you find the checkered flag? And often the times it's the stories around it, the stories around the team name, the inside jokes that go along with it, everyone having a moment during it that's going to be there. And I'm sure that's going to be what you see. I believe, Joe, that you've just taken yourself down from the virtual commentary booth. You found yourself walking down pit lane, and I believe you've just found yourself around with Dave Ray Bell.
Indeed. David, first of all, let's start off with the thing that I mentioned first just a moment ago. Talk to us about the team name. Is there a story, or do you guys just like us and you love a good pun?
No, we just love a good pun. I mean, it was right there. We had to pick it up.
I love it. It makes me extremely happy. That's for sure. But also, what is the atmosphere and the emotion like in the team right now? Is everybody in pretty good spirits? Because we're also talking about how we love teams like yours, where you're just keeping on going, and it doesn't matter where you are in the race, you're keeping at it, because those always, to me, are what endurance racing is always about.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like, you saw the beginning of the stint. Nolan was driving the car and was just top notch. I mean, he was at the lead of our class for better part of the stint, and then some other driver who looks an awful lot like me got in, and we had a few issues, but at the end of the day, we're all just here to have a good time and to have fun driving. And Nolan, Richard, and I, we're all three military veterans, and this is a way for us to just sit and chat and talk about things that are on our mind, or to, if we're having a bad day, we can let those things go. And so, yeah, it stinks that we're down where we are now. Everybody wants to do, everybody wants to stand on the podium, but even if you don't, you're still racing, and there's a whole lot worse things you could be doing than having a good time on the track with your friends.
Indeed. And honestly, I'm glad that you brought it up here. It sounds like, this cause is very personal to everybody on your team.
It is. We've all said that this has been a life-changing experience for us. I was a logistics officer for 16 years, and so I spent a lot of time in motor pools and around semi-trucks and around vehicles. And until last year, when I started with Operation Motorsport, I couldn't go to a truck stop, or I couldn't hang out, in an area with a lot of generators, because those noises, just hearing those sounds, took me back to the deserts of Afghanistan. And while it's a lovely place, I'm sure it's not a place that I care to spend a lot of time thinking about. And then, I met up with Operation Motorsport and was accepted into the Immersion program. And my first race was the Sebring IMSA race last season. And now, after spending a year immersed with the Random Vandals racing team, and spending time on the track, you've all seen the paddock. It's full of semi-trucks and generators and running engines. And now those sounds and smells, I can associate them with Sebring or with Road America or Road Atlanta, as opposed to associating them with Kandahar Airfield or Fob Passab or any number of places that are less pleasant. And just the ability to take those memories and reshape them and be able to put a positive spin on things has been, well, to be a little melodramatic, it's been life-changing. It's I'm just amazed how great it's been for me personally, and how my family sees the change as well.
I mean, that sounds like the best pitch I could ask for try and get people to donate here. Speaking of which, for people watching, we've got the QR code up in the upper right of the screen. Also, we've got links in the chat and in the description to definitely try, if you can, to donate to Operation Motorsport. That is a really cool, an interesting aspect I hadn't thought about, is just all the sensory things and how it changes your perspective on it. Because the thing I most usually think about is, I mean, what have you found your military life? How have you found it tying into your racing experience? Did it prepare you better for that?
Oh, absolutely. I've made the joke with the team and with anytime we have the chance to talk to veterans about the program, I always make the joke to them that the people who go into the military, at least in the maintenance and vehicle side of things, they're the same people that go to work at the racetrack. The jokes are the same, and the attitudes are the same, and the joke is that the difference is that they were smart enough to do it with a BMW or a Porsche, and I was silly enough to do it with a Humvee. It is, but the attitudes are the same, and the skill set is the same. If you can, I can pick up a 1/2-inch wrench and turn bolts on a Humvee. I can pick up a 12mm wrench and turn them on a Porsche. It's all the same skill set. It's just, doing it in a different environment, and then to be able to sit back and tell the guys on the team of, yes, it's just a job and all jobs stink, but there are a whole lot worse ways to make a living than to go out and have a fun weekend at the track with a bunch of fans and you're going to have great days where you're on every step of the podium as a team, and less great days when you're not anywhere near the podium at the end of the race. But it's still such a great place to be, and it's so, how do you say it? It's just so much fun, and it's a skill set that I never thought that I would use again, except for, wrenching on my personal cars in my garage at home. And if you will let me step back just a second ago, you talked about the QR code and the donations. If I can, I'd like to say, or to remind everyone, 98% of your donations go into helping a veteran like me or Nolan or Richard or any of the other guys that are not just on my team, but on any of the Opmo teams. It's a very small but close-knit organization. We're not paying for an executive suite at every racetrack. We're not paying our CEO $4 million to sit in the office and do things. It's, if you make a donation to our organization, it's going into paying for my food at the racetrack, or for my gloves and fire suit, or just any number of things. It all goes into supporting somebody like me. And number one, we can't say thank you enough, but number two, we do want you to know that any donation you might make is being used and is not being wasted at all.
Really just I love what this organization does. Thank you so much for helping fill us in on that and telling us about your experiences, David, and best of luck to the team to get to the finish here.
Yeah, hey, thank you so much. Thanks for having us, and we hope to keep doing this in the future. We've been having a blast, and so we just can't thank you all enough for having us along for the ride.
Great stuff there from David Ray Bell, part of the 022 team, Baby Got Track. Do understand, Jake, you may have caught up with an important figure at Opmo, it sounds like.
Yes, I do believe that I have that opportunity to have that small conversation, and we are going to get that here with the Chief Operating Officer here of Operation Motorsport. Jason Leach joins us now. Jason, an absolutely fantastic event once again here with Operation Motorsport and this fantastic 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. I believe, without wanting to take too much time away from you, that you have a fantastic announcement to give.
Well, I do, right? And I'm throwing a challenge out to everybody on the broadcast. You know, we're coming down to the last hour in the race. You know, we're probably going to miss the $25,000 goal that we had laid out. But from now until the checkered flag, I am willing to match dollar for dollar up to $1,000 for all the donations that come in from now until the end of the race.
Well, you heard it here first, so anything you put in up to 1,000, it will be matched, and I'm sure that'll be fantastic. But Jason, talk us through a little bit of Operation Motorsport, because we've had a great chance there chatting with Dave Raybell, who was absolutely incredible in sort of talking through his experience of what Operation Motorsport means. But for you, sort of being on the other end of it, from instead of being at the point of being the veteran, but more rather being in the office and understanding how all of this works together. Just talk us through how important Operation Motorsport has been to the many lives that it helps and really nurtures in terms of that next phase of life.
It's invaluable. I can't put it any other simpler than that. I am a veteran. I served in the U.S. Army for 28 years. What these guys don't know is I get just as much back from helping them as they get from the organization and the teams that help them rebuild their team identity and purpose. You know, I struggled with my own stuff when I got out of the military, and it was Operation Motorsport and my finding them that and coming on board as a volunteer that allowed me to rewrite the next chapter of my life as I left the military. You know, I believe so much in this organization and what we do and why we do it. I gave up a very high-paying job at a big tech company to come on board with Opmo as a volunteer and give back and help these guys and girls that need our help. We have veterans today, right now, in our program that are here and they're still alive because of what we're doing. You know, the veteran suicide rate in our country and in North America is way too high. And these guys and girls succumb to the challenges of post-military transition, of PTSD, of TBIs, of mental health, of all these things, you know. And we're one of many VSOs that are trying to combat veteran suicide and increase mental health. You know, for me, I'm probably babbling a bit, but it's the ability to help them take that next step. So don't kid yourself, guys. Even though I'm on the leadership side, I'm getting just as much back from doing what we do as these guys are from participating in the programs.
No, it's absolutely wonderful to hear, and the way that you talk as well. I'm sure it's not just a United States issue. I know as well from experience that the United Kingdom is very much similar in that same sort of
absolutely.
And it's something that I think has a lot of reach out there. I know that the Porsche Club of America and Operation Motorsport has been absolutely incredible. But what do you look at then with these donations? What do you see, Jason, as the ultimate goal with Operation Motorsport? The amount of people that you want to help, and that next level of reaching what Operation Motorsport can do through fundraisers like these?
So for us, our mission is simple. We want to be the North American leader in using motorsports as a recovery tool for the veteran and military community as they transition. It's that simple. I mean, you're seeing it now start off in Canada here at the middle of this month. We're stepping off into NASCAR Canada. That's a new series and format for us. Prior to that, we were primarily focused just in sports car racing, with IMSA, SRO, and FEL. That's one thing that's a transition. Our e-motorsports program here, the guys that are participating today, much like a lot of groups' e-motorsports program, ours grew out of COVID, a way to stay connected. But we found a subset of the military and veteran community that we didn't even know existed. And these were individuals that were secluded in their homes, that weren't ready to step off into the real world yet. And our e-motorsports and diversionary therapy program has given them the opportunity. You've heard from some of those guys today. We want to expand that. I know there's veterans out there that want to get involved, or military members that want to get involved in e-motorsports or sim racing, but it's and you guys talked about it earlier in the broadcast. Sim racing is not a high barrier of entry, but you do need to have some equipment. So we're always looking for ways to make that type of partnership happen with the gaming company or a sim racing company that wants to help the veteran community. We can be that conduit. We are looking to expand as well into other diversionary therapy programs, other motorsports venues where maybe that barrier for putting people in with the crew is a bit high because of the level of competition and marketing dollars. But give us an opportunity to bring veterans to a race and their family members and give them that distraction. That in and of itself can be a big help.
It's absolutely fantastic to hear, Jason. And we will let you jump away for the final hour's worth of action. But what an incredible conversation that we were just able to have there with the Chief Operating Officer of Operation Motorsport. Down to 57 minutes and 55 seconds. We have just tipped over $7,261. Remember, we're on a dollar rush at the moment. Jason Leach will match $1,000 worth of donations that come in over the final hour's worth of running. So please, if you haven't had the chance to already, you can use the QR code link. You can go to the description of the YouTube video right now, or you can see what's in the live YouTube chat and go over and donate right now over to fundraiser.support/OPMO 6 hours if you can. This will be where I jump aside for just one moment. Joe Peak will stay with you, but taking my seat as I have kept it warm for him over the last hour. Ewan O'Leary, back with you right now.
Thanks very much, Jake, and thanks very much to everyone for staying with us here at the final hour of the race, the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa. Final hour, get those donations in, get the ball rolling here for this final hour. It's good to be back alongside you, by the way, Joe. We're looking forward to a final hour here spent together in this final part of the race. I mean, we've had a fantastic race so far. We hope that we're going to get that close finish as promised. Let's see what we're going to get, though, in each of our classes as we bring this fantastic event to a close and the sun begins to set around Spa here this afternoon.
Indeed, definitely getting lower in the sky, and on top of it, we've got the two different strategies for what seem to be kind of our top two between the 161 of Solpec Precision Racing and the 917 of Imperial Motorsports. Very different pitting strategy, which kind of unfortunately has put Imperial Motorsports under the gun. But that said, they seem close on pace, and when they've been near each other on the track, it's been a fantastic fight.
It certainly has. We've seen plenty of, plenty of these over the course of the day. Fabrizio Rivera still leading the way at the moment by some margin at the moment, just at nearly a minute's worth of an advantage. Let's have another chat with one other of our drivers here today, Mark Frost, who is running the 963, number 963, Porsche 963, if that makes any sense, at the SC Team Red team. They're currently 12th overall, and we can have a quick chat with him now as well. Welcome in, Mark. Good to have you with us. It's been a good race to be a part of the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa. How have you guys found it?
Oh, it's been a fun race so far. We've had a few more incidents than we like to have in our red car, but we're really enjoy being out there, and it's great to see some new faces that we don't normally see on the track.
Exactly, yeah, referencing the team racing series from the Porsche Club of America, of course, which you are a part of as well. How's it been to be in a much deeper 963 field this time around? I presume you've had a lot more racing, a lot more battles with other competitors this time around.
Yeah, we actually, there's more cars out there that we can hang out with, and that is fun. It's good to see that field. So this team actually is made up of the steering committee people from the PCA Sim Racing. So there's 3 of us on the steering committee. We help put on and organize the events and what we do here at PCA Sim Racing. And so when we were putting on TRS this year, we wanted to put a team together and represent and get another GTP car out on the field, and it's been a lot of fun. We're a mixed group. We got a couple of pros in this team. We got 1 amateur, and we're just representing what would normally be some very gentleman racing, but we've had some incidents today. Been fun.
Yeah, well, I mean, hasn't everyone? I think out there.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
have one of the more spectacular ones, I must admit. But that aside, everybody has had some sort of incident out. So I was going to ask you a little bit about that. Obviously, as I was told, you manager of the Arrive and Drive program at the PCA Sim Racing. Just tell us what it's like to run a team with guys like that, because it must be is it a strange situation? So you're suddenly drivers out there with everybody else.
Yeah. So. There's a couple of things going on here. One is this year we've decided to run an SC steering committee team race. I myself manage a Arrive and Drive series that we run on Tuesday nights. And that's really kind of the non-competitive, let's have fun, maybe mix up the tracks and the cars and do something that we wouldn't normally do. So we get back into the old roof car. And in fact, this year we started, because it's somewhat related to a Porsche, we've been running the Formula V VW engine car. But we do that on Tuesdays. We have a really good following that want to do some fun stuff, and not every race they do is a series race. So that's Tuesday nights that we do in the PCA Sim Racing.
And what are your aims for the final hour of this race here? Currently running in 12th overall. Are there any other positions you think you can get?
We're hoping, we want to pick up a little bit more pace, get back up through the amateur field. We've got our superstar driver, James Huth, out there right now, so we'll see what he can do to get us back into the top 10.
All right, Mark, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. Great to hear from you. And hopefully we will see you out there. Well, I'm sure we will see you out there in the final 52 minutes, having a good final hour. Thanks for chatting to us, Mark.
All right. Have a good day. Thanks for putting this on.
Thanks very much, Mark Frost, there chatting to us. The SC Team Red team driver, currently running in 12th place overall. Into $7,246 raised for Operation Motorsport here this afternoon. A big thanks to everyone who has donated so far, but don't forget there's still plenty more time to donate. You visit the QR code at the top of the screen and you can donate, or indeed visit the web link on the bottom there, fundraiser.sports/Opmo, 6 hours to donate and get us further towards that target. Jason Leach telling us that he'll match every donation up to $1,000 in this final hour. Hopefully we can get the ball rolling and get a little bit further up towards that target. By the way, to anybody from Arrive and Drive who's still watching, Joe Peak has a suggestion. If you want to go on, share the suggestion with the rest. Go on.
I say the roof street version, a rear-wheel drive at Tsukuba 1K is my vote, because that is an underutilized car. It's something ridiculous, like 730 horsepower on street tires. It's a riot.
That sounds quite interesting, to say the least. Goodness me, I didn't know it was so powerful. A bit retro as well. So there you go. That's the suggestion. There you go. See if anybody listens. Might be a bit of a, I don't know, what's the word? Might be a bit of a
hard sell.
Yeah, so I was trying to think of a word, but then I realised I definitely can't say that. So yeah, anyway, I'll leave that one there. Rob Cottle in the bottom of your screen, still running first in the 963 AM class. Jason Lockwood is not too far behind. Don't forget that Cottle has to make a stop in the next few moments, and it is Lockwood who has very much got this race under control as things stand. Stallions GTP have lost a bit of time in the last hour or so as well, and so they're now down to fourth, just in behind Kaina and Racing by 18 seconds or so. It's looking like a close race for now in 963 AM. I don't think it's going to last like that though. 50 minutes to go. The question is, can Rob Cottle make it to the end if he pits in a few laps time? It's going to be quite close.
Yeah, and that's what, I mean, really will answer our questions is the strategy and how that is going to play out, because what it comes down to is once you get to that last stint, since this is a, in the real world, endurance racing these days has full course yellows to bunch everything back up. We don't have that here. So you kind of are waiting to see where is everyone at the end or after your last pit stop and who is fast, because that will really set the stage for how this play will unfold.
It's getting to that stage in 963 where you can pit and make it to the end, and goodness me, it's going to be tantalisingly close between those two teams. 1.5 seconds now the gap, as you can see. Admittedly, Lockwood in any case is going to have a much shorter final stop, so it might well go the way of the Paddock Enduro squad anyway. But you never know. Battle for third in GT3 Pro also ongoing. Chad Henson and Matthew Siddall are racing around for Imperial Motorsports and Too Fast One Furious. They are both the final drivers in their 3-car lineups. Looks like they're going to battle it out to the end as well. They're currently in third place, but just 45 seconds or so behind Operation Motorsport USA, who look like they're going to hang on to second, and then Solpet Precision Racing, who are out front by over a minute. What a drive it's been from them, especially when you consider that you look back to the team racing series, Imperial Motorsports, and although they're not called 2-1 Fast Furious in that series, they are the teams to beat, these two, and at the moment they've been roundly beaten by Solpec.
Testament to their pace, without a doubt. But yeah, you make a good point about this being after the last pit stop for both of these cars. So now there's no trickery. It's all having to be settled out on the track. And probably some of it with the lap traffic, which I've mentioned before in this broadcast, when the 963s start to come through, how they manage that and try to use that to their advantage. But for now, Siddall just seems content to just kind of sit and wait and see when this is going to come to him, and when he'll get a chance to maybe dip by the 453.
Now, was there a change there? Oh no, of course there was for the 963 AM lead. So the 79 comes in. That's all fine. We'll continue to follow with these guys in GT3, third and fourth, and the battle will continue. They have made their last stop, by the way. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for these GT3s to make it an hour. So their last stop should have been already made, as number 160 comes in from the lead, or second place rather, in 963 Pro as well. That's Blake Reynolds, who unfortunately stuffed that car in the wall at Eau Rouge at one stage earlier on today, is now going to drop down to third place, but is making his last stop of the day after 24 laps out there on the circuit. That does mean he'll be making the longest final stop of the day. So quite aside from the questions about whether these guys are going to make it or not, the question is how much time are they going to lose pitting for so long?
Exactly. And he just hopped into the car at the last pit stop. So I'm not sure that we'll see Blake switch back out. I'm watching just to double check. And no, it looks like he will stay in the car to try and wrap this one up, which is not the worst idea ever, because Blake is pretty darn fast. I know that Jake had mentioned he's got a black stripe on the oval side, but my years of calling his races in the major series, I can tell you stick him in just literally anything, he is quick.
Absolutely. Ken Eskridge, meanwhile, has got a black flag, unfortunately. It's normally in the Porsche Club of America series, one of those up towards the front in the Clean Driver Award, isn't he? But he's got a black flag there on that occasion. Wonder if that is because of, or what that is because of, I should rephrase. 41.3 seconds down on the lane that time round for Blake Reynolds. So a normal size pit stop, and that car comes back out again in third. Billy Smith for second will be in again in about 16 laps time, so there'll be ages before that next stop, and there's going to be, what, 20 minutes to go when he makes it as well, so that's going to be less than half a tank of fuel taken on. Billy Smith has already taken on only 30 seconds of fuel last time round to shorten out that pit stop as much as possible. So it's going to be quite close, I think, between Smith and Reynolds, although I think Solpic are probably favourites, certainly favourites for the win. Might even be favourites to finish 1 and 2 here. We'll see if Imperial Motorsports can break that up.
And Solpic with that 161 going to owe us a pit stop pretty shortly there on lap 19 of the stint, so that'll also be something to watch out for. How far behind those two he's going to wind up when Rivera emerges there. So coming back down the hill for some of our GT3 cars, and just carrying on. Chad Henson still leading on Siddall, not able to get up to him. In fact, looks like maybe he's lost a car length or two since we last looked here. So Chad's looks like he's got this under control for the stage for the time being.
Yeah, he does. He's only just, as I say, got into that car. So is Siddall. These two are fresh in. They're both making the difference as things stand, having another one of their fantastic battles, as they so often have in the Porsche Club America Team Racing Series over the course of 2025. They're doing it again here in the Operation Motorsport 6 Hours of Spa as well, with 44 minutes to go still in this race. To remind you, of course, that in 2025, Princess Cruises are the Porsche Club of America title sponsor. That's the official cruise vacation partner of Series 13, and all events in 2025. They provide exclusive offers, including world-leading itineraries across the fleet of 16 elegant ships, sailing to more than 330 global destinations. Reach out to the PTA concierge team to book your next adventure today by calling 833-679-2188. So we're in the final 3/4 of an hour. We'll have a look round at some of the driver cams that we've got going on in the field. Ed Nelson for Blue Thunder was pictured spectating earlier. He's been in, then out and watching, and now back in again for the final run to the end for Nelson. So a split strategy for them. Normally we've seen drivers just do all their driving for the day and then get out. Not much jumping in and out for these drivers actually today, compared to what you'd expect. But anyway, Nelson currently running in 6th position at the moment, not far behind these guys, still running nose to tail.
Yeah, I feel like there's kind of two ways to think about it. One is to keep someone fresh in the car. Oh, we actually going to get a battle for position as Siddall finally catches back up, and he's going to force his way around the outside. They'll bang doors just briefly, and unfortunately that will cause Henson to have to give up the ghost as Siddall literally elbows his way through, and runs off track for extra measure.
And there's a flash of the lights there as well. There's going to be some tempers fraying here between Chad Henson and Matthew Siddall. I don't think there would have been contact on Siddall's screen, but there certainly wasn't on Henson's. He got nudged sideways through the second part of the Lacombe chicane there, and well, they're never going to catch Gregory Mosmer like that. He's just caught a brief glimpse of him there in the Operation Motorsport USA car. These two are going to continue to battle it out, but Siddall clearly doesn't feel he did anything wrong there in the contact. Henson does, but Siddall's carrying on here. He's not redressing the position.
And they have been running pretty fast from what I'm seeing in comparison to Meismer. So yeah, if they don't mess around too much, they could potentially try and run him down, although it'd take a heck of a lot. But they're definitely not going to do it if they keep battling like this, as we check in for the battle for 8th as well in this pro class. A little bit farther down, that is Tyler Manning just ahead of Miller. Miller with a very good run off of Radion. He could have a shot here.
He could. I reckon he will. Daniel Miller was running a lot further up the field earlier on in the race, but some delays for number 28 has put them back here into Lecombe. They're going to gain one of those places back again. 8th position for Ramhorn Racing, and that's a bit of a cleaner move as well. Oh, they were just hitting the rear though. TMD Racing Division, they're just getting into the back of them slightly. And that's all fine, but they just about got away with that small bit of contact that time round. Ramhorn Racing up to 8th position.
Nicely done. And not too shocked. A lot of this track really depends on getting that run coming out of Eau Rouge and over Radion. Just set yourself up so that you could pass into Lacombe. So that was just set up very well by Daniel Miller there to get that one done.
It was a good pass for Miller, but he's gonna go off up the road as a result of this. And after this, he was 3 seconds quicker last time round, so he is going to scamper off up the road now as we hit 40 minutes still to go. Other close battles. Luke Fisher not that far behind Chip Witt for 4th position. They might have all made their final stops there as well. That might be a legitimate battle for Opmo Reserve to try and get another place, this time ahead of number 79 before the finish. Further up in front in GT3, Chad Henson and Matthew Siddle are still pretty close together as well. But there is Chip Witt freshly into that car, 40 minutes to go. And the problem for him now is that he's starting to get some of the other contenders who definitely can make it to the end of the race start to get around him, and there's going to be some battles down there in 963 AM. Whether they're for the win or not remains to be seen.
Yeah, that'll just be, looks like about 5th place at the moment for them. As we check back in with Siddall once more, and not exactly running away from Chad Henson, but certainly trying his best to distance himself, which I don't blame him about one bit. That change for position we did see a little bit earlier. That was between a pro and an AM team, so that wasn't for within class. Still, it's for the pride amongst the GT3 cars as well, which I can guarantee you drivers are going to be fighting for in this group. As now we're checking in with Rob Neville in the 87 and taking that last stop with plenty of wiggle room on the fuel, it looks like, so shouldn't have to do anything too drastic to make it to the end.
There's the double screen of Neville. So we're back to 4th in 963 AM. This is close between these two. You always get these battles towards the end of endurance races, don't you? Even though it might seem like it's all just stretching out to a conclusion through the middle, you always get something in that final hour as you work out the strategies. These drivers and teams pointing themselves towards the very end of this race. They finally get together, have a battle. This is exactly what endurance racing is all about. And Opmo Reserve, one of our Operation Motorsport teams out there this afternoon, looking for this final position that they can probably realistically gain in this race. 4th position, just right in front of them here.
Schadenfreude definitely hoping their name is not going to come true on this one. They want to try and take home an overall top 10 in the prototypes as we watch from on board with Luke Fisher right now, definitely keeping him honest. I think this is something where it comes back to what I mentioned earlier. Just get yourself the good launches like he did right here, Ewan. He just absolutely nailed that exit out of Stabilo too.
This is a good... Oh, he's lifting off though. Wow, lifts up very severely before Blanchard looked to me. He looked like he had that decent run after the traction, but not this time. We haven't really seen very many moves down in towards the bus stop chicane, to be honest. We've only seen accidental ones so far today, so that would have been a surprise. Now in towards turn 1 though, even more surprise perhaps, as 79 just pulls off the side of the road there. Chip Witt lets Luke Fisher go through into 4th position. That was very orderly indeed.
And to their credit, Opmo Reserve is a pro class, as Schadenfreude is an AM class. So maybe he thought, this is getting a little too spicy for me. I'm just gonna let him go. It's not my fight. I want to get to the end of the races. Our leader, Rivera, has pitted in. So now we wait to see where Smith and Reynolds wind up.
So then, Billy Smith for second is going to overtake for now. Is he going to be ahead for good of Fabrizio Rivera, who has gone up on the jack? So this is going to be at least 24 seconds or so in terms of a fill, and I would say it probably has to be about 35 seconds if I were to give it a guess. Let's see, Billy Smith for second is roaring down the second pit straight now towards Eau Rouge, and he's still waiting in that Solpec car, and it is indeed going to be almost a full stop. Wow, it's almost a full fill here for Fabrizio Rivera. Now, is that just... Oh, dear me, it's more than a full fill. This is taking an age. This is taking an age for Fabrizio Rivera. What is going on here at the crucial moment in this race? The race leader's having a long stop now.
Checking to see if maybe he sped on his way into pit lane or something, because, yeah, this is highly abnormal. And I don't think it's trying to take any sort of repairs, because the car has been good up to this point. So let me see what their speed looks like as they cross the cones.
If you take 40 seconds away, it would be a 33-second fill, which sounds about right to me. that looks like a speeding penalty. We'll try and get some confirmation on that one as we have a look again at fundraising time. We're already up to $8,281, by the way. We're having a fantastic final hour, so keep that going. The QR code is at the top of your screen to donate to Operation Motorsport, veteran recovery through motorsport. And if you've been with us this afternoon, you've heard many great stories and great things about the work they do. Thoroughly deserving cause, and if you can, please do endeavour to donate using the QR code or the links we've got in chat or the YouTube description. Do you know, Joe, or can you give us any information? Is it speeding, do you think, or not?
It doesn't look like it. He was well under by the time he hit the cones. I'm checking now to see if, like, he went over the pit line. No, he did not go over the line at the halfway point going through La Source. So the only other thing I could think maybe is if they went over the incident limit.
Wouldn't that be a drive-through? Not a...
I would think so. I would think so.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of other things you can get penalties for now.
I'm a little baffled.
Yeah, a little baffled. Yeah. I mean, I guess damage is the other obvious one to have a think about, but I'm not totally sold on damage either. Maybe we just haven't seen or noticed them go off the road anywhere. But yeah, that's difficult. Blake Reynolds is still 23 seconds behind, so he's going to be either 161 or 917. But Billy Smith second now has actually got a decent chance of winning this race.
A really good chance. 52 seconds of gap is monumental to make up in all of a half an hour. Fabrizio essentially has to hope that Billy Smith has something catastrophic happen, which, as we've seen, traffic can sometimes cause you issues out there. So it's not impossible, but it's out of the 161 team's hands now, which is the worst case scenario for them. They can't do anything to change their fate now.
Not really. The only thing they can do is make it worse. So they've just got to keep it nice and sensible and keep it clean. Well, what a final hour we're enjoying here at the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa. Another pit stop coming in, this time for Sim Racer Academy. Nick Kearney. That's making his way down. Is he doing the drive-through here, maybe? It is 50 incident points, by the way, for you to get a penalty around this circuit, and that is not that hard to do if you are really pushing the limits. But Kearney is not doing a drive for this time round. He's going up on the jacks. He is also making his final pit stop of the day. Any pit stop right now is the final one for any of these cars.
At least they hope so. if it's not, yeah, something's gone very wrong.
I said that a bit too definitively, actually. Yeah, you're right.
Eddie, what's the old Murray Walker quote? Anything can happen in racing, and it usually does. So there's always the unknown that is lurking for you off in the distance. But watching our leader come down the hill, and that's the other thing is that speaking of the unexpected, they probably were caught out by surprise by this as well. So now, nose down and focus on the rest of your race. Billy Smith just has to nail each and every lap at a decent pace, and they're home free.
Oh, what a conclusion this is coming to here. So, lap 17 of this stint now for Billy Smith. And Fabrizio Rivera has been out there for a couple of laps now, so he's just getting those tyres up to temperature. That's why you will have seen the gap just ballooning slightly. He's not just got no speed. He's just warming his tyres up, but now he should have done that after 2 laps out there on the circuit. Billy Smith with a 31-second fill. Won't be out there for that much longer. I would say to lap 18. Currently on lap 17, so it's before long that we're going to be seeing that pit stop from Billy Smith II. But don't forget, it's a very, very long pit lane time here. The lane time overall for a long length stop is 1 minute 35, something like that. Obviously, you don't lose 1 minute 35 because you are rolling for some of that when you're coming down the pit lane. But Billy Smith II is going to have about 25 seconds or so actually stopped, and then you've got to figure out is this trip down the pit lane going to cost him 27 seconds? I would say it probably is, and I'd say Rivera is going to get out just in front, but it's not going to be a big gap.
No, and it's going to be a much shorter stop, honestly, if they do wind up having to stop from here, because that's the thing. They're on lap 16 of this stint. Are we sure? Well, yes, we are sure. Never mind. I'm watching them now, and they're pitting in.
Yeah, no, they did quite a short stop last time. So they did 31 seconds last time. They've done something very smart, actually, in the final 3 stints of this race, just shortening their final 2 pit stops. Over the course of 2 shortened stops, you can prevent yourself from taking an awkward splash and dash, and you can make sure you take tyres every time as well. So what Billy Smith II and the team have done is made sure they can take enough fuel on to also be covered by tyres, if you like, in the final 2 stops. If they'd have taken a full stop last time, they would have either had to spend 5 extra seconds changing tyres again or gone on for another stint without changing tyres.
So what will this long stop do to the 161? Like you said, we're expecting them to come out pretty close to their rivals, still not into their pit stall. Just shows you how long it takes to get down there. And now they have finally hit it. Hopefully it should be nice and quick, and they should be able to emerge out, because we're still getting to La Source here for Rivera.
He's up on the jack still. Billy Smith II. You don't really want to change any other tyres than all 4, and so it has got to be all 4, and that will take 20 odd seconds or so. And then he's probably going to need a little bit more fuel than that, because there are still half an hour to go. Rivera will get the lead, but it won't be a big one. Let's see what the gap is going to be. Seconds now tick below 55, above 25, sorry, 28.6. That is not a bad pit stop for Billy Smith II. He's given himself 10 seconds or so. He needs to get these tyres up to temperature and go as quickly as possible. He's got 3 laps younger tyres. How much of an advantage is that going to be? Well, we'll see. Blake Reynolds also coming out there, roaring in towards Eau Rouge, excuse me. 7.5 seconds for him on to the others. He's going to be trying to chase down Billy Smith II for 2nd place as well.
Here's the difficult part, though. You're going to see that gap on the left-hand side of your screen increase as these next couple laps go on. Because remember, Billy Smith, cold tires. These cars are now notoriously difficult when you first come out. So he's going to have to take a little bit of time. Once they do come in, he's going to be lightning fast. But Rivera has the opportunity to really make good on these couple laps.
Well, what a fantastic finish we're going to have in the 963 category of the Operation Motorsport 6 Hours of Spa. Stallions GTP and Opmo Reserve in the meantime for 963 AM battle away as well. They are both going to the finish, I believe. Rex Joal is going to be probably closest to making it or not in the whole field, because he's already done 11 laps. Oh, and he's very wide there. That's not going to be ideal at all. 28 minutes, goodness me. Watch that bump. Yeah, he's okay. And he'll get away with it, but wow, he's on the 12th lap already. Maybe he won't be going to the finish, actually. There's still got quite a way to go here.
Well, I think we've seen some of them go as far as lap 24, if I recall. So yeah. I think with a half an hour to go, and it's about 2 minutes a lap, yeah, that's going to be extremely tight. They're either going to have to do what you were suggesting earlier for the 917 team of just try and split it up to get the best out of things, or take that awkward splash and dash. So not a great place to be in, but Luke Fisher is certainly going to try and challenge them for the overall position. But remember, that's a pro car behind them right now.
I think there's 14 laps to go here, and so they might need a bit of lift and coast before we're done here. Another $200 added to the target since we last looked. A big thank you to everyone who's donated since, but keep them coming in the last 27 minutes. We're in a final hour, and we're powering on through this target through the final hour of the day. The Operation Motorsport 6 Hours of Spa, and you can donate to Operation Motorsport using the QR code on the top right-hand side of the screen, and or indeed through the link that is in YouTube chat, or indeed on your screen there, fundraiser.sport/Opmo 6 Hours. And Operation Motorsport will be very grateful for your support to continue the fantastic work they do with veteran recovery through motorsport. Let's chat to one of the drivers who has been a beneficiary of that in the last couple of years. Excuse me. Nolan Uke, who has been driving for the Team Baby Got Track team here for Operation Motorsport here this afternoon. Good afternoon, Nolan. Fantastic to see you out there on the circuit, but even better to have a chat with you now just before the end of this race. First of all, first things first, how have you found the race, and how have you found driving out there on the circuit this afternoon?
The race, it's
today's race has been a challenge, obviously, for those that have been paying attention. We've struggled in areas. However, that's racing sometimes. But, just being able to spend time, with each other, that's what's most important when it's all said and done anyhow, just all of us vets getting together and having a good time. And then obviously, driving one of the best manufacturers out there when it comes to a car. So it's been a good day though, overall.
Exactly. And number 022 out there, Dave Bell, currently driving. We were able to chat to him a couple of moments ago. And I wanted to chat to you about your journey a little bit through Operation Motorsport. I must admit, I've seen, and we've obviously heard from quite a few of fellow people who have done the same. The way in which you found Operation Motorsport, I must say, is one of the more unusual ones compared to some of the others. Tell us a little bit about that story, how you got involved, how you heard of Operation Motorsport for the first time.
Okay, so so it was nearly about a year ago, almost. I retired from the military in 2022 out of Fort Drum, New York. So I'm about 2.5 hours from Watkins Glen. Never been doing IMSA racing my entire life. However, I was to a point where I was sitting at my house, not doing anything since I retired because I've been struggling in the civilian sector, finding myself really not fitting in. And I finally just told the wife, I was like, hey, I'm going to an IMSA race. I'm finally going to do it. I'm going to buy my son and I a ticket. We're going to go. I have a 20-year-old son that's living at home, and we're just going to go spend a day. And she's like, good, you need to get out of the house. So I went on the website and looked at the tickets and everything and seen the costs. However, that's, one of the struggles I have is actually committing to stuff, and just couldn't click purchase the actual tickets. However, I came across a contest called the Discovery IMSA contest while I was on the webpage, and I was like, somebody's got to win it. And I know it sounds crazy, but that somebody just happened to be me, because June 12th of last year, I received a phone call from a NASCAR representative out of Martinsville Speedway telling me I had won the contest. And that contest included full credentials to Watkins Glen for the full 4 days, hot lap experience, live green flag experience during the race where my son and I were on the flag stand for like 10 minutes just during the race. Just an incredible experience. However, the biggest one of all was just one of the ladies that was escorting me around, my son and I around, was wearing an IMSA shirt, and just happened to be Tiffany Lauder. And she asked me how long I had served, and I told her my story, and little did I know that my life would change forever because of that day.
It's an amazing story of how you even found Operation Motorsport in the first place. But moving on from that, you are now part of the Motorsport Immersion program. What has that given you since retiring?
That is having the opportunity that Operation Motorsport has obviously given me with the recovery process. I mean, being able to get us out of our comfort zones, the travel process to these beautiful tracks, and then to get linked up with these teams, professional race teams, like I'm part of Meyer-Shank Racing, and with these teams to welcome us with open arms. Literally, while you're at the track, the fans don't know you from the rest of the team. You look exactly just like, because you are actually part of the team, and that's one of the things that Operation Motorsport helps.
And what you mentioned it a moment ago, 20 years service. You are a US Army veteran. What have you sort of taken lessons from that, and how has that translated forward into working with a top tier motorsport team like Meyer-Shank, as you were saying?
Guys that are actually racing out here right now, and when we get there to the track and we see one another and everything, there's just a feeling inside that
we feel like that brotherhood, we feel that team, and we know we have that purpose back. And I know it sounds cliche because I'm kind of, saying, part of the slogan for Operation Motorsport, team purpose and identity, but that is so true. It really does give us all that back. And so while we're all together at the track next weekend, it's our opportunity to not only continue to help with our recovery with building those 3 key areas back, however, that follows us back home, with our family life and stuff, with our spouses and our children and our parents and and those of us that actually have friends outside of Operation Motorsport. It just helps in all aspects of your life.
Absolutely, yeah. And well, thanks very much, Nolan, for coming to tell us about it. It's been great to hear from you here tonight as well. Just one last thing. How are you going to be enjoying these last couple of moments of the race, and how have you enjoyed being part of this event this year?
Oh, the event itself has been phenomenal. Myself and Johnny had the opportunity to actually go down to one of the Porsche dealerships down in the Chesapeake region and help promote this last week. And the event itself, the stewardship and the way it's been put together is phenomenal. Can't wait to do it again. And I look forward to many, many more of these.
Absolutely. Thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us, Nolan. Good luck for the final 20 minutes to you and the team. And as I say, thanks very much for chatting to us.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks so much. Nolan Uke there chatting to us here on the last 20 minutes of the Operation Motorsport 6 hours of Spa. If you would like to donate and continue the amazing work that Operation Motorsport does with veteran recovery through motorsport, you can do so using the QR code at the top of the screen there, or fundraiser.support/Opmo 6 hours. There are the proper links in the YouTube chat, or indeed in the YouTube description of wherever you're watching this live stream from. Well, we've got just less than 20 minutes, Joe. Still so many amazing stories from Operation Motorsport we're hearing from here this afternoon. It's been fantastic to hear from them all. And to go along with it as well, some fantastic racing as well. Imperial Motorsports are sandwiched in the middle of a 3-car battle for the final podium place here in GT3 Pro. I didn't even realise Solpec were so close, actually, but here they are, right on the back here in number 919.
Yeah, suddenly things have gotten interesting in this group after Siddall made that pass. And maybe he saw what was happening and decided it's go time. Didn't want to have to deal with Robbie Prescott, at least not as quickly if he had stayed behind Chad Henson. Now Chad's the one that's having to hold on tight and see if he can fend him off for the last 7 laps or so, 7 or 8 laps here. There's still yet more money coming in. We can't thank everybody enough here. And if you haven't donated yet and are thinking about it, now is a great time, because as we said earlier, the COO, Jason Leach, is willing to match up to $1,000 here of donation. So your donation can go even further, and we've been saying it a lot, but you can very easily get there just by the QR code on the screen or through the links in both the description and the chat. But yeah, this battle actually looking like it might go the way of Prescott, because Henson slow up over the hill, and he's going to bring along a lapped car with him the way things are going, and easily past him into the braking of Lacombe. So the lapped car not making life easy there for Henson. That was Olivier. No, that's the leader, actually. That's the leader of the entire GT3 Pro.
That'll be why. He's trying to put a lap on these guys all at the same time and help his teammate, don't forget. This is in a roundabout kind of way, helping Olivier's teammates. He still can't get through though. And that may be why Henson is just a little bit resistant to letting him through here. And they continue side by side. Meanwhile, speaking of which, Rex Jarrawala here on the inside line, still holding off Chipwit. I'm absolutely certain Jarrawala will be trying to make it to the finish on this tank of fuel, but he's probably lifting and coasting quite a lot to do so.
Absolutely. And not the way that you want to try and finish a race like this. And again, that traffic as make or break, so much around you. You got to be so heads up in these moments. At the same time, not trying to give up any time possible as you're fighting these other class cars, or at least sharing the track with these other class cars. It's always weighing that risk versus reward in this situation. Meanwhile, our overall leader, Rivera, still about 17 seconds ahead. I was as you were having your interview, I was kind of looking at the time, and there was a lap where Smith made up about 0.7 of a second, but it's been so all over the place because of the traffic. I don't think we can say definitively that Billy's running him down. If anything, it's been trending the other way.
And actually, the one I've been drawn to actually is Blake Reynolds catching Smith. That's the one that I do think is trending down with a legitimate or more legitimate trend. 3.5 seconds now. At last lap, it was 0.4. Admittedly, he's going to need more than 0.4 a lap if he wants to get there before the finish. There's only 15 minutes left after all, and that should be 8 laps to go before the end of this race. If things, yeah, it will be 8 laps to go as they go across the line right now. Can Blake Reynolds catch those 3.5 seconds? Because he needs about 0.5 a lap, if not a little bit more, if he wants some overtaking chances by the end. A 2-minute 2.7 from Smith, 2.8 from Reynolds. They are trading some of the fastest lap times of the day. In fact, Reynolds just set a personal best, and it still wasn't as quick as Billy Smith that lap.
Wow. Someone has gotten on the radio for Billy Smith and said, yo, you gotta pick it up a little here or else we're gonna lose P2 as well. So very clearly responding at this stage. Blake Reynolds won't be happy about that because I had noticed that too. He seemed a little bit of a threat trying to close in behind him, but he's gonna have his work cut out for him if Billy Smith can keep that up here at the end. Honestly, you don't need the tires after this, and this is all for pride, so you might as well use up everything you got left.
Yeah, there's a couple of things at play here, isn't there? There's first of all the obvious one, which is the fact that we are very close to the end of this race, and that means that everybody's pushing hell for the leather anyway. There's what you mentioned there, you don't need the tyres after this, and after all, this will be the shortest stint on any set of tyres they've done all day, and so they'll be tearing through those tyres more than they have all day. That's setting really fast lap, or that's meaning really fast lap times at the moment, as well as the cooler conditions that you're seeing. The sun is starting to set. It's not quite getting in their eyes yet and being annoying, but it is setting and dipping these temperatures just a little bit compared to what we had at the start of the day. Track temperature actually now down at 24, which is nearly 10 degrees lower than what it was at the start of the race as Thomas Isabel's off the road down there at Pouhon there just before pit path. I think that's just on replay. The SC Team red car has hit Shopaholics race team into the wall.
Interesting. And I'm curious how recent that was actually, because I know they had a penalty a little bit earlier, but that was for speeding in pit lane. And I did notice that it said no penalty for them and the 963. Is that who we saw on the replay involved in that?
I think that was about 5 laps ago, because Shopaholics came in 5 laps ago, if I was to put some dots together there.
Yeah, so that must be, I'm guessing, what was referred to in the steward's decision there that I had noticed just a bit ago. Yeah. So yeah, late drama. And the good news is that Shopaholics had that spare car waiting for them, so they're back out and running. They're just maybe a little farther down than they were. And yes, we're getting confirmation from our producer that was about 15 minutes ago that replay happened.
This is going to be ugly, isn't it? Oh dear, the car's ruined. And look at that rear right. That was a real job to get that car on pit lane. But yeah, 15 minutes ago or so, that car was able to get back out though. It's still 6th in the 963 Pro class actually. James Hoof continues in the SC Team red car as well, 12th overall. We'll like to remind you, of course, 12 minutes to go. Still time to donate to Operation Motorsport. Veteran recovery through Motorsport. You can do so with the QR code and on the link there. We are flying through this final hour with some fantastic donations, so a big thanks to everyone who has done so far. And I should tell you that the link and the QR code will still be open for another 5 hours or so after the race until, sorry, more than that, won't it? It will be, or maybe around there. Anyway, it will close just before midnight tonight, Eastern time. So make sure you get your donations in even after the race, but preferably now before we end the stream. It would be fantastic, if at all possible, if we could get some more donations in for Operation Motorsport and the fantastic work that they do. Still 11 minutes remaining in this race for you to do so. And of course, those few hours after the race as well, up until midnight tonight, Eastern time in the US. out down on the circuit again. Blake Reynolds at the bottom of your screen there, and he's still 3.5 seconds behind. The gaps are not trending either way at the moment, Joe. They're setting some unbelievable lap times, but they aren't quite coming down or even really going out. They're all trading very similar times.
Yeah, you know, pick and choose, and either one could be quicker in the heat of the moment. But if the wrong traffic gets the 917 at the wrong time, then Blake Reynolds can make those 4 seconds up in an absolute heartbeat. So yeah, they have to keep pushing at this stage to get to the end. So we're watching now on board with Greg Meismer, currently sitting P2 in, is this AM class for, I think? Yeah, for the prototypes, it looks like.
Pro class. Second place in pro for Meismer. Yeah, just over 2 minutes off the lead of Dominic Olivier, and actually it's quite close to getting lapped here for the end, and Siddle's catching as well. Gregory Meismer is one of the drivers for Operation Motorsport, of course. He's a US Marine Corps veteran, and he's been a part of Operation Motorsport for a few years now, looking to bring home what would be a fantastic result. We were talking about the teams that are in this race compared to the teams in the team racing series, and just what we know from sim racing in general here, Joe. It is some real top-class teams that the Operation Motorsport team, now headed by Gregory Meismer at the end, are beating at the moment.
Yeah, but, you know, it ain't over till that checkered flag falls. We've still got 10 minutes to go here, and that means we're down to roughly about 5 laps left, as that certainly was Blake Reynolds in a hurry, but the damage was done. He lost a couple tenths just with that exchange alone.
That's exactly what happens through traffic, and Reynolds can't really afford that at this stage in the race. He is too far behind to be able to afford that, really, from Billy Smith for second. It's so crazy how this race has all come down to this, isn't it, at the front of the field. Earlier stages in this race, there were over a minute, nearly 2 minutes of a lead for Solpeck. Now all of a sudden it has come right down into top 3, covered by nearly 20 seconds at the moment, and top 4 covered by a minute at the front of the race. This is Dave Bell in one of the Opmo cars. Oh no! Oh, that's a big accident! Really late in the race for Dave Bell in one of the Operation Motorsport cars. They're already running in last, unfortunately. That's going to cement their place, sadly, after a big crash before Blanchimont.
That's, you know, and I talked to the team, and just before you had come on, and they were saying how they had high spirits here at the finish. They were looking to just get to the end of it, and I hope they can get back out on track. It's going to be nip and tuck on if the car can be repaired, I'm sure. But yeah, I don't want to see them have to finish it sitting in the pit lane, since both of their free repairs are gone, and all they have left now is to wait for the team to finish up working on it.
Hopefully in the next 7 minutes they will, as you say, at least get the required repairs so they can limp over with a broken machine, I guess, at least, to see the checkered flag. A big thanks again to those who have donated. $8,764 now raised. So big thanks to everyone. Still time with the QR code at the top right-hand side of your screen if you'd like to contribute to all the great work that Operation Motorsport, veteran recovery through motorsport, all the work that they do here with veterans, many of whom we heard from here today. Dave Bell being one of those. Unfortunately, we just saw him in the wall just before Blanchimont, where we've seen some very big crashes. Oh, it's just ticked over to 9,000. I didn't realise it was live. There you go, 9,000. We're having a fantastic final hour, and there's still 7 minutes to go.
You're saying it's over 9,000 right now?
It is now.
Yes. Sorry, I had to get that one in there. It's to the point where that reference is probably lost on a lot of our younger viewers.
Yeah, like me, actually. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. Google it later. I'll tell you when you're older. So we watch these final few laps. The other thing I'm curious about is I was going to check on the pace between Prescott and Siddall, because Prescott got by Henson, but he's still trying to chase down that overall podium for the Pro, the GT3 Pro that you had mentioned. It's still only about 3 seconds between them. That could also be one that could change hands depending on what the 919 has underneath him.
Yeah, Matthew Siddall as well is going very quickly, though, I will add. He just set an 18.7. That's fastest lap of anyone in the GT3 class last time round, so I'm not sure it's going to be Siddall being overtaken. He might be doing the overtaking 3.5 seconds still to go to catch up to the Operation Motorsport USA team, who are currently running in second position with just over, or just under now, 6 minutes to go. There is the Paddock Enduro squad. Now, how many laps have they been out there for? Jason Lockwood, 13 laps, and their pit stop was quite short, so, well, I'm hoping they'll be able to make it to the end. It looks like, to me, they're running around quite slowly. Maybe they're just conserving to the finish here, but to me, it looks like they're saving fuel a little bit. They should have enough on board, you'd hope.
You hope. It's always the worst feeling if you're going to wind up shy, because then you got to make that decision. Do you give up more positions trying to come into pit lane to get that little bit of gas, or do you just try and limp it back and hope that you can stretch it far enough? The ones that you do lose trying to go slow is less than if you had come down pit lane.
Yeah. It's always a calculation you've got to make sometimes when you're in these damage limitation situations. You know you're not going to make it, but around this circuit, you want to avoid the pit lane at all costs. 5 minutes to go, and the Solpec Precision Racing team are 3 laps away from victory here. 16 seconds, though. This race is not over by any means in both 963 categories. We have still got some close finishes to come here. A change of position, meanwhile, further behind. Oh, well, it's not really a change of position at all. Steve Komatz is just racing through some of these GT3s, as he's in a 963, though, of course, so it's not going to be much of a battle. He is going to take all of them before the end. Is Cyril going to take Meismer, though? 2.4 seconds now, the gap at the line. Another second taken out of Meismer last time around. This is going to be very close, and there's going to be some defending, I think, from number 220 before the finish.
The other question is, are we sure about how many laps we're going to have? Because when did Rivera actually cross the line here, and is it close? Because that can make a big difference on the fuel numbers as well.
I am not sure for the GT3s. It's a good point you make there. And now I'm going to try and work it out.
Well, the leader is just coming across. The leader of the GT3s is coming across the line right now. What that's worth.
So that's 3 laps to go for them as well, because I wouldn't imagine the leader's going to catch them to lap them again, if you see what I mean. Fabrizio Rivera was only just coming through Pouan as he said that. He's not going to... Yeah, there is Olivier. And there are the others who we're focusing on here, like Meismer and Siddle and Prescott. They're all around here at the moment. I think, yeah, they are going to stay on this lap. So it's going to be 3 to go as they cross the line right now.
Okay, so there's our call. 3 laps left. Such a weird track as well, Ewan. We have to... It's not many circuits that you get this sort of issue cropping up, because it takes so long for them to get around. I mean, you've got Le Mans, which has very long laps as well, so you can get some weirdness with that, where you have so much extra time you have to account for in your fuel. But you look at Road Atlanta, I mean, very short lap, 1:17 for most of the GT cars. It's literally double that, or close to double that for the GT cars to get around 1 lap here.
It is a couple of laps to go. Sorry, I'm just distracted. Milan Rajkovic saying that it's 2 more after this one for GT3. I presume that was typed when we were watching them over the line the last time as we were looking. But anyway, Rivera is onto the penultimate lap by the looks of things for Solpec Precision Racing. Brian Martins had to come in for the Paddock Enduro squad. That was only 5 seconds in the box for him. Now, what does that mean for the likes of Luke Fisser and Rex Jariwala and all of those? Where is Rex Jariwala got to? Yeah, he has. Oh no, he's just. He's still where he is. Sorry, Andy Jenks is still just in behind him though. There they are, indeed, battling for 4th place. He's on lap 24 right now. Surely he can't make it home.
It is well into the stint, so yeah, I have to imagine. And leader has gone past the start-finish line quite a while ago at this stage. So let's see when they come around, which is going to be soon here, because that's out of Stavolo too. So they'll be coming up to the pit entry. This is where Rex Jariwala has to commit.
Yes. He's got to make a big decision here. I think he's been saving fuel all stint, really, and now finally the decision may have to be made, and it may all come to nothing here. It may not matter. Andy Jenks goes around the outside, and he's going to be on the inside for the second part as Jariwala's being careful. Oh, and he spins! Oh, my word! Jenks had to hit the brakes there to avoid hitting him as well. Not only has Jariwala got one eye on the fuel gauge, he's had his arms all crossed up there as he came out the final corner.
yeah, when you're trying to save fuel, you're doing things so differently than what you do at your normal race pace. Being able to adapt and handle the car in those situations is so much trickier. So not too surprised that maybe he lost a little bit of control, and now he's going to lose the position as Jenks goes by into 10th. Also, it looks like Chip Witt just was given a penalty, and incident with the 919 is what we're hearing in the SAT 4.
919's that GT3 in
Prescott.
4th place. Yeah, Robbie Prescott. Chad Henson's right back behind him, and Meismer has been caught by Siddle. Goodness me, we've got far too many things to watch on this last 2 lap now. I need about 8 pairs of eyes. This is ridiculous. The final laps of this race are very, very exciting. Come to a very exciting conclusion here. Fabrizio Rivera's even losing a bit of time to Billy Smith II. I hope he hasn't been fooled by the amount of laps that have been in this race. He's definitely on the white flag lap now, though. He's going to hope he's got 7 kilometres worth more fuel, and he will take this win.
By the way, I went and checked. It was the previous lap. So this just happened to Prescott, because that does make sense that he's now suddenly 10 seconds behind Siddle after he was sitting there 3 seconds behind for so long. Desperation really started to show in itself, Ewan, as some drivers may be making some foolish decisions right at the end.
Well, it's all happening here at the finish of this race. This is Chip Witt. This is what happened. Oh, he goes for a slide and just clips him on the way past in the GT3. So, not too much of a drama, not in terms of damage. Anyway, Meismer's still under pressure from Siddle. Prescott will continue to be under pressure from Chad Henson, although Henson's lost about 4 seconds or so in the last couple of moments. He's really slowing down here. This is all happening at the very end of this race as Fabrizio Rivera now makes his way towards the finish. It's been a fantastic drive from Solpec Precision Racing. It wasn't this car initially that was really challenging for the race lead. They were trailing their teammates for some time in the first hour or so, but as the others fell by the wayside, number 161 rose to the fore, and it's Fabrizio Rivera who's going to get the chance to cross the line here on his own after Jesse Lyon drove earlier on in the day as well. It's Solpec Precision Racing who win the Operation Motorsport 6 Hours of Spa.
And the podium in the GT3s has a major upset. Meismer has abandoned second place because they could not make it on fuel. They're coming in now. If he had just slowed, he actually could have just let the leader by.
Yeah. If you let the leader by, you don't have to do the extra lap. You don't have to see the white flag. You just have to see the checkered one. And that is a catastrophic mistake for 220. There comes Jason Lockwood. He wins for the Paddock Enduro squad in 963 AM. A fuel game going on down there as well as Rex Terrawala slowed down to do exactly that, by the way. He slowed down to let the leader pass towards the end there, I believe, anyway. And he made it on fuel as a result. Lockwood comes over the line in first, though, in 963 AM. In GT3 AM, Operation Motorsport, and a monster drive from Tyler Reed is going to be victorious. Tyler Reed has done this entire race on his own, by the way. All 6 hours in that 47 car for Operation Motorsport. A wonderful drive and a deserving 3-lap win for him.
Going to be just absolutely exhausted, but that win in class is going to make it completely worth it for him, I'm pretty sure. Here's the crazy thing about that first and second for our GT3 pros as well, is Olivier lapped everybody in the GT3 class. Siddall just let him by on this lap.
Yeah, sometimes you see a leader getting a lap advantage because the leader lapped everybody but them. In reality, the gap was about 5 seconds, but that's not true here. Solpec Precision Racing have dominated, and they're going to win this by a lap, even despite running out of fuel and having to tow after the first hour of this race. It's been an unbelievable recovery from Dominic Olivier and everybody else in number 991 to come through and win here in the 6 Hours of Spa. They will weave over the line and celebrate as Solpec Precision Racing take 2 of our 4 classes here.
Really just a dominant effort from them as he's going to try and celebrate here at La Source. Keep it out of the gravel, of course, and burn some donuts down at the hairpin. So well-deserved, just unbelievable pace for them.
Absolutely unbelievable. A big thanks to everyone for watching on here in the 6 Hours of Spa. It's been an absolutely wonderful event. Solpec Precision Racing have taken 2 classes of the 4. This is the first of them in 963 Pro, as Fabrizio Rivera came over the line 11 seconds in front of Billy Smith. That gap came down towards the end, but not enough for Imperial Motorsports. It's a Solpec 1-3 with Blake Reynolds finishing on the podium as well. Brian Martin and Zach Hebert were 1 lap down in the end. Thomas Isabel finished 2 laps down. James Hu 4 down. Nick Kearney 7 down for Sim Racer Academy. In 963 AM, it's 34 seconds for Jason Lockwood over the rest of the field. Luke Fisher in second, a minute ahead of Kainan Racing, who got onto the podium. Schadenfreude Fodder were in 4th, ahead of Stallions GTP, who, as I said, slowed down at the finish, 1 lap down, but did make it on field in the end. Rob Neville was 3 laps down. Jameson Leckenby finished 10 down, and Steve Komach 15 down. Dave Bell was, I think that's one of the GT3 AMs, isn't it? Is stuck its way onto our timing screen. But anyway, they were 33 down towards the end. Christopher Stephenson, didn't take the finish, unfortunately for them. They finished many laps down. Dominic Olivier wins in GT3 Pro ahead of Matthew Tudor, who jumps up to second at the end. Imperial Motorsports jumping onto the podium as well ahead of Robbie Prescott with those late problems, but even bigger problems for Gregory Meismer, who finishes 5th in the end. Ed Nelson was 2 laps down alongside Robert Gregoire, with Daniel Miller 3 laps down. Nicolas Salaputis and John Salada rounding out the top 10. And then in GT3 AM, smallest of our classes, a monster drive from Tyler Reid, though, all 6 hours on his own to win by 3 laps, it's credited with at the end, actually. Patrick O'Doherty finishes second ahead of Tanner Masters for Operation Motorsport Enduro. Stallions GT3 finishing 39 laps down towards the end of that race as well. My goodness, we've got a lot of people waiting to come and have a chat with us. Let's bring in Blake Reynolds first of all, but he's got Fabrizio in his brackets for some reason. I'm not sure who this is going to be when I drag him in, but anyway, we'll try this one. Welcome in, Blake. Is it Blake Reynolds I'm chatting to, or Fabrizio at the end of this race?
It is Blake, but Fabrizio can't do his interview because he has something to do. So, yeah, I'm Fabrizio.
Okay, well, you can just pretend you are Fabrizio Rivera for a moment. I'm sure that'll be fine. How are you feeling as a team at the end of that one? An amazing job from you guys. Finished 1 and 3 in GTP in the 963 Pro class and win the GT3 Pro class as well. You must all be very pleased.
Yeah, we're very pleased with our pace. Unfortunately, for the 160 car, the 161 had a flawless last couple of stints. Really, the top 3 in the pro class all right there were lights out, running the same high 202s, just absolutely insane. But Fabrizio held on. They timed their fuel correctly. As for the 160 car, not so much. We had to save those last 2 stints until the very end when Caps finally was like, oh, the laps number was incorrect. So I'm like, okay, thank you. I'm going to push now. So that's why I lost so much time. But Fabrizio and Jesse, they did an awesome job, and Gonzo in my car as well.
Yeah, just speaking on your car's behalf as well for a second, how does it feel to be in 3rd place as well for the 160 team after the trials and tribulations of the day?
Feels good. And I'm glad this is my first race in the Porsche GTP, actually. So my wreck was kind of a mistake because I didn't know how the car was going to react over a curb strike like that. But I'm kind of a Cadillac and Acura main, but we like the Porsche here, of course. So I got the car. Gonzo actually bought the car on Friday, so if that shows how little we raced the car as a team. But yeah, we got the setup all put together, and we had a good car, even though we were down on the straightaway there.
Well, congratulations on getting used to the car so quickly and scoring a 1-3 in 963 Pro for Solpec. Thanks so much for coming to have a chat with us, Blake, twice this afternoon. And as I say, congratulations on that double podium.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much. Blake Reynolds there chatting to us at the end of the day on behalf of Solpec and their race in the 963 Pro category. They finished 1 and 3. I believe, Joe, you have grabbed the 963 AM winners now to have a chat to.
Indeed, the Paddock Enduro squad going to come home with the victory in that AM category. We've got Jishan Lockwood and Mark Katska, 2 of the 3 drivers out there today. Not just a win in the AM category, 6th overall with a number of pros finishing behind you. That's got to feel pretty good today.
Yeah, indeed. I think we just kept driving. I feel like the boys did the rest. I just feel like I was the slowest.
No, I'll say that. You did, and great, Mark. You did great, dude. Overall, just a great race, so much fun. It was definitely close towards the end because we had no clue if the guys in front of us had to pit stop or not, so that is what mainly screwed us almost.
We've also got Jonah Good, who was the third driver out there. Jonah, this is a very tough track to try and tackle, especially in any high-powered cars like these GTPs. Were there any concerns coming into today?
I mean, first off, I want to say congratulations to everybody who participated today. This is a fantastic race for a great cause, and I'm super happy I could be a part of it. But to answer your question, yeah, I mean, there's definitely some concerns in terms of, there's very little grip we found in these cars at high speed, and we spent a lot of time tweaking the setup and trying to get really comfortable with it. And I think we did a great job with that, but it's really just a game of keeping yourself pointing the right direction for 6 hours and making sure that we stayed out of trouble. And I think we did really good with that. And I couldn't be happier with the performance from the team, from Mark, from Jay. And the concerns, I think, were washed away pretty quickly once we found our groove and got comfortable.
Well, comfortable very well, obviously, coming away with the victory. Have you guys had much opportunity in the past to race in the PCA teams races with their involvement here in the OPMO events, or is this bringing this all together kind of just for a one-off for you guys?
Well, personally, I've done some stuff with PCA, specifically the UCR, the Upper Canada region, as I'm a Toronto native, but not actually in the driver's seat. I actually took a team managerial role and operated a team for Porsche Center that participated in the Carrera Cup Canada all of last season. So we have nothing but good things to say about the Porsche Club, both Porsche Club of America and the UCR. They're such great people, and this is such a great cause. I've never been behind the wheel in an event like this, but it's really special to do that and to continue to contribute to a great cause for both sides of the border.
Well, again, an impressive race. Fantastic job coming home with a victory, and hopefully we'll get to talk to you guys more in the future.
Yeah, we'd love to.
Appreciate it, y'all. Thank you so much for the broadcast and everything.
Yep.
That was Deshaun Lockwood, Jonah Good, and Mark Katsky joining us. And I believe Ewan O'Leary has a much smaller team to chat with here for our next victor.
Yeah, Tyler Reid is going to come and join us for the GT3 AM winners interview. Congratulations, Tyler, on not only winning the class, but first and foremost for completing the race on your own. How much of an ordeal and how was it driving for 6 hours on your own there? Oh, sorry, I'm not sure we can hear you, Tyler. I can't hear you anyway. Is that just me?
No, I'm not hearing Tyler.
Okay,
I can hear. Mic'd up here.
How about now?
Here we go. Go ahead. Sorry.
Here we go. Oh man, when I first started the event, I was kind of thinking it was just going to be a Sunday drive, just a nice, easy drive, 6 hours, not too big of a deal. First couple laps, though, I was like, okay, let's be real. Let's just take it home. Let's give it everything she's got.
And what were you expecting from this race? Because you've won by laps in the end rather than a small margin, and you've been driving on your own. How much were you expecting that to have happened tonight?
I honestly wasn't expecting it, but it's all the hard work from the team, from the Operation Motorsport, the Operation E-Motorsport side. We've been practicing for the past several weeks, running laps after lap. So it's just, a huge shout out to the entire Operation Motorsports team for just, making it possible. Because the other night I was practicing, I'd have some spins every 3 or 4 laps, just trying to push it too hard. This time I just said, hey, let's just relax, take it nice and easy, and it worked out.
Well, congratulations on the win, Tyler. It's been fantastic to see you out there all day long. Completing even 6 hours on your own is an amazing achievement. So congratulations and thanks for chatting to us at the end of the day.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. That's Tyler Reid in the GT3 AM victory circle here, if you like, tonight. We're not going to have a chance to interview everybody here today, but one more driver I do want to grab before the end, indeed, set of drivers indeed I want to grab before the end, are the GT3 Pro winners. That's Solpec Precision Racing here tonight, and I believe Joe has got them now.
We've got Dominic Olivier. I'm not sure if we've captured Yura quite yet, but I mean, Dom, a very fitting name because, my goodness, you guys absolutely dominated out there, wound up a full lap ahead of anybody else in the class. Were you expecting that after the early issues to be able to bounce back that thoroughly?
Yeah, you know, we kind of just had a last minute call up, and a teammate Yuri asked me to join him just yesterday, and yeah, we just decided to start at the back and have some fun. Wasn't sure what the pace of the others was going to be. There's a couple competitive guys out there, but yeah, it was fun. I did 2 extra laps of saving on the first stint, and just completely forgot that it was the endurance pits, so didn't quite make it all the way around, so I had to tow, even though I made it into the pit lane. So that gave us another challenge again, and Yuri had fun closing down that massive gap, so it was fun.
Just amazing what you guys were able to do, considering all the time lost with that miscalculation on the fuel. That said, how was the race also dealing with the traffic? It wasn't just having to try and go by all the other GT3 cars, but you had to do that while watching your mirrors for the GTPs.
Yeah, it was quite interesting, you know. For the most part, everyone was very predictable. I think in different fields, you know, when we do the multi-class racing, sometimes you have some super aggressive GTP drivers, but I think for the most part, a lot of these guys, they weren't super aggressive, but maybe weren't the most confident in overtaking. So, you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword. But so yeah, GTPs were definitely quite challenging to let by and understand what they wanted to do when they wanted to do it. But it was really good fun. The Porsche felt amazing, at least with the setup that we had, and it was a joy to drive.
Well, sad that Yuri wasn't able to come and join us. I'm sure it's late over there for him, but congratulations on what has just been a jaw-dropping show of pace today.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys for putting on this event. It's a great initiative, and yeah, it's always fun. Hopefully next time, you know, we'll get an even bigger feel and also more competitive. But yeah, certainly a great event, and thank you guys.
That's Dominic Olivier, driver of the 991 Solpec Precision Racing car, Ewan, and really showing him how it's done today.
Yeah, they certainly did. A fantastic drive. But, of course, what it's all about is raising money for Operation Motorsport. And we've raised over $10,000. Really pleased in the final hour we were able to get up to that marker. It's been fantastic to have all your donations. A big thank you to everyone who has done so far. The window is not closed, by the way. If you still would like to donate after the race, then you can. The window is open for another 5.5 hours yet. So use the QR code and indeed the link that you can see in the YouTube description in the chat, and you can see it on your screen there, fundraiser.sport/Opmo 6 hours. If you are able to support Operation Motorsport and their great work, veteran recovery through motorsport, then please do support them and please do donate. That, as I say, that will be open for another 5 hours or so. So a big thanks once again to everybody who has donated to get us to over $10,000 here, even just while the stream has been on. Joe, it's been fantastic to be alongside you for this final hour of the race. What a fantastic finish we had. That was classic endurance racing, wasn't it? Not too much through the middle of the race in the way of battles, but my goodness, it all comes up at the end, as always, doesn't it, and produces fantastic racing, as we always see in the PCA series.
Indeed, and honestly, you couldn't ask for more. Yeah, you're going to have some lulls in endurance racing, especially in the middle of the race, but as long as you get that payoff in the end, that's what we're here for.
Exactly, and we certainly did. Thanks very much to everyone who's been tuned in and indeed donated through the 2025 Operation Motorsport 6 Hours of Spa. And of course, thanks to everyone who has been behind this broadcast. Jake Sperry, who I took over from about an hour ago. Lorenzo Bonda, who was with me for a couple of hours. And Jeremy Scott as well, who was with me for the first 2 hours. Myself, Ian O'Leary, Joe Peak alongside me, Romero Augustin Cisneros, as well. It's goodbye from us here at Spa. We'll see you again on another broadcast very soon. But for now, that's it from the Operation Motorsport 6 Hours of Spa here in 2025. Goodbye for now.